morning, ladies and gentlemen. Going to ask you to go ahead and find a seat at this time. We, of course, have a busy day, so we're going to go ahead and get started. So we begin all of our board meetings with a Pledge of Allegiance, normally led by somebody up here. However, seeing my friend, the president of William Jessup University, John Jackson, is in the audience, I've asked if he'd be willing to lead us in the pledge this morning. So if you would please come up, sir, and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Shall we begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. All right. How's everyone doing? Why are you all here? There's nothing going on, right? Quote the great Bugs Bunny, what's all the hubbub, bub? All right, we do have a couple items on the consent calendar. Do any members of the board have anything on consent? I don't know what it might be other than the election. Nobody wants to have the election in March. We can just remove that, right? Not have to worry. Okay, we do have two consent items. We have approval of board minutes as well as authorizing the election services for the March election. Any board members have any questions on those items? Any members of the public have any questions on either of those items? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board on consent?
Second.
Motion Holmes, second Wygant. Roll call, please.
Gore? Yes. Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes? Yes. Gustafson? Yes. Euler?
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Ronco. You are dismissed. All right, this is time for public comment on items not on today's agenda. So if anybody is here to speak on anything other than our legislative platform or the Placer Ranch project, this would be the time to approach. If you do have something you want to address the board on, please do identify yourself for us, and please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Berkema. I'm a Placer County resident, and I would like to talk about general procedures for the public comment, being able to speak, and procedures during the actual meeting. There have been several meetings where the public has time to speak, and then there are invited speakers that come up that get to not only take time to present what they would like to present, but then after the public speaks, they come up and are afforded additional time. I, for one, would like that additional time to be able to also respond, but I think to give people the opportunity to testify in addition to their own time, whether they're invited or not, I think doesn't afford the public equal opportunity. So I personally, at least today, would like to have that same opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else on any item not on our agenda today? All right, seeing none, we are going to go ahead, and even though we might be a minute shy, I don't think that there's any harm in starting a conversation regarding our legislative advocacy. Council, you agree with me that we're okay? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take up our first item. This is our 2020 Ledge Program. Good morning, Joel.
Good morning. Let these gentlemen take a seat. Good morning, Chairman Euler, members of your board, Todd, Karen. My name is Joel Joyce with the County Executive Office. I am joined today by three of our contracted advocates, Michael Galano and Rich Gold here on my right with Holland and Knight, as well as Paul Yoder with Shaw, Yoder, Antwi, who assists us with state issues. Additionally, before your board today is a draft of the 2020 legislative platform for your discussion. First, I want to thank all the department heads and their respective staff. This process starts in the early fall and does require a tremendous amount of work for the departments as they research and understand the issues so that your board, CEO staff, and our lobbyists can effectively advocate. Since this process does start in the fall, the draft platform before your board today is just that, a draft. There are some issues that will be added over the next few weeks, including issues related to inverse condemnation and public safety power shutoffs. Additionally, other issues may emerge when the state releases their January budget next month. Before we get into the presentation by our advocates, I do want to highlight a few items from this past year as well as going forward into 2020. In California, 2019 brought in a new governor. However, many of the same issues remained from the previous administration, including lack of affordable housing, wildfire mitigation, preparedness and response, the beginning of large-scale public safety power shutoff events, and the availability and affordability of homeowners insurance. Through the tenacity of your board, Placer County was successful in advocating for our solutions either legislatively or through regulatory efforts that benefit our residents, employees, and visitors. Together, we were able to kill or weaken bills that intruded on your board's ability to govern ourselves through issues that pertain to local control, as well as programs and services that limited our financial and programmatic flexibility. Your board continues to be a leader when it comes to forest management and the many issues that encompass that. This is highlighted by the state and other statewide organizations looking to Placer County as the state continues to try to solve these complex issues. On the housing front, there are many bills that were signed into law this past year that focus on streamlining regulatory relief and included over $1 billion in funding. Many of these bills are included in an attachment in your agenda packet. However, much of the larger, more complex pieces of legislation will be taken up in the following year. This includes the Development Impact Fee Authority through AB 1484, state overrides of local zoning through SB 50 and AB 1279, and many others. Staff will continue to monitor these bills and upcoming amendments and bring these items back to your board should any action need to be taken beyond our platform. On the federal side, your board continues to make progress on finalizing the PCCP as we are nearing the end of this long process. Staff continues to advocate for funding and flexibility requirements on mandated services, as well as regulatory relief on various issues that hinder our county's ability to provide the most efficient and effective services. One of the key issues going into 2020 that staff would like your board's approval on will be to work with our federal agencies as well as other partners, including the state, on overall forest management issues. As your board has heard over the past few years, this is not an easy task as staff has to navigate many different federal and state agencies with various regulatory and process requirements, as well as ultimately 2 environmental reviews in NEPA and CEQA. Ultimately, all this complexity adds time and cost to a problem that needs immediate attention. Beyond that, staff will continue to focus on our key principles that guide advocacy efforts and work with our various member organizations, including CSAC and NACO, as well as various statewide organizations that align with our efforts. Additionally, we will focus on issues throughout the year identified by your board and our departments, including transportation, broadband access, election funding, trial court funding, economic development, and overall fighting to keep our current revenue streams and land use authority. With that, I'll first pass it over to Michael Galano and Rich Gold with Holland and Knight for what's happening in DC.
I want to thank your board for allowing us to appear before you this morning. We're grateful for being here and for working for the county both this past year and going forward. I get the honor of explaining a little bit about what's going on in Washington, and Mike gets to do the fun stuff on Placer County specific issues. So an interesting morning
Sorry, sir, for the record, you are who?
I am Rich Gold.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. To be sitting in front of you this morning as the House Democrats and President have reached agreement on consideration of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement, which will be presented to the House next week for ratification and passage of implementing legislation at the same time that House Democrats are announcing the presentation of articles of impeachment for the President to probably be considered next week before we leave for Christmas. So lots going on in D.C. To take a step back from the headline issues, though, we are, as we normally are, in the final stages of negotiating our FY 2020 budget, which was supposed to take effect October 1st, but as usual, we're observing that in the breach and are operating under a continuing resolution which will fund the federal government till a week from Friday. The good part about the budget this year is it will have very robust domestic discretionary spending once it gets approved, which will include transportation, housing funding, economic development funding, and all the things that Mike will talk about in a minute. We've got a lot of work to do for the next 10 days in order to get there by next Friday before the continuing resolution expires, but we're hopeful that final bills will be enacted before we leave for Christmas, which should be next Friday. In addition, obviously, the trade agreement will be a big victory for the president. It was his top campaign platform piece, and House Democrats have worked with the White House and Labor to get that done. So that will be another big item over the next week or so. And once we get into next year, into 2020, an election year, things normally slow down, which we expect to be the case, although both the House and the Senate will be moving forward both on water infrastructure and transportation legislation, which we'll be following for you all, given the importance of those issues in the county. So with that, let me hand off to Mike.
Thanks, Rich. Mike Galano with Holland and Knight, and thank you again to the board for letting us appear before you today. I wanted to take a few minutes and highlight some of the federal advocacy issues that the county's been engaged on in Washington in 2019, and then take a quick look ahead to 2020. As you all know, Placer County has always had a robust federal agenda, and 2019 was no exception. In addition to the significant staff work that goes into developing the federal platform, this board makes a significant time contribution to that effort by traveling to Washington on an annual basis and more frequently semi-annual basis to meet with federal decision makers. This past year, the federal advocacy trip took place on May 2nd and 3rd in advance of the Cap to Cap tour, and we had over 14 meetings and covered most of the federal family of agencies and key decision makers on Capitol Hill. Obviously, a key focus of that trip was the Placer County Conservation Plan, and after almost 10 years of work on that project, really the relationships the board has developed in Washington paid off in a big way in 2019 when the draft EIR-EIS was published in the Federal Register in June. And we look forward to continuing to work with board and staff to finalize that program early next year. It's not easy to do new things in Washington, things that have never been done before, and you all are about to accomplish that, so kudos to you. Another example of an issue that we've been engaged on behalf of the county is the payment in lieu of taxes issue. As you all know, that is a federal program that reimburses counties, primarily in the West, that have the presence of large federal land holdings who don't pay taxes. In 2019, the county received $820,000 through that program. It's an annual fight in the federal appropriations process to make sure that it's fully funded, and we're pleased to report that the PILT program is fully funded in both the House and Senate Interior Appropriations bills this year, which will hopefully be finalized this week, as Rich noted. So that's a couple of examples of what we've done. There's obviously a lot more in 2019. Quick look to 2020. There are a number of important policy and funding issues included in the platform that you all are considering today. I just wanted to highlight two that we will be paying particular attention on in 2020. First, on federal infrastructure funding. After 2 years of starts and stops, pun intended, it appears that Congress may get serious on infrastructure in 2020. In the House, this past November, the Speaker directed the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee to develop a $1 trillion proposal. In the Senate, in this past August, the Environment and Public Works Committee reported a 5-year, $287 billion surface transportation reauthorization bill. Notably, it calls for a 27% increase over the prior reauthorization bill 5 years ago. So there does seem to be a growing appetite on the Hill for addressing infrastructure in 2020, and we'll certainly add the county's voice to that as well. More broadly, NACO has been very involved in the advocacy push on infrastructure. They are highlighting several principles that must be included in whatever package does clear the Congress, namely establishing a strong federal-local partnership that maintains local decision-making, allocating direct funding for locally owned infrastructure, preserving the tax-exempt status of municipal bonds, and, of course, streamlining the federal permitting process. One other issue, important issue for western states that we'll be paying particular attention to is fire and forest management. To combat this issue, pending board approval, H&K would work with staff to begin to develop a strategy to streamline funding and permitting from relevant state and federal agencies to allow the county to manage forested lands that pose a risk to your residents and your infrastructure. This obviously would be a multi-year effort with many partners, but we believe the county is uniquely positioned to take on such a program given the ongoing work and success you all have achieved with the Placer County Conservation Plan and master stewardship agreements with your forest management partners. So we will continue to work with staff to develop that plan going forward. That's a quick look back at 2019 and a quick look ahead to 2020, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, before we go to our state legislative platform, any board members have any questions or comments of our federal advocates? We'll begin with Supervisor Wygant.
Yeah, thanks to both of you guys for all of these years of working together. Greatly appreciate it, and I think we have a lot to be proud of. But my single question is, do you see any emerging appetite in Washington for addressing forest management? It just seems to me it's except for the funding component, it's very similar to the PCCP, and where the county can play kind of an unusual role, helping to get state and federal government to work more collaboratively and aggressively. But at the end of the day, most of the public lands that we're talking about that need being addressed are federal responsibility. So the key steps in my mind are, we're going to have big success. It's going to be with state and federal funding. The county can't step up to that plate. So is there, and we're talking about the Western United States, so what's your read on the appetite for that back there?
Absolutely, Supervisor. I think as you all know, I think Senator Feinstein has cared a lot about this issue for a long time, and I think with the prominence of the recent fire activities out here over the last few years, it's becoming more and more of a national issue. Obviously things become very partisan very quickly these days, so we'll have to make sure we kind of sidestep any of that and make it a bipartisan issue. But I do think you all, as Mike said and you referenced, are uniquely situated to help move the issue forward in a positive way and put together a coalition of counties and other interested parties working with the appropriate executive branch agencies to move forward on that. As I said, the funding at the federal level will be robust in domestic discretionary accounts for the coming year and foreseeable years forward. And so the funding is there to allocate, but as you know, it is trips to Washington and being the squeaky wheel that get these things done.
Supervisor Gustafson.
I was going to follow up on that as well. I think that forest health and management is critical, and we've recently approved several funding packages in which the county is putting in money to help maintain federal lands, and we find that hard to deal with. We have enough to deal with our own infrastructure and our own forests in our public areas and private areas of our county. So two things. One is looking also at the permit fees required. We're even paying permit fees to take care of their property. That was bothersome, I think, to all of us. And secondly, the lack of coordination between the various federal agencies. So we seem to have a strong partnership with the U.S. Forest Service, maybe not quite as much with BLM and their forest management. So making sure that we're seeing the best streamlining possible to deal with these forests that are surrounding our communities.
Any other comments from any of the board members? I will just add, while it's only been 10 years that we've been working with you on the PCCP, January 23rd of 2020 will mark 13 years since Supervisor Wygant and I were appointed by this board to head up the ad hoc committee and work with our city partners on getting that thing done. So 13 years later, which is unfortunately light speed when it comes to some government-related functions. And then secondly, I do want to acknowledge that we have Congressman LaMalfa's staff in the room, who I know Congressman LaMalfa is very interested in all things resources. If you find some, money for a Sykes Reservoir, he might be interested in that too. But meanwhile, I don't see McClintock staff in the room, but I was on the phone with McClintock staff the end of last week on this issue as well, on the federal lands management issue and why that burden of managing their lands is falling to us. And we're paying it, but then we have to pay them for the pleasure of paying for managing their lands. And so both Lamalfa and McClintock, I'm sure, would be happy to help in any way as we move forward on that issue. So thank you. All right, seeing no other questions for our federal advocates. And folks, if anybody has any questions along these lines, we'll get to public comment on this as well, but we're going to switch over to our state advocates.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to be here today. Paul Yoder, Shaw Yoder, Antwi, Schmelzer, and Lang. Karen Lang couldn't be here today, unfortunately, but her partnership has been fully realized, and we're very proud of that. So she does send her best to your board. So a quick look back, just legislatively, especially for the public's benefit, 2,500 pieces of legislation have already been introduced in the 1920 California session. Of that amount, 1,000, give or take, made it to the governor's desk, and within that cache of bills, the governor's veto rate was 16.5%. And if anybody wants to wonder how does that compare to previous administrations, actually Jerry Brown's veto rate in his last year of office was almost identical, 16.5%. So a lot of new bills. In terms of the state budget, I'm happy to report that we actually capped, for the time being, actually reduced what counties are going to pay for in-home supportive services. And then on a going forward basis, we are slowing the growth rate in that program very significantly. We had another tranche of funding to address homelessness in the counties, and there was more money for forest management and tree mortality, which the board has already discussed. For legislation specific to Placer County, happy to say we got the county added to a couple bills at the county's request. Also happy to report that we were able to derail the bill by Senator Leyva, SB 266, which would have had serious financial consequences for the county. We continue to see the benefits of working with now Insurance Commissioner Laura from the previous legislative cycle, especially on the issue of insurance for homeowners. And I am very proud to report to the board that no bill opposed by Placer County became law in 2019, and we always like to say that whenever we can. Looking forward a little bit in terms of statewide ballots, I won't dwell on this. If there are questions, I'm happy to come back to it. But especially for the public's benefit, on the March ballot, we are going to have the largest proposed bond ever in the state of California, $15 billion. It's not just a K-12 bond. Money can go to the community colleges, the state system, and also the UC system in California. But $15 billion is going to be proposed to the voters. Looking ahead to November, I think this is ebbing and flowing, but in no particular order, we will for sure have a referendum on bail, the issue of bail in California. We may see a split roll, so-called split roll initiative. We may see another rent control initiative, even though the last one failed. And just yesterday on the issue of vaccinations, the referendum on that was actually dropped by folks who are trying to reverse what the state legislature has done the last couple of years. Looking ahead even a little bit more into January, just budgetarily, the legislative analyst is estimating the state will have a $7 billion, I almost said deficit, because I was so used to saying deficits for all those years, $7 billion surplus. Governor Newsom has been trying to downplay expectations. The legislative analyst very recently said that the $7 billion number is probably right. The legislature probably in good conscience should spend about $1 billion ongoing and otherwise sock the money away and put more money into the rainy day funds that the state still has. So we'll see what happens there. The governor's next budget will be released on January 10th. We still do have, again, for the public's benefit, the state of California has $20 billion in reserves right now. Last thing, and then happy to take any questions, and looking forward legislatively, I want to remind everybody when we go into the second year of the two-year session in California, there's a lot of action. And what I mean by that is bills introduced last year that didn't get out of their house of origin have to get out by the end of the month. So Senate Bill X, it was introduced last January. If it's still in the Senate, hasn't gone over to the Assembly, that author has until the very end of the month. And so we have committee hearings in January of the second year. We have policy hearings. We have fiscal committee hearings. And there's a lot of activity. And specific to that, a bill that a lot of local governments have been watching, Senate Bill 50 by Senator Wiener, that has been stuck in the Senate. That has to do with The extent to which counties can be rewarded or unfortunately penalized in terms of how much housing production is happening within, jurisdiction by jurisdiction. That bill was stuck in the Senate last year. There's a lot of action to try to unloose it or unleash it, I guess, from the Senate. And we are going to see that bill set in committee. And actually our expectation right now is that it may move over to the Assembly. We do expect Governor Newsom to release his long-awaited water portfolio, and probably sooner than later. I wouldn't be totally surprised if he did it before the holidays, but I do think it may wait until January. But it's imminent. Its release is imminent. And then on PG&E and legislation related to PG&E, and also on PSPS events, you can absolutely expect more action on both those as early as January. And so thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to take questions.
All right. Board members, any questions on state-related? I guess you're not as much fun as the federal.
Or my presentation was more exhaustive. I don't know.
Wow.
Kirk, I will.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Not so much a question, but just we certainly want to bolster any efforts you make and any information needs you have from us on PSPSs, also forest health. And I think the third item is we may want to look at some sort of pilot program in housing related to the Veil and Deed program that the board heard about last January up in Tahoe as a potential opportunity for addressing housing, some sort of pilot program for that sort of a program. So we're still researching the information and background as to whether that's needed legislatively, but we'll be talking to you on that.
Yeah, understood. And may I, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
please.
I mentioned the bill by Senator Wiener. We've actually had some pretty good success on his other legislative efforts, explaining unique circumstances to him and his staff, county by county. And so that's absolutely something we can do when the time is right. Yep.
Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, it may be premature to ask this question, but any indication of what the governor's water portfolio will include?
Well, so I think everybody knows, but I want to make sure the governor very early after he was sworn in said, I don't want to stick with two tunnels. I want to talk about one tunnel in California. Some people have joked since then, well, maybe it's going to be one tunnel that can move 15,000 CFS, which was more than two tunnels were proposed to move. And so we're still waiting for how many CFS cubic feet per second. I think that's right.
Yeah. Yes.
I say CFS all the time. I wanted to make sure I did that for the public's benefit. How much water can be moved is a big question. The operational criteria is a big question. And then to the portfolio, we do think, unlike the previous administration, this one is going to say that that's one thing that's very important to some people in California, water related. We think there are a lot of other things in other parts of the state that need to be explored. And there is a resiliency bond that's already pending in the legislature. It's one of those 2-year bills I reference, or well, generically referenced, but that bill for the public is Senate Bill 45. So what we think, Supervisor, is that when the governor releases his portfolio, in addition to saying we need to do more throughout the state, one of the things he's going to do is say, I want to look at Senate Bill 45. I don't want it to be a $4 billion resiliency bond. I want it to be a $7 or $8 billion resiliency bond. And we think the administration is going to, as part of its portfolio proposal, propose to bond for other projects that aren't the tunnel, that could benefit other parts of the state. So we'll see. We'll see.
Which senator is carrying that?
That is Ben Allen from the
Allen.
west side of Los Angeles.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
He's the chair of the Senate Natural Resources Committee right now. Yep.
All right. So amidst all the talk about affordable housing and the homelessness crisis here in California, has there been anything introduced that would actually reduce the regulatory burden for building housing, specifically CEQA reform, so that we reduce the threat of litigation, time to market, all those things? Are we anticipating any serious attempt at CEQA reform?
Can I take that as a two-parter, Mr. Chairman? CEQA, non-CEQA?
Yeah.
So on CEQA, very interesting developments in the last couple of weeks. Some leading environmental organizations have actually gotten together. They've clearly been talking for some time, and they've actually, they haven't released it publicly, but they've been talking about what CEQA reforms, plural, they could all live with. And that's very different than what we've seen in the past, which is we just don't want to talk about reform, period, hard stop. And so that is out there. Now, some people might go, if you saw it, you would say, that's great. Other people might be underwhelmed, okay? I want to be frank about that. So that's CEQA, but I do think we're going to see more CEQA reform, however mild or major, in 2020. I do. For non-CEQA, the big bill that I think folks are looking at, besides Senator Wiener's, is Assemblymember Grayson, who is from Contra Costa and Solano, has a bill on fees, local fees. There's actually been a recent study about the fees that are imposed by cities and counties throughout California. I do think that is the bill to watch in a non-CEQA sense, besides the Wiener bill, and that frankly could be a double-edged sword, depending on the jurisdiction in California. But that's AB Assembly Bill 1484, just to make sure I get that into the record. So there's going to be a lot more that happens in 2020 on this issue of housing.
Okay,
Yep.
great, thank you.
Yep.
All right, seeing no other questions from board members, any members of the public have any questions or comments for our federal or state legislative advocate? If you would, please approach, identify yourself, and try to limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mike Arabedian for Placer County Tomorrow. It sounds like we may very well be on the same page regarding forest management. I want to talk about 2 bills, one on page 3 of your report, AB 14, that passed this year. This is the bill that you sponsored that allows you to put the sales tax, transportation sales tax initiatives back on the ballot next year in part of the county instead of the whole county. It did pass, but I'm proud to say I testified against that bill in Senate committee, and right next to me was the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, and several groups opposing it who did not testify all had Republican in their name. Now, I also want to talk about your federal program where you're looking for funding for Placer Parkway. You know, we're certainly opposed to Placer Parkway. We expect to stop that if we can. So we're opposed to your efforts to get state or local, or especially the local public taxpayer money for that project. That would be the most significant, the biggest sprawl-inducing infrastructure project in the history of the Sacramento region, causing a tremendous vehicle mile travel increase and greenhouse gas emissions. So we hope that we oppose that effort and hope they aren't successful. You aren't successful in that.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none, I don't believe, oh yes, we do have some, nope. Any additional direction that board members wish to provide to staff in terms of direction on our legislative platform? I don't see any. All right, thank you very much for the report this morning.
Thank you.
Appreciate the update. Okay, move on to the main event. We are now going to take up our 9:30 timed items, the Sunset Area Plan, Placer Ranch specific plan. We'll wait till after the okay. I suspect there's more staff than just Michelle that's going to be up here. Okay, here they come. There are some intermittent chairs available throughout for folks who are just coming in right now. And I believe we've got some chairs set up outside as well. If you're not in the room but are interested in speaking, we do have a list, a sign-up list for speakers. So as long as you avail yourself of that list, we will be sure to get you in for an opportunity to speak if you are so inclined. Yes, that's, you want to go ahead and make that? Sure. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Okay.
Just as an awareness to speakers and staff, we do have a court reporter here for this item, so we do ask that when you're speaking, you take into consideration that she is typing verbatim what you are saying and speak slowly and clearly.
All right. Thank you for that warning, because I tend to talk fast when I get a little bit nervous. So, I'm Steve Pedretti. I'm the director of the Community Development Resource Agency. We are here this morning to present for your consideration, your board's consideration, the Sunset Area Plan and Placer Ranch Specific Plan. The Planning Commission recently recommended approval on a 6-1 vote for your board to approve this project. They're the two projects, Sunset Area Plan, which is approximately 8,500 acres. The Sunset area has been planned for development for over half a century, at least a good portion of it. So this is not a new development. The Placer Ranch Specific Plan, about 2,200 acres within the Sunset area. The area is currently, there is existing development or planned development on the north, on the south, the east, and the west of this project in Roseville, Rockland, and Lincoln. The cornerstone, of course, of Placer Ranch is the 301-acre university that's been proposed. That would be a partnership between Sierra College and California State University at Sacramento, affectionately known as Sac State. These institutions have long-standing presence in the region. They're really part of the fabric of this region. You've all heard the stat that 1 out of 20 residents in this region are a graduate of Sacramento State. I can attest to that. Both my parents, my uncle, my daughter are all Sac State graduates. I think there are a lot of folks here that work for the county that are also Sac State graduates. Yes?
Slow it down just a little.
Told you.
Keep an eye line on her. If she looks over at you, that means that she needs you to slow it down a little, all right?
All right, I will attempt to do so.
All right.
It is well documented that universities are economic hubs. There's a value in the direct cost of just the construction of the university, the jobs, the ongoing operating costs, the retail that's associated with it. There's also value of having highly educated citizens that lead to high-paying jobs. It's been said that education and of technology lead to innovation and commerce, and I think that's what we're looking for. That's what we're hoping to tap into. Placer Ranch includes a developer commitment to dedicate the 301 acres for the university, and to help emphasize the commitment of the universities, we have Jonathan Bowman, who's Vice President and CFO for Sac State here, and Willie Duncan, the President of Sierra College. They'll be speaking a little bit later. As far as process, I'd like to emphasize a few things. First, we have been very open in ways that are either rare or unprecedented in Placer County. We gave 2 copies of our administrative draft of the draft environmental impact report to local government agencies for their review. They had significant input, and as a result of that, they influenced actually a significant change to the land plan that we made during the process. It's the longest public review period we've had for a draft EIR in Placer history, 67 days. Numerous hearings, workshops, and outreach have been conducted. We made ourselves available to whoever wanted to hear about it. It's been very professionally managed, and it was not rushed. The Sunset Area Plan, to remind you, started in 2014, so it's been over 5 years. That's when a survey went out of local landowners to help shape the plan. In 2016, the Placer Ranch Specific Plan was begun and was brought together with the Sunset Plan. All that outreach occurred during that period. This is not a rushed process. There have been numerous technical studies that are required as the basis for what we've proposed. Infrastructure design, creating design standards, opportunities and constraints analysis, fiscal analysis, economic market analysis. There's been a lot of studies. How about that? There's too many to talk about here. We've also worked collaboratively with a lot of communications with the local governments. Early, frequently, as often as they wanted to, we'd meet and be happy to meet with them. We have worked with the developer on a development agreement. We're working with Sac State right now on MOU. So we are a memorandum of understanding. It's also been very professionally managed because of the people involved, the team that we have. Each of them have a lot of years of experience. Crystal Jacobson is heading the Sunset Area Plan. She started work on this the day after the Tahoe Basin Area Plan was approved. That plan, as you know, won many awards. The American Planning Association gave it awards, and so she has a lot of good experience. Michelle Kingsbury's been the lead on the Placer Ranch specific plan. She also has a lot of experience with redevelopment, infrastructure financing. That's her expertise. I think it's a good team between those two to lead these projects. In addition to that, you have all the experience from our county team. E.J. Valdi, the planning director, Ken Graham, the public works director, Lee Chavez is our environmental coordinator, Karen Schwab, county counsel, and a lot of other county staff have been involved in this from the beginning. So there's a lot of expertise that goes into it. In addition to that, we've had a number of expert consultants that we've used, notably Ascent Environmental, McKay and Sumps. They've provided a lot. I'm trying to slow down. There are too many others, specialty contractors, consultants that I'm not going to mention them all, but suffice it to say that we have a lot of expertise. Also wanted to mention the Citizen-Inspired Smart Growth Plan. It was an alternative plan that was submitted by the Alliance for Environmental Leadership fairly late in the process during the draft EIR comment period. The county took this submittal very seriously. We prepared technical studies to review it. We spent about 3 months looking at it, and the results will be explained in the presentation, but I want to assure everyone we did take it very seriously. With that, we want to get on to the presentation. Just a bit of housekeeping. I expect the presentation is probably going to be about 1 hour and 30 minutes without comments or questions, and so while the board can always do whatever it wants, clarifying questions are always welcome. However, begging your indulgence, it would be nice if we can get through as quickly as we can. It would also be helpful to get through while the court reporter can still type. With that, the main presenters will be Crystal Jacobson and Michelle Kingsbury, and we'll lead off with Crystal.
Thank you. Crystal, before you begin, to the reporter, if you need any break or anything, just raise your hand, throw something at me, get my attention, all right? And you're very welcome.
Thank you, Steve. I tend to talk fast. Crystal Jacobson with SEN. I also talk fast, so just give me a look. So, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Crystal Jacobson, Principal Planner with the Planning Services Division. Presenting with me is Michelle Kingsbury with the Community Development Resource Agency, and right behind me here is Vance Jones with McKay and Sumps, who's going to touch on the details of the Placer Ranch project. I'd also really like to take a moment just to thank our team. This was definitely a team effort, and I want to recognize all of the team members that are in the room today for their effort on this project. So really quick, just give you an outline of the presentation today. So we're going to start with, I will provide an overview of the Sunset Area Plan project description. Following that, Michelle will just touch on Placer Ranch before handing it to Vance to talk about the details of the Placer Ranch specific plan project. He will then turn it to me. I'll go really quickly over Sql Compliance, and then we'll dive into the key issues or topics. Sorry. And then I will pass it over to Michelle to discuss the development agreement for Placer Ranch, as well as the public facilities financing plan and AB 562 reporting. And then she will hand it back to me to summarize and provide a recommendation. Okay, so this is a vicinity map of the area. So the area is located south of Lincoln, north of Roseville, and west of Rockland. It encompasses approximately 8,400 acres. The Placer Ranch piece, which you could see right here, nests within the Sunset Area Plan and encompasses about 2,200 acres. The proposal for Placer Ranch is about 5,600 units or so, and then we have also analyzed a capacity for approximately 2,400 units in the Sunset Area Plan, what we call the net sunset. So if you hear me refer to net sunset, that is the area outside of the Placer Ranch project boundary. So we are preparing a policy and land use zoning update to the county's existing Sunset Industrial Area Plan, and then the specific plan is proposed for the Placer Ranch project. Also wanted to show you this slide. The area, as you can see, is largely surrounded by urban development. So we've got, again, Roseville to the south there, Lincoln to the north, and Rockland to the east. This area has always been anticipated for development since about 1968. The Sunset area was intended really to promote economic development and provide opportunity for job growth in the region. Just for some context, the population of Lincoln is approximately 48,000. And Rockland is about 65,000. Roseville is approximately 135,000. The Sunset is anticipated to bring about 19,000 residents. So by way of background, it has been a long vision, again, dating back to the 60s, to create a large employment hub in the South Placer region. It is my understanding that the first urban land use in the area was the former Formica plant in 1965. In 1966, a master plan was prepared for Sunset. It was developed, which designated about 3,800 acres for industrial development. In 1980, the county actually completed its first comprehensive plan. It was a Sunset General Plan, which established really a policy framework for the Sunset area. The idea was really to capitalize on the proximity of Highway 65, the rail lines, and the nearby growing communities. We first formally adopted the Sunset Industrial Area Plan in 1997. The plan was, again, envisioned then for a job center. So the idea was to provide a regional benefit to the West Placer area, and recognizing, too, that the plan area was large, and so absorption would likely be slow in the Sunset area. So really that vision, I would say, has not fully been achieved. We do have a lot of vacant land in the Sunset area. We do see some industrial development to the east. We've also seen some development that wasn't initially anticipated as part of that 1997 plan, and that would be namely the casino. So large portions of the Sunset area are not built out. We've got about 90% of land that remains undeveloped in the area. We did prepare a market analysis early on to help inform the plan, and that indicated that this was largely due really to the lack of infrastructure in the area, and also some economic cycle downturns in the cycle. So what we have out there today is really a variable patchwork pattern of development. We've got about 4.5 million square feet of industrial uses in the Sunset Area Plan that exists today. It's also worth noting that the Sunset area was a former redevelopment area, so it was intended really to provide a revenue source to support that, the Sunset area objectives that are outlined in that 1997 plan. So in 2014, your board initiated an update of the Sunset plan, so that 1997 plan. The intention was to really rebrand the area and establish a new vision and a new development plan. The key objective was to reposition the land and attract new users to, again, try to achieve that economic development and create jobs. So really what we were doing is focusing away from, kind of shifting away from the heavy industrial vision and shifting towards innovation and entertainment mixed use, trying to attract large employment generating uses, corporate campuses, things of that nature, that would really achieve that job growth. Placer Ranch was added to the work program in 2016. The provisions for a public university and critical backbone infrastructure in Placer Ranch were intended to catalyze that job creation and economic growth, which is really why your board saw the benefit of incorporating that work program into the Sunset. So moving on to talk about the Sunset, or the work program here. So this is an overview of both Sunset and Placer Ranch. All of these documents are complete and before your board today. I do want to point out that the Sunset plan, different from the Placer Ranch, is again a county-initiated policy document. It does contain a set of implementing zoning regulations that are specific to the Sunset area. So really the intention for Sunset is to guide development in that net Sunset area. We are not proposing a development project in that area. The Placer Ranch is different in that it is a specific plan, and there is a land development plan proposed for that site. Do want to point out that all of the documents too that have been released are all available on our website, and as Steve mentioned, we have released the final and the draft EIR. Those were all provided to the libraries with checkout copies available. So there's been lots of opportunity for folks to get their hands on these documents. So this is a copy of the combined land plan. So you will see the proposed sunset land use designations up here on the top. And then we have inserted the Placer Ranch land plan down here on the bottom. So obviously it's more specific. You're going to see a lot more going on in terms of proposed land uses down here in the Placer Ranch. Really quick, I'm not going to read all these, but just the proposed entitlements. There's a number of them before your board today for consideration. We have a few amendments to the general plan that you see here. We also have requesting adoption of the sunset document and its implementing zoning regulations. And then for Placer Ranch, it would be adoption of the specific plan, its development standards and design guidelines, rezoning, also proposing to rezone the sunset area. And then Placer Ranch also includes a large lot vesting tentative map and adoption of a development agreement. Okay, so diving into the specifics about the sunset area plan. So again, it is a policy document, so it really serves as a general plan for the sunset area. The policy document itself includes a number of different elements that you see listed there at the top, and then the implementing zoning it's like a specific zoning ordinance for the sunset area. This is a copy of just the sunset land use map, so you're going to see this in the sunset area plan document. This was really developed from a thematic map that was done when we did our initial visioning for the sunset area. And so the most notable change that you're going to see here are really three districts. We've got what we call the EMU, which is entertainment mixed use. You're going to see that right here. And the casino, for reference, is right up here. We also have this innovative center, which is this sort of lavender color here. And then this is an eco-industrial district. So this is new to recognize the landfill authority facility here. All of this area up here is preserve mitigation. So the Innovation Center here is about, combined total is about 1,200 acres. I do want to point out that on this side here, we have what we call a DR designation, that's development reserve. So any future proposal that comes forward on that property would have to go through a specific plan approval. And then for the eco-industrial, what's different here is that we have created uses that are supportive of integrated industrial and manufacturing. The idea there is about sustainable, eco-friendly use on that eco-industrial site. And then the entertainment mixed use, as I noted, is really to create synergy with that casino there. And then the innovative center, what's notable about this is the area where we'd like to see sort of large corporate campuses, those big employment generating uses. And then finally, I would like to point out too that here, this is industrial. We're proposing industrial here. So this is really carrying forward industrial land use and zoning in that area in recognition of the existing industrial uses that we see there today. This is the circulation. Oh, and really quick, before I leave that slide, I do want to point out this is
the really quick part. We need to
slow down.
Yeah.
This area up here encompasses about 2,200 acres. So this preserved mitigation. There are some existing mitigation banks. I think about 1,000 acres of established mitigation banks up in this area. And so this is really, we're putting this land, setting this land aside in open space through and using the land use and the zoning as a tool to do that. So we're really memorializing those mitigation lands. So for the circulation diagram, this is included in the sunset document. It's intended to provide key roadway connections within the West Placer region, namely the Placer Parkway, Sunset Boulevard, Foothills Boulevard, and Fitiment Road. So what you're going to see here is we're recognizing Placer Ranch, or the Placer Parkway, going through the middle of the project here, connecting east to west within the region. And then we have we have Fitiment here, Foothills here, and Sunset. So those are really the key roadway connections. But the idea is that they all connect up into other roadway networks within the region. You're going to see that reflected in the Placer Ranch project too. This is the bike and pedestrian mobility diagram that's included in the Sunset document. It focuses on making bike and ped connections within the region, the same thing as the roadways. They're connecting to other trail connections in the neighboring jurisdictions. This is further depicted in figure 2.3 of the Sunset document, where you'll also see multi-use trail linkages. That was really a result of, or reflective of, our bikeway plan. So the intention is to really create a robust bikeway network. I also want to point out the Sunset document also includes policy framework, and implementation programs that are geared at mobility, transit master planning, active transportation. So we've got policies on transportation demand management, bus rapid transit, rail active transportation. There's a whole slew of policies that are geared at that. This is a copy of the zoning map that is in the Sunset diagram. Again, so the land uses that I just described to you are very new. We do not have any land uses like Innovation Center or entertainment mixed use in the county today, so this is very, very new for the county. So the zoning map is intended to implement that land use map. So that's really why we embarked upon this implementing zoning regulation, and this new map was to implement that vision. You will see, again, we are carrying forward zoning over here to the southeast area. But I do want to point out, again, we've got the Innovations Center districts right here, and then the entertainment mixed use right here. There's the casino again. This is all open space. Again, carrying forward industrial on this site. What I do want to point out here is that in addition to that development reserve that I talked about over here, we have an urban reserve up here on this farm. This is remaining farm, so that's ag right there, and that's remaining that way. What I wanted to point out here, though, is we have this boundary here. So what we have on the zoning map is an overlay district. It's called a special purpose. That overlay district exists in our zoning ordinance today. We have applied it to this site to recognize a buffer around the landfill. The buffer is not 1 mile. I will get to the buffer issue a little later in the presentation, but this line right here, it just depicts a 1 mile marker around the landfill holdings right here in the center of the Sunset area. And the purpose for that is to apply development standards as projects come forward. And I will talk more in depth on that when I get further into the presentation. I also want to point out that in the standards that we have drafted in the Sunset Implementing Zoning document, we did, when we were drafting standards for all of these areas, but for the eco-industrial area, we did work with the Landfill Authority and making sure that we were capturing what they're doing with their master planning, and that our standards are reflective of their vision and aligned really with their master planning efforts. For the innovative center area, where we would like to see those sort of corporate campuses realized, we did work with our economic development department and the Greater Sacramento Economic Council to create standards that would really attract those types of uses to the area. So this is just a snapshot of some pages in the implementing zoning regulation. So again, it serves as a zoning ordinance for Sunset. We have new use tables and new development standards. So you're going to see this in that kind of the back half of that Sunset document. You will also see that we have created new parking standards and sign regulations that are, again, specific to Sunset. We have actually relaxed and I would say modernized our parking standards. So as we have been updating plans in the county, we've been doing this, trying to recognize the character of the areas that we're planning and making sure that we are creating standards that are more modern and relaxing parking standards. That tends to be the direction that documents are going these days. And then the sign regulations themselves too are specific to Sunset, recognizing that the vision in the Sunset area is a little different than the rest of the county. We also have corridor design standards and guidelines. So these again, are intended to implement that vision. And so they're specific to each of these thematic districts that we have in the county. They are intended to establish a cohesive, high-quality design for those districts and the main corridors in the Sunset area. They really focus on, there's a lot of graphics and illustrations to try to kind of convey the expectation and the vision. We have the same for landscaping and really kind of those areas of the public, what we call the public realm. We have streetscape cross sections for the roadway networks with a focus towards complete streets, where we'll have sidewalks, bike lanes, landscapings. Again, it's conveying that vision. So these are key concepts that we see in the Sunset document. There's also you'll see a lot of illustrations on public art and other types of amenities that we'd like to see in the public gathering areas. So really quick, I want to just touch on the notable components that we see in the Sunset Area Plan that I proposed before your board today. There are a number of general plan amendments. The first is an expansion of the Sunset Area Plan boundary. There's a portion that pops out to the west that is not included in the existing Sunset Area Plan boundary. It's about 325 acres, and that was actually a result of direction from your board to analyze that as part of this project. So we have included that and analyzed it. We have also requesting an increase in density for the Sunset Area Plan and the Placer Ranch Specific Plan project. That would be from 21 units to 30 dwelling units per acre. And it would be for the high density residential, general commercial, and tourist resort commercial land uses. And so what the general plan amendment would do is it would allow the Sunset Area Plan and the Placer Ranch Specific Plan to set those development standards for that area. I do want to point out that for the density, this really brings it into conformance with state law, which states that for metropolitan communities, we are required to show capacity for up to 30 dwelling units. Right now we don't, and we are considered a metropolitan county based on our population. So that really brings us consistent with the state standard. We also have a proposal to refine the public facility buffer. So we've got a buffer standard in the general plan that speaks to the proximity of residential uses to solid waste facilities. I'm going to touch further on this. I'm not going to go into detail on this. I'll touch on it a little bigger because it was a common topic and there's a lot of material to cover. Finally, we've got a request for a change to the level of service policy. For level of service E at major intersections, this is consistent with what we've done with other updates to community plans that we've brought forward to your board recently. The focus at the state level is to shift towards what we call VMT, vehicle miles traveled. So we're moving away from level of service and instead moving towards VMT. And then finally, we have two more, a residential use allowance in the net sunset area. Again, that was at the direction of your board to analyze a capacity for about 2,400 units in the net sunset area. It would only allow for multifamily residential in some sunset zones. And really, we feel that this would help the county meet its housing element, a number of policies and programs specifically related to a diverse housing stock, a range of housing types. And it really just expanded housing opportunity for the workforce. There's a number of policies that we feel this helps the county achieve. The idea here is to create housing that's really workforce related in the sense that it would be subordinate to those primary employment generating uses. So you might see live work type of units, mixed use where you have perhaps housing on the top and commercial on the bottom, studios, apartments, lofts, those types of things. So really the idea is to diversify our housing stock in that net sunset area. And then I also would point out it also helps the county satisfies the Sacogs Regional Housing Needs Assessment, and it's provided to align with that goal of providing a better jobs housing balance in the region. We are definitely housing heavy in the West Placer area, so creating more jobs and then this diverse housing stock will help us achieve that goal. And then finally, we have a proposal for a scale and height standards to change. So some zoning changes to increase height allowance in some of the zone districts. Namely in that innovative center district where we'd like to see those large corporate campuses, we are allowing a height allowance to be increased there up to 150 feet. And really that was, again, the input that we received from folks about the building dimensions that are necessary to really achieve the goal that Sunset aims to, we'd like to see for Sunset. Finally, I just want to touch on the Placer Parkway. This is a key component of the Sunset Area Plan and Placer Ranch Specific Plan project. It was approved at a programmatic level, but it is, again, a key component, so I kind of want to touch on it. I'm going to go to this diagram here. So first I want to say we do have this Brookfield site right here that you see, that's actually Amoruso. So for context, this Sunset area is here. This is Amoruso, which is in the city of Roseville. So really this Placer Parkway connects State Route 65 at Whitney Ranch Parkway, State Route 70 to State Route 70 and 99 in Sutter County. So it starts here at 65 and goes all the way over to connect to 70 and 99 to the west. Caltrans and the city of Rockland did construct that Whitney Ranch Parkway Highway 65 interchange, so this piece over here. And then Placer County Department of Public Works proposes to construct the second half of that interchange and the Placer Parkway multi-lane expressway to Foothills Boulevard. So this piece that you see here that's dashed. Environmental clearance has been obtained for that piece there, and our Public Works folks are working on the final design, anticipated to be under construction soon, we hope. With future phases of the roadway would occur as funding becomes available. And I will point out, your board committed to implementation of that has invested into that design, that first phase there. We are working with our regional partners to get that constructed. And I really do want to point out that it does serve as, serves as existing development in the region. So it provides improved circulation and is really a critical regional circulation element. So with that, finally, my last slide before I turn it over to Michelle and Vance. So we have made some refinements to the Sunset document in response to comments that we received on the draft environmental document. So I want to touch on those really quick. We have changed the buffer that I talked about. So it's the landfill buffer, which I will go into more detail in a minute, but we have made a modification there. We got a lot of comments about that. And so the change was reflective of the comments that we received. We have also changed water supply. We have added a policy that's consistent with mitigation that was shifted. And so it just requires water supply certification for projects as they come in the Sunset area. We have modified traffic. Again, the Sunset area is a programmatic document. We did not analyze the Sunset at a project level, so we have modified policy TM 1.9 in response to comments we received about that. So additional traffic analysis would be required as projects came in the Sunset area. We have also modified policy PFS 4.1 for the same reason. Projects as they come in Sunset are going to have to demonstrate capacity. So there is a shift there, and again, in response to comments that we received, namely from the cities related to this issue. We also we added policy NR 4.5. And this relates to construction management adjacent to open space. So this is to protect open space areas in the region. We did get a comment from the city of Roseville, so you will see in that policy there is reference to the city's open space preserve areas and making sure that we coordinate with them as projects come in adjacent to their open space lands. And then finally, we have a policy that has been added. It's LUED 4.6. It's related to traffic management. And so if we see large special events that come in that entertainment mixed-use district, they are required to go through a planning process to make sure that impacts are mitigated for those special events. So those are just the highlights of things that we did change as a result of comments on the draft environmental document. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle. She's going to provide some opening remarks on Placer Ranch.
Okay, just real quick, Michelle.
Sure, go ahead.
I know our board was admonished to hold questions and comments, but I do want to see if any board members have any questions thus far. All right, they're dutifully obliging. And then quickly, how you holding up? You okay? All right.
Just a few brief
I'm
comments.
sorry, I said quickly. Slowly, how you holding up? All right.
And please raise your hand. I think the common theme is we all speak fast. We have a lot of material to get through today. Sure. Michelle Kingsbury, Principal Management Analyst and Project Manager for the Placer Ranch Specific Plan Project. I've been on board on this project since 2016 when the board did take that unique step in inserting itself in the processing of the specific plan. Over the past 3.5 years, our staff and consultants have worked diligently to continue to refine the land plan and update our technical studies that are reflective in the package and consideration before you today. In addition, as Steve mentioned, we've done, quite frankly, unprecedented outreach and engagement, not only with our stakeholders, but our neighboring jurisdictions and service providers to make sure throughout the process we are addressing all their issues and concerns. And we'll go further in detail throughout the presentation regarding some of the key letters that we received and how we've tried to resolve those issues. Placer Ranch, as Crystal mentioned, does provide an opportunity to provide for a catalyst project, and that would help mainly address those issues that have been around in the Sunset area, largely surrounding the impediment to development of lack of backbone infrastructure. Placer Ranch does provide the catalyst project to try and bring forward that infrastructure that can benefit the overall Sunset area and help achieve the vision of the Sunset area as a hub for those primary wage earner job growth type of development. In addition, later on, through public comment, you'll certainly hear from our higher education partners that I see in the audience today. Placer Ranch does bring forward the opportunity to create the Sac State Placer Center and also a partnership with Sierra College. This partnership, in concert with William Jessup expansion and efforts, as well as Sierra College's efforts at its main campus, and through our efforts of approving the regional university specific plan, does provide us with that opportunity to create that university higher education hub in West Placer County that not only can provide us opportunities to educate our workforce, that can support those jobs that we hope to create in the Sunset area, but also opportunities to educate our citizens and children that are in our area at this time that are currently either going to Sac State and traveling down the infrastructure corridors or can't get into Sac State due to the impactedness. At this point in time, I'd like to turn over the presentation to Vance Jones of McKay & Somps to go through the Placer Ranch specific plan, and I'll return later, certainly available for any questions, but then we'll go through the development agreement and, as Crystal mentioned, the finance plan. At this point in time, Vance, please take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Again, my name is Vance Jones. I'm with McKay & Somps. We worked extensively with your county staff to put together the specific plan, the large lot map.
Same admonition for you as everyone else.
Understood. Mr. Chairman, I will continue to look at you.
I don't want to see smoke coming off of her fingers over there. She tries to keep up with you.
I will continue to look at you to make pace slow.
Or look at her. She'll let you know.
Long story short, we at McKay & Somps have done quite a bit of work with your staff to put together the various technical studies and a lot of the Placer Ranch components that you see before you today. So the first thing I'd like to point out is that there are several elements that will help implement the future development plan for Placer Ranch. First and foremost is the specific plan itself. It establishes the development plan for build-out of the 2,200-acre community. It establishes where roadways will go. It provides a snapshot of all the backbone infrastructure systems, the public services that are needed to serve the community, as well as an implementation plan. In addition to that, I call these companion documents, but it includes development standards and design guidelines that help implement the community as well. The development standards primarily function as the zoning tool for Placer Ranch, and as you'll see later, the entire 2,200-acre area would be rezoned to a single zoning designation, which is really just the county's way of saying that development regulations for this area punt to the Placer Ranch development standards. And the development standards include permitted uses and development regulations for all land uses within the community. Design guidelines are also provided. These focus primarily on the look and build out of the community, so it addresses elements such as streetscape landscaping, park design, and residential design, and it also includes some concept plans for the construction of parks. A development agreement is included in your package, which Michelle will touch on later, and as well as a large lot tentative map, which is really the tool that allows the land use plan to be turned into large lot parcels for future sale and development. So there's several objectives that are embodied in the specific plan itself that were important to the project, and I won't go through all of them, but there's some key objectives of Placer Ranch that are really important to hit on today. The first is establishment of a major employment center within the Placer Ranch area that furthers the goals of the Sunset Area Plan. Another is the creation of a site for the establishment of a satellite campus for Sacramento State. Third is the establishment of a corridor for the future construction of Placer Parkway, as Crystal mentioned. Another is the establishment of a district for the creation of an urban mixed-use downtown center, downtown center that would function as kind of the nucleus of the plan area. And finally is just consistency with some of Sacogs' goals. Back in 2016, when Sacog adopted their Metropolitan Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy, they identified this area as a developing community. So some of the goals of Placer Ranch specific plan are simply to further those goals as established by Sacog and help the county meet its regional housing needs allocation as established by Sacog. Here is a diagram that shows existing and proposed land uses within the 2,200 acre area. Currently, all of the land use for Placer Ranch is either primarily agricultural or industrial. And then at the bottom of the screen there, you can see the mix of land uses that would be introduced with adoption of the specific plan. And this is a larger scale version of the land use plan itself for the full 2,200 acres that are subject to the specific plan. It's important to note that there's really only a couple of roadways that service this area right now, and I'll point those out to you here. Sunset Boulevard comes in from Highway 65 and basically terminates at Foothills Boulevard. And then Foothills Boulevard is a 2-lane road that extends north from there up to Athens in proximity to the casino. In addition, Fitterment Road is an existing north-south 2-lane rural county roadway that bifurcates the plan area. All of these roadways would be improved and extended with implementation of the specific plan. Sunset Boulevard would be extended as an arterial through the site to Fitterment Road, at which point it would continue westward.
Slow down.
Thank you.
You know what helps? If you're having trouble with your cadence, just pause at the end of each sentence, and that gives her time to catch up. So this.
Problem is, I speak like this in real life, too. Anyway, Sunset Boulevard would be extended to the west into the Amoruso Ranch specific plan as a collector. Fitterment Road would be expanded to become a 6-lane arterial. Foothills Boulevard would also be expanded to become a 6-lane arterial. And in fact, from its existing point here with Sunset Boulevard, Foothills Boulevard would be extended to the south into the city of Roseville, where it would meet up with the existing terminus of Foothills Boulevard within the city. Also here on the land use plan, the mix of land use is primarily the purple here, as we'll talk about this, is the campus park land use. That's part of that major employment center that I previously referenced. This area here where you see a mixture of colors, the red is commercial mixed use, which is part of an urban downtown that's planned for this part of the community. The yellow and the kind of the tan color are low and medium density residential areas. The brown parcels that you see on the land use plan are the high density residential areas. Primarily, you'll see that the residential uses are focused to the eastern edge of the plan area, the southern edge of the plan area, and the area west of Fitterment Road. What you also see here is a network of schools and parks. The schools are the blue sites. Obviously, I'm missing the key feature here, which is the 300-acre university site in the heart of the plan area. But then there's some open space preserves as well that are preserved as part of the development plan. It's important to point out that there have been some adjustments to the land use plan since the notice of preparation was originally released back in 2016. This is a before and after shot of the land use plan. We made some changes, really some minor adjustments to the land use plan in response to comments we received when the draft environmental impact report was released in 2018. One of the key changes we made was we pulled all residential and school uses out of a 2,000-foot buffer from the landfill property. And with that change, it resulted in some rebalancing of the land uses. And the net effect of that is that the total number of residential units was decreased by about 200, and that the total amount of non-residential square footage allocation for the plan area was reduced by about 900,000 square feet. In addition to that, we increased the amount of parkland that the plan area provides to be consistent with the county's general plan standard. And finally, we made an adjustment to the alignment of Foothills Boulevard. And in the southern portion of the plan area, we actually took that alignment and we shifted it a little bit to the east, so it would ultimately utilize the Duluth Avenue corridor within the county before it then extends to the south into the city of Roseville. Briefly, just to touch on zoning, existing zoning shown at the top of the slide here is a mixture of farm and industrial lands, and at the bottom you can see that the entire plan area would be rezoned SPL-PRSP, which is again recognition that the zoning regulations for the project fall to the Placer Ranch development standards. A quick land use summary for all of Placer Ranch. This includes all the tabulations for each land use. In short, there's just over 5,600 dwelling units allocated to Placer Ranch, 1,500 of which would be high-density residential units, about 2,200 units of single-family low-density residential, and about 1,000 units of low-density residential allocated to an age-restricted community. For the employment-generating land uses, that's the commercial and campus park, there's about 8.4 million square feet of development potential on those parcels that are spread primarily between the campus park land use and the university land use. And then this also tallies up the various open space and right-of-way allocations for the plan. Some key features of the plan, which we'll talk about in more detail, but the campus park, that's that major employment center that we talked about that was an objective of the plan area. It's about a 335-acre district located just on the southern edge of Placer Parkway. Right in the center of the plan area, 301-acre site for Sacramento State. The town center that I mentioned, this is a district. It's a 200-acre district that's modeled after a traditional downtown setting that would have a mix of uses supporting over 600,000 square feet of non-residential uses and roughly 1,800 housing units that are really the plan area's highest concentration of housing units, highest density. And important also to point out that of the total 5,600 residential units allocated to Placer Ranch, 10% of those would be made available as affordable units consistent with the county's general plan, resulting in a total of 564 units that would be provided at build-out. Finally, we do provide sites for schools and parks. There's one elementary school site, a middle school site, several sites for just backbone infrastructure facilities like water storage tanks and booster pumps, things like that that make the utility systems work. There's about 7 neighborhood parks and roughly 240 acres of open space preserves. So when we did the original visioning exercise for Placer Ranch, we really divvied up the entire plan area into a number of different districts based on their purpose. And I've talked about Campus Park, and that's up here at the top of the screen. That's the employment center district that we mentioned. Obviously the university in the center of the plan area, and then the 200-acre town center district that's immediately east of the university and south of the campus park. The other districts that we'll talk about collectively are really just the mixture of residential and park areas within the community. But first, I'd really like to focus on the campus park district because this for Placer Ranch is the primary employment generating district within the community. And the land uses in this district were structured specifically to mirror from what's being done immediately to the north within the Sunset area. As Crystal mentioned, the EMU district and the Innovation Center districts, a lot of the land uses within the Campus Park district are intended to reflect what's happening immediately north to create something bigger. So this is 335 acres. At full build-out, it would support nearly 4.5 million square feet of non-residential development and create over 7,300 jobs. Within the district itself, and you can see in the upper right corner of the slide here, the campus park has been divided into several sub-districts. And for instance, this district here is just opposite the Innovation Center district within the Sunset area. Uses have been custom tailored there to ensure that this is where the corporate campuses could be developed within Placer Ranch that allow the taller buildings that Crystal mentioned. But in short, there's been a lot of development standards and development regulations intentionally and thoughtfully put together for this district to ensure that the innovative district that the county is really seeking within the Sunset area can be realized here in Placer Ranch as well. Again, we've touched on the university site right in the middle of the plan area as well, a little over 300 acres. Initially, in its first phase, they're expecting that there could be anywhere from 500 to 2,500 Sac State students, with an additional 1,000 students coming from Sierra College. But ultimately, at build-out, that site is designed to accommodate approximately 25,000 students from Sacramento State and another 5,000 students from Sierra College. Touching on the town center district, that's immediately east of the university and south of the campus park. Again, this is the highest concentration, if you will, the highest density residential within the entire plan area is located here in the town center. The vision here is this is modeled after a traditional small downtown setting with wide sidewalks, walkable blocks, buildings that are oriented to the street. Specifically north of Sunset Boulevard is where the core of the town center is envisioned to be located, with a main street environment that would link the university out to the Foothills Boulevard corridor, with a couple different ideas on how the commercial areas in those two pockets could build out. But in short, it supports a little over 600,000 square feet of mixed-use retail commercial office, as well as about 1,800 residential units, 1,300 of which would be high-density residential. And we put a lot of thought into the urban design and form of the town center. This is an excerpt from the design guidelines, and this really helps demonstrate the expectations for how this area would build out in the future. Again, this is the main street that I just mentioned, linking the commercial mixed-use area that's adjacent to the university with more of a neighborhood-serving commercial area adjacent to Foothills Boulevard, with high-density residential in between. But the thinking is that the uses, residential as well as commercial, could be mixed on all of these sites to create that downtown environment that you might typically see with ground floor retail, with office or residential located above. But the framework has been established here to create a network of gridded streets that are very walkable, and it'll feel much like a downtown setting. And again, to make sure that we can realize this vision, we have specific development standards and design guidelines that have been included in the specific plan to make sure that future build out of this area meets the intended vision. Finally, I'll touch on the residential component of Plaza Ranch. As you'll see here, the various districts that include the residential are located along the eastern edge, southern edge, and western area of the plan area. And that's primarily because we wanted to ensure that the residential uses were at least 2,000 feet from the landfill site. But in addition, along the southern edge of the plan area, we wanted to ensure that the residential development that comes forward in the future mirrors that has already been constructed within the city of Roseville. So immediately south of the plan area is the city of Roseville, which consists primarily of low-density residential single-family homes. And so we've adjusted the densities and the types of land uses to mirror exactly that, so it feels very cohesive. And again, just like the other areas, we included specific development standards and design guidelines within the specific plan to ensure that the development standards for residential, these are setbacks and lot coverage, things like that, are addressed consistent with the vision, and that there's design expectations for both subdivision design and the quality of the residential architecture included in the design guidelines. This slide here shows the various parks and open space and school sites within the plan area. Obviously, in the center of this image is the university site. To the west of Fitterment Road, you'll see two blue parcels. One of those is a 22-acre middle school site. The other is in about an 11-acre elementary school site. The dark green areas are parks that have been provided throughout the community. There's nearly 70 acres of developed active parks within Plaza Ranch, and you can see they're sprinkled throughout the community intentionally, so there's always a park space within an easy walking distance of every residential neighborhood. Those parks are linked up by what we call our paseos, which really function like parks, but they're linear parks that contain a bike trail, and it helps link up the facilities. And then finally, in the pale green color, you'll see those are the open space preserves that are included within Plaza Ranch. And really, these are preserving some of the natural tributaries to Pleasant Grove Creek that already exist on site. The design guidelines also include park concept plans. There's just a couple of sample ones here, one of the 22-acre community park, and then also a couple of different neighborhood parks. It's important to note here that we worked closely with the county's Park Division as well as Roseville's Park and Recreation Department to ensure that the facilities that are included in these parks are adequate to serve build out of this community and the future population that comes with it. This slide, and Crystal touched on this a little bit as well, but this slide essentially shows all the bikeways within the community. And what I think is important to note here is if you track your eyes to the dashed green lines, those are all the Class 1 street-separated bikeways that are located within the open space corridors and the Paseo linkages. And what's great about the design of this plan here is that it links all of the residential neighborhoods to the plan areas, schools and parks and the town center and the university. It creates an entire network of street-separated bikeways. So if someone chooses to get on their bike and does not want to get on one of the arterial roadways, they can get wherever they want within Plaza Ranch on a street-separated network. And also, just to touch on this briefly, we mentioned this before, but included with the entitlement package before you today is the vesting large lot tentative map. This is really just the mechanism needed to take the existing property and divide it into several large lot parcels that are consistent and in total alignment with the land use plan that we've already discussed. So to wrap up, I just want to mention that included with the specific plan, there were many, many different technical studies that were completed to ensure that water, wastewater, recycled water, electricity, all of the backbone systems needed to serve a development like Plaza Ranch have been adequately sized and located throughout the community. And also included with this that Michelle will hit on later is a public facilities financing plan. I slowed down as much as I could. It is time for me to pass the baton back to Crystal.
All right, prior to you doing that, any questions / observations of any board members at this point? Okay, I am showing 10:31. We are going to take an exactly 5-minute break to let her rest her fingers. So at it's now 10:32. So at 10:37, we will reconvene, so don't go too far. Folks, if you would, please go ahead and take your seats. We want to continue.
They lost keys.
Oh, thank you. We have some keys that have been delivered up front here. If anybody is missing their keys, you want to just start pressing the panic alarm. We'll see what car goes off. So if anybody knows right now that you're missing your keys, they are available up here. Sooner or later, you'll discover you're missing them. And so when that happens, they are up here. Ms. Jacobson, I believe we are ready to continue.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to touch on Sql Compliance really lightly. We do have folks in the room. We do have folks in the room that can answer any question that comes up related to the Sql piece of this project. But let me just really quick touch on it before I dive into some of the key topics. So the NOP, Notice of Preparation for the environmental document, was released on November 3rd back in 2016. There were 2 EIR scoping meetings held following that release, and they were held on, both held on the 29th of November. A draft environmental document was released on December 18th, and as Steve had noted, that was out for a 67-day review period, the longest we've ever had for an environmental document. We did receive about 77 comment letters and have responded to those in the final document that's before your board today. So that final document was released on October 31st. I do want to say that the final includes an analysis of the Sunset Area Plan and Plaza Ranch specific plan revisions, and have determined that none of those revisions would result in any new impacts that were not previously analyzed, nor would those revisions result in a substantial increase in the severity of any of the impacts described in the draft. And so because of that, that they didn't result in identification of new impacts or a substantial increase, it was concluded that recirculation of the draft is not required. So really quick too, the revisions to the draft are included in Chapter 2 of the final. That's where you can find any revisions that were made as a result of comments we received. And then response to the comments are contained in Chapter 3 of the final. And that's where we respond to all those 77 comment letters we got. So I'm not going to go into detail on the impacts. However, again, we do have folks in the room that can answer questions if you have them at the end. We do have, I do want to point out there's an executive summary that is included in the draft. It's Chapter 2. It lists, there's a table that lists all of the impacts. And then again, Chapter 2 of the final will show any of the changes that were made to those, to the mitigation. The EIR identified significant impacts in 14 environmental resource areas. I do want to point out that nearly half of those include mitigation that reduces those impacts to less than significant. However, those impacts have been deemed significant and unavoidable because they are outside of the county's jurisdiction. So implementation of those impacts is really outside of the county's control. I do want to bring your attention to, there's a table that is included at the end of the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations that lists all of those impacts that can be mitigated to a less than significant level, so just draw your attention to that as well. The EIR also identified cumulative impacts in 7 environmental resource areas. We did analyze a reasonable range of feasible alternatives consistent with the Sql requirements. So there were 5 analyzed here that you see. We had a no project, which is the existing plan, what we call a reduced scale alternative, a reduced footprint, reduced development potential, reduced footprint, similar development potential, and then a reduced VMT. So when we determine the alternatives to analyze, Sql requires us to identify alternatives that can reduce the impacts of the project. So all of these alternatives that you see up here do just that. Sql also requires that we identify an environmentally superior alternative. And in this case, the no project, i.e. the existing 1997 Sunset Industrial Area Plan, was the alternative that would result in a reduction of impact. So it is determined to be this environmentally superior. However, the Sql guidelines also state that when the no project is identified as the environmentally superior alternative, the EIR must also identify another alternative. And so in this case, we have identified alternative 3 as an environmentally superior alternative. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about some of the key issues or topics that have come up as a result of the planning process and really in result to the comments that we received on the draft environmental document. First, I want to just point out we have had a very robust public outreach strategy for this project. We conducted public workshops and meetings throughout the process. We provided presentations to various community groups, neighborhood associations surrounding the area, as well as municipal advisory councils. I do want to point out this area is not included in a boundary of a county municipal advisory council. It's kind of unique. But we did, at the request of various MACs, provided presentations when they asked. So since the release of the draft, since the end of the draft EIR comment period, we've conducted a lot of meetings, particularly with key stakeholders, and it was really to review the comments that we received on the draft. So they really focused on responding to those issues and the concerns raised in those comment letters, and so some of the key big topics had to do with odor impacts as it relates to the proximity of residential uses to the landfill property, traffic impacts, and then also what I'll touch on here in a minute is the what's called the Citizen-Initiated Smart Growth Plan, which was submitted as a comment on our draft environmental document. Steve touched on that early on, and I will get to that here in a second. So first I'm going to talk about the landfill buffer and odor impacts and our coordination with Western Placer Waste Management Authority. So I do want to point out we have been coordinating with the Landfill Authority all along throughout the planning process for a number of reasons, but one of them was to make sure that our plan is reflective of their vision and their master planning efforts and that we were aligned in that. But we did kind of launched into additional coordination following the draft the comments that we received on that draft document. And really that's because odor, again, was a key kind of topic that came up. So in those discussions following the close of the draft environmental comment period, the Landfill Authority retained a consultant to identify and prioritize odor reduction measures at their facility, and really to estimate sort of the implementation costs associated with those measures and the ongoing operation and maintenance of those. So they submitted a technical report number 2. So this is, again, during the discussion period. They submitted what's called technical report number 2. It was submitted on August 2nd of this year, and it is contained in Appendix I of the EIR. So this outlines those odor control measures. And so as a result of that coordination, I'm going to touch on it here more in a minute, but as a result of that, the Sunset Area Plan and the Placer Ranch specific plan documents have been modified as a result of that study and those discussions. And the EIR, we've also identified EIR mitigation that has been included. So that's new. It was not included in the draft, and it is now included as part of the final. And then finally, that coordination has also resulted in a tentative agreement with the Western Placer Waste Management Authority, which is before your board's consideration. It's a memorandum of understanding, which is a separate item, but before your board for consideration today. So first what I'll touch on is what the mitigation looks like. So again, we met with them following the close of that public review period and discussed comments and really how the project can contribute to odor reduction measures. So during those discussions, I submitted that report that I had just spoke of. And it really outlines cost estimates associated with a sort of a menu of odor reduction strategies, what the costs are associated with those, and also the estimated odor reduction sort of percentage of each of those measures. And so based on those discussions, we agreed to contribute to Tier 1. So it's an identified Tier 1 in that report. And we have agreed to contribute to Tier 1 capital costs. So that was roughly $3 million. So that Tier 1 report notes that the Tier 1 strategies, if implemented, would reduce odor emissions at the facility by approximately 70% compared to baseline, so existing baseline today, with a 35 estimated reduction compared to 2058. And then I want to point out that our project, we did do a study, we analyzed in our environmental document what our project's contribution would be to odor based on the waste stream that is generated from the Sunset Area Plan and the Placer Ranch specific plan. And our environmental document concluded that our project's impact would be 16% on baseline and 8% at 2058. So really, we're contributing over and above the Tier 1, what is estimated through that Tier 1 capital costs. So again, this odor impact and buffer was a common topic. So because it was a common topic in those draft environmental comments that we received, we did prepare an odor master response. So you will see that in the final document in response to comments. A lot of the for all those comments that were about odor, we would refer to that odor master response. And so in that master response, we have identified new mitigation. And so the mitigation that you see here on the screen are the 2 new mitigations that have been brought forward. So mitigation measure 4.3-6A would require implementing odor reducing measures at the WATMA facility provided by that technical report. So you'll see that included in the final. And then mitigation 4.3-6B requires a fair share contribution to the Western Placer Waste Management Authority for odor mitigation. So this again is tying it to the Tier 1 capital costs. So for Placer Ranch, what you'll see in that mitigation are costs associated with Placer Ranch's contribution and then costs associated with that net sunset area as projects develop. And this would be for residential uses. So you're going to see a contribution for Placer Ranch of approximately 2.4, 2.5 million, and that is also memorialized in the development agreement, which Michelle will touch on here in a minute. And then for Sunset, the contribution is about $947,000. And again, it's tied to residential development. The concern was the proximity of residential uses to the landfill property, and so this is tied to residential use. So what you will also see are changes again to the Sunset Area Plan and Placer Ranch. So we have, you'll see it reflected, the changes in the response to comments reflected in mitigation. You'll see it reflected in the Sunset Area Plan, and you will also see it reflected in Placer Ranch. So the changes to Sunset, we modified the general plan amendment that I spoke of earlier. So first I want to point out that general plan, the requirement, the buffer requirement lives in the general plan. We also have a table that lives in the Sunset document. So we are modifying what we had originally proposed as part of the December 2018 Sunset document. So we put out a public review draft back in 2018, and in that draft, we had a proposal for the buffer to be 2,000 feet from the property holdings of the landfill site, with a footnote that would state that the buffer could be reduced to 1,000 feet with approval of a specific plan, master plan, or development agreement. We have changed that in response to the comments that we received, and what is now proposed as part of the document before your board today is 2,000 feet with a footnote stating that new residential uses beyond 2,000 feet but within 1 mile of the landfill property boundary would require approval of a specific plan, master plan, or development agreement. And then you'll also see a reference to development standards. So you'll see this in the table. It'll point to the Sunset Area Plan implementing zoning, where there's a development standard listed. And so the development standards in the Sunset document have been augmented to require recordation of landowner acknowledgement or a notice of proximity. So this is really a disclosure notice. So again, proximity of the landfill and the odors. And then also fair share payment to the landfill authority for those tier 1 capital costs. I do want to point out that what you'll find in the draft document when we analyzed odor is that there are no state laws or regulations that mandate a particular buffer distance between development and landfills. I think that's important to note. And then also what we found in our analysis is that the current 1 mile buffer is the largest in the state. So this is just a diagram showing the combined land plan and the buffers. So you'll see this is the residential. I'm going to touch on this. We also have a commercial and a recreation buffer. So here is the table 1-3. Again, this lives in the Sunset document. We're also proposing the general plan amendment package that you'll see in your staff report package. But this diagram, or excuse me, this table here is out of the Sunset document. And so you will see this is 2,000 feet is what we're proposing for residential with this footnote. And then again, here's that language that I just spoke of about residential uses requiring a master plan, specific plan, or development agreement. And then it points to the combining special purpose overlay district in the implementing zoning document. That's what I spoke of earlier, and I'll walk you through that here in a second. It also points that if a specific plan is approved, that the zoning for the underlying property would change from SP to SPL. So that's the Placer Ranch piece. They're proposing a zoning of SPL because they are implementing these development standards. I also want to point out this 1,000 feet here and the 500 feet, those exist in the general plan today. So those are buffer standards that exist today. We are proposing to add this footnote that you see here, footnote 2, which provides some flexibility for those uses, where commercial and recreational uses within the specified buffer zones may be considered on a case-by-case basis with approval of a specific plan, master plan, or development agreement. So it provides some flexibility as projects come in the future. This is just a diagram that lives in the Sunset Area Plan, similar to the one I just showed you. This is the zoning overlay map. So again, the reason that we see this mile marker here is in the net Sunset area, there's a combining special purpose overlay district. So what that does is it just draws attention as project proponents are coming in to propose a project, or a staff is reviewing a project application. It really draws attention or awareness to the development standards that require, again, that disclosure and the contribution to the Tier 1 fees. So here, this is a cutout of the implementing zoning regulations. So just to show you, under we have this SP, special purpose zoning overlay development standards. So again, that I want to point out, the special purpose overlay district exists in our zoning ordinance today. What we are doing through the sunset plan is to augment them just for sunset to require these standards. So this would just apply to the sunset area. So what you'll see here, again, for new residential uses that come in that net sunset area, they have to do the specific plan, master plan, or development agreement. They have to have that disclosure, and they have to make that payment of fair share contribution to support those measures. It is also, again, as I said earlier, reflected in the Plaza Ranch specific plan. So this is just a diagram, which is just to show where that 2,000 feet buffer falls in the land diagram. You will see revisions to the Plaza Ranch specific plan, again, in response to the comments we received. So it's in their development standards, section 2 of the residential uses. You'll see that requirement for the disclosure and the contribution. And then payment of all EIR mitigation fees are also outlined in this mitigation 4.3-6B. So that is all I have on the buffer. I'm certainly willing to take questions at the end. It's a complex topic, I know. So moving on to the traffic impact analysis, this is another area where we had a lot of comments. We have worked with our local jurisdictions to address those comments. I'm going to keep mine high level, and at the end, provide an opportunity for our Department of Public Works staff to dive a little deeper in if you have questions. So our EIR analyzed impacts to what we call the regional transportation network, consistent with neighboring jurisdictions' methodologies for impact analysis. The Sunset Area Plan and Plaza Ranch, that planned transportation network, again, is a multimodal system, as I had mentioned earlier and Vance had pointed out. The network includes key roadway connections, Placer Parkway, Sunset Boulevard, Foothills Boulevard, and Fediment Road. Namely, those are the kind of the key connections. And the plans are really intended to provide increased travel opportunities in the West Placer region. It really improves that sort of local regional transportation system. So to determine the fair share costs, because that was a lot of the comments we got was about the fair share contribution, we have mitigation in our environmental document to mitigate impacts, but there was a lot of concern about what those fair share costs would be. We prepared what's called a select zone analysis. So it was really in response to the comments that we got on it was from Roseville and Rockland early on, and I'm talking about the comments received on the draft. And it was based on cumulative impacts, this study, this analysis. So the select zone analysis analyzed roadway segments to identify change in daily trips from the Sunset Area Plan and Plaza Ranch specific plan. It estimates trips generated by each jurisdiction, estimates cost associated with roadway improvements, and then it's used really to understand, again, what those fair share costs are. So we did that for Roseville and Rockland. For the city of and you're going to see those costs then reflected in the development agreement for Plaza Ranch. So for the city of Rockland, most of the impacts were within the city of Roseville. Impacts in Rockland were 2 intersections, and so you'll see, again, there's mitigation in the document, but then the actual fee is reflected in the DA. And based again on that select zone analysis. For the city of Lincoln, there was only 1 cumulative impact. We did not get a comment on the draft that was reflective of traffic impacts, and so they were not included in the select zone analysis. We prepared that select zone analysis really in response to the comments that we got on traffic. We have met with Lincoln since, and they have expressed some concern about impacts in their jurisdiction. There is 1 cumulative impact, and our Department of Public Works folks can talk a little bit more about that later on in the presentation. But we do have, I think it's important to note, mitigation that, that mitigates that impact. So there is a mitigation that requires a fair share contribution to those impacts as well. For Lincoln, yes. And again, and then in the DA, while we don't have a fee identified in the DA for Plaza Ranch, what we do have is a requirement for that project to comply with all of those mitigations that are listed, and there is a mitigation that mitigates impacts to Lincoln, and it's a fair share contribution. So this is just a diagram. I want to point out really quick that these colors are not reflective of traffic congestion. They're reflective of lanes. So it's important to note, I think. So the green is a 2-lane facility. Orange color up there is a 4-lane facility. 6 is red. So, but it just shows the main connections. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on here. But again, we wanted those east-west, north-south connections, further connecting or providing connectivity between, Roseville and Lincoln, and then Rockland to the west. That's really the intention of this plan. So I'd like to touch really quickly on infrastructure and wastewater. The Placer County Water Agency is would provide service to the area. Service to this area has actually been anticipated by them for years, so it's been planned for a number of years. And for the project, it's serviced by surface water and recycled water. There are water wells that have been identified for the Placer Ranch project, but it's really important to note that those are intended for backup emergency supply only. So that's not how we're servicing the Placer Ranch project. Sorry, I'm getting a little sore throat here. So we have, because the Sunset Area Plan is programmatic in nature, we don't have a development plan right now proposed for Sunset. We have added some policies that would just ensure that we have analyzed the capacity to serve those projects as they come forward in that net sunset area. So PFS 3.1 has been modified related to water supply certification. And again, this is really in response to the meetings and the ongoing coordination we've had with the city. So this is one concern, is that we make sure the sunset policy document contains policy that really points to ensuring capacity as development comes forward in that net sunset area. We have done the same thing for wastewater. So again, we've modified a policy in the sunset document to address concerns related to the capacity for wastewater in the net sunset area. So you're going to see mitigation measures that are also related to that. So while we hit it on the policy, and then we have mitigation measures that also require that. So it's memorialized in both the sunset document and the environmental analysis. Okay, finally, I want to touch on what is called the Citizen-Initiated Smart Growth Plan. So this was a suggested alternative submitted by the Alliance for Environmental Leadership, and it was submitted as a comment on the draft environmental document. So as Steve noted earlier, it was a little bit late in the game. It was not submitted to us early on in the planning process when we were kind of visioning the sunset and developing the land plan that is before your board today. It came in during the public review draft period. It's a very big plan. We have spent a lot of time evaluating it, I would say. We have reached out for more information to better understand it so that we could really provide a thoughtful response. So there is a master response in the final EIR that is reflective of this sort of evaluation that we did. I would say that the plan notes that it is attempting to achieve the Sunset Area Plan and the Placer Ranch specific plan objectives while reducing environmental impacts. And I'm going to walk you through what our findings were, but what I'd first like to say is that what we did find is that it didn't lessen impacts, and I'll get into that in more detail in a minute. They were asking that we would analyze this as an alternative in our environmental document. But again, as I stated earlier, CEQA requires that alternatives that we select to lessen the impacts of the project. And so what we did find when we analyzed this plan is that it did not do that, so it didn't qualify as an alternative. So support for this plan was a common topic in the draft environmental comments that we received. So we did see a number of comments, which is why, again, we prepared a master response. And so every time that a comment is referring to this plan in the document, in the final, we refer to that master response. And that's master response number 3. So what we do in that master response is to provide a general kind of analysis of the feasibility and the environmental impacts. So here's a diagram that was included in that plan. I think one of the most important things to note is the university site is over here in blue. They do have a lot of similar uses and concepts. A concept for innovation and the university and a town center. Those sort of the same similar themes throughout this plan. What they do aim to do, though, is really geared towards protection of vulnerable habitat with an increased open space and ag land area. So really, the majority, I would say, part of the development under this plan is is concentrated in kind of the southeast corner, kind of this area over here. So in terms of our findings, this table is included in the master response. It's table 3-1. And the biggest findings was that the population projected in the sunset, as I noted early on in the presentation, is estimated at about 19,000. The population projected under the citizen initiated is roughly 84,000. So you can see there's a big difference in terms of the population that would be estimated or generated from this plan versus ours. And so you'll see that highlighted here. In addition, the housing units projected under our plan are roughly 8,000. Again, Placer Ranch's proposals for about 5,600. In Sunset, we've analyzed capacity for another 2,400, so projects could come in the future in the net Sunset area. Housing units projected in the citizen plan was about 49 to 50,000. So you'll see those numbers here. So big difference in terms of the overall density that would be anticipated in this plan versus the Sunset plan. I also want to point out that when we did go through their plan, we did find that it mischaracterized some of the Sunset numbers. So the assumptions were a little bit off, and that's why we have this column right here. So namely, the jobs that they kind of characterize in their plan when they're speaking about our plan. The jobs number that they speak to is about 193,000, when in actuality, ours is about 55,000. I'm losing my voice. There's also this table. It's included 3-2 in the master response. I'm not going to dive deep into this, but there are a lot more numbers presented here comparing the two. So really what we found here is that the citizen-initiated plan would result in about 4 times the population growth and 3 times more employment. It results in about 6 times more residential units and about double the commercial industrial floor area. So we also did, again, a feasibility. What I'd like to do is just, while I speak to that, I would like to go back to this plan here. So we did prepare a market feasibility as a response. So we really wanted to kind of understand its feasibility in order to provide a meaningful response. And so what that found is that there is really notes that study that we did, notes that existing and projected economic conditions really don't support the amount and the densities of residential density proposed as part of that plan. So it's a lot of density, and it's mostly multifamily. And so our evaluation noted that there's no evidence to suggest that the quantity of that high-density residential under that plan is really supportable in the South Placer market currently or over the next several decades. So it would take a long time for that to absorb, roughly about 150 years to absorb that amount of HDR, high-density residential. And really what the evaluation noted is that in the South Placer market, so just what the market wants, what it's driving, is a support for single-family detached. We do know there's a need for multifamily housing, but perhaps not as much as is proposed as part of this plan. And then in terms of the university feasibility, this is another area that we looked at. And so you'll see a section on that in that master response where we evaluated the feasibility of their proposed university location. Again, it's right over here, the blue area here. This hash line is the Placer Ranch project. And so that evaluation notes that the proposed location is infeasible because the university site is outside of the Placer Ranch boundary and on existing industrial development. So the land, again, it wouldn't be available to be donated by the Placer Ranch specific plan property owner. So the county or the university would have to purchase land or take it through eminent domain, perhaps, but it really is not available. And then also in that area over here, it's developed with industrial uses. And so I will say their plan definitely supports or promotes adaptive reuse. However, those the industrial development that we see there may not be appropriate for a university campus, and that's kind of what we found in that analysis. We also looked at the 1 mile buffer feasibility because one of the things that the plan aims to achieve is to maintain that 1 mile buffer, and so to concentrate the development outside of that buffer boundary. And in looking at that, we found that there is not a lot of vacant land outside of the buffer that would be available for this scale of development. So it really restricts the ability to accommodate the scale of what is proposed. There's not, again, it's mostly the area that they're looking at here in the orange for the concentration of their development is largely built out. So finally, the last thing we looked at was the environmental impact reduction. As I mentioned earlier, they aimed to achieve our objectives while reducing environmental impacts. And so we tried to do as best as we can a comparison. In some areas it was hard because we didn't fully understand the methodology of some of the numbers that they had brought forward. We did reach out to try to understand that better, but there was still some challenges with regard to methodology. So for farmland, what we found, farmland impact, our project does have an impact to farmland, and we did find that theirs is a less impact, or a lessened impact, because they are, again, like I noted earlier, they're aiming to protect vernal habitat and ag land. But because there's, and then with respect to odor, we found that the impact would still be significant and unavoidable because you have several times more development. You would have, a higher amount of waste stream into the landfill, and it results in a higher odor. So you would still have the same impact there. It would be significant and unavoidable. And then for wetlands, the methodology was a little unclear for how they identified their wetland acres. Our wetland delineation was verified by the U.S. Army Corps, so this is where we had a little bit of an issue with the methodology that was used. But what we did find is that the plan also, there are vernal habitat in that CGIS, I'm losing it, the Citizen Initiated Smart Growth Plan would propose development over vernal habitat, so it would also result in a significant and unavoidable impact. Although it's trying to protect a lot of that, and it is pulling it outside of that vernal habitat area, there still would be impacts to vernal habitat. And then for greenhouse gas emissions and air quality, the methodology was really unclear. However, it did compare emissions, our emissions compared to their emissions, and we noted that there still would be an impact again because of the scale of development. You're still going to have likely a significant unavoidable impact. Same thing with VMT. When you have development of that scale with that many units proposed and a population of that nature, you would likely still land on the same impact, significant, unavoidable. And then finally, with respect to utilities and public services, we looked at that. And again, there was really no information regarding the size of the infrastructure However, again, with a higher population, the service burden, the public service burden to supply services would be higher. So there would be, again, more capacity needed for water, wastewater, fire, schools, police, libraries. So that's really what was found in that master response. We also looked at Sacog consistency, so the Sacramento Area Council of Governments consistency related to their blueprint and their Metropolitan Transportation Plan and Sustainable Communities Strategy. And what we found is the blueprint really supports housing diversity. So what we find in the citizen-initiated plan is it's really concentrated on multifamily, not a lot of diversity, whereas with our project, it's a little bit more diverse, I would say. So there is a difference there. And then with respect to the MTP, what's called the MTP SCS, Sacogs plan, it identifies the sunset area as a developing community, and which is about the intensity that we're proposing as part of our plan. This is citizen-initiated smart growth plan appears to be more consistent with what Sacog would call a center and corridor community, which is much more dense, compact development pattern, similar to what you would perhaps see in downtown Sacramento, for example. So a little different in terms of what Sacog is anticipating for this area. What they're proposing is a little bit more dense. And then finally, the last thing we looked at was the jobs housing balance. The citizen-initiated plan, what we found does result or would result in a internal jobs housing balance, so like just within this, the boundaries of Sunset. However, what we have done as with the Sunset plan is we found that we're very housing heavy in West Plaza region. And so we are proposing, our plan is really aimed at job growth in the region. And so what our plan does is it really is intended to achieve a jobs housing balance within the region, to bring more balance to the region. So that was really the difference there. And that is it on that. I'm going to turn it over to Michelle to walk through the development agreement, and at the end, be happy to answer questions on those.
Actually, before you move off of that, just quickly, would you throw that map back up there? I want
Yes,
to be
of
sure
course.
I'm seeing what I think you described. The crosshatch area is the area that our board is being asked to consider today, correct?
For Plaza Ranch.
For the Plaza Ranch project.
Correct.
Correct.
This so-called smart growth plan places most of the development outside of the project boundary?
Yeah, so they're what they call it, and again, they have this use called innovation and mixed use, which is similar in nature to what we'd like to.
I got that part.
But
What
it
I'm
is
getting-
outside, yes.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is, we typically don't entertain development proposals from people not asking us to develop their land or do things on their land. Is there some conglomeration of landowners that I'm not aware of that is proposing that we adopt a plan along these lines?
I would just, how I would respond to that is that they really characterize this as a concept plan. So I would say they characterize it similar to what we're doing for the net sunset area.
Is there anybody who owns property in the area that is not crosshatched that they identified as a future growth area that is asking us to consider that kind of use on their
This one.
property?
I'll be more direct. The answer is no.
No, okay. We spent how much time analyzing this?
I would say about 3 to 4 months on this one.
3 to 4 months.
Correct.
Analyzing a project that nobody who owns property is asking us to build.
Correct, yes. We are required to do so. It was submitted under, as a comment on the draft environmental document.
Okay.
So we were required by law to review that comment and to
do we get
respond
any
appropriately.
opportunity for reimbursement for that?
It was paid through, our general fund. It was
So
part
actually-
of the process.
And the cost of that analysis will actually be borne by the Plaza Ranch project, should the Plaza Ranch project be adopted and the development agreement approved.
So the cost of the analysis is spread amongst both the Sunset Area Plan, which is the general plan side of it, as well as the Placer Ranch specific plan, because it was a joint environmental document. So only a portion.
So just the general taxpayers is what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Michelle's going to come up and talk about the development agreement.
Looking at the clock, whether I say good morning or good afternoon. So again, Michelle Kingsbury, the Placer Ranch project manager with the county. We're going to quickly go through some key terms and provisions noted in the development agreement, then dive a little bit into the public facility financing plan before we turn it back to Crystal to do the conclusion and recommendations and the actions for you today. As a lot of you are aware, with our West Placer, in particular, developments, we require development agreements to be prepared with the property owner. We've worked diligently with the property owner in Placer Ranch, Inc., and I'd like to report out that we do have a signed development agreement that is on hand that incorporates the actions before you today, and that will go over kind of the high-level review for you. In terms of the development agreement, it is, in layman's terms, like a contract between both parties that outlines rights, obligations, and other key terms and provisions between the landowner and the county. Most of the terms contained in the development agreement are pretty consistent with the terms that we have in all of our other development agreements. However, there are some unique provisions in there that I'd like to go through. And I'll make it quick, but we're certainly available to answer any questions for you. In terms of the term is 30 years, and it does have 2 consecutive 5-year extensions, so the overall term is 40 years. This is consistent with some other projects that we have, including Placer Vineyards, where we have a longer duration of build-out that we anticipate. There are some unique tolling provisions that are included in the development agreement that are worth mentioning. And tolling provisions, really, I always equate it to you hit the pause button in terms of the entitlements in the development agreement, and it really gets parties back to the table to talk about what the issues and concerns are. We do have our standard tolling, slow down, it's all right, it's a lot to get through. We do have our standard tolling provision due to legal challenges and moratoria that is included within the development agreement. We have some rather unique provisions that are related to the university. And we've worked through these with both the property owner and the CSU representatives because it was important as we proceeded forward with this work program that the real critical element of it was being able to position ourselves to achieve the satellite campus with CSU and the partnership with Sierra College. If your board so chooses today to approve the entitlements and development agreement, the development agreement is tolled until such time as CSU acquires the property. That really just makes sure that we're effectuating and bringing forward that vision that is both in the specific plan and why we're here moving forward with the development agreement. In addition, if CSU acquires the property, however takes any action contrary to development of a public university, but really it gets the parties back to the table. Really, the property is meant, and all parties are on board, that this will be supportive of a public university. And those provisions, as well as a use restriction, is noted within the development agreement. In addition, we have reversion clause tolling provisions that if any portion of the property does revert back to the property owner, we would hit that pause button again and get the parties back to the table. There is another unique tolling provision that's related to annexations, just due to the fact of the proximity of this project. It's previously been in the sphere of the city of Roseville, but if there's an annexation application that does come forward, we would hit that pause button, and really that's meant to ensure that through those negotiations and processes that are driven by LAFCO, that we work toward making sure that the vision and terms that are memorialized in this development agreement carry forward if that annexation is approved with the annexing entity. In terms of fees, this list is long, but it's not all of them. As Crystal mentioned, there is provisions in the development agreement, obviously, that the developer or property owner would be required to comply with all terms and mitigation noted in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program and meet all those mitigation measures. So that's above and beyond some of these fees that we note. So we wanted to just highlight that that doesn't exempt them at all. They still have to comply with the MMRP and all the mitigation noted in the environmental document. Some key fees, however, in terms of development mitigation fees, those are our standard fees in West Placer that we'd like to highlight in the development agreement that this property would be subject to. Fees such as our capital facility fee, which is meant to mitigate impact to our capital facilities due to growth, as well as through connection fees. We have a lot of our road, typical road fees, our county CIP program for the road network fee in the Sunset Benefit District. We have the Roseville Joint Traffic Fee, which is really meant toward Baseline Road, as well as the Highway 65 and Sparta fees that are in place today and that this development would be subject to. In addition to that, we have a series of other fees. I'll highlight those. I'll walk through it on my own. In addition to that, we have other fees that are noted in the development agreement that are rather unique in our DAs and that aren't typically subject to other types of projects that are outside of that DA framework. One of them is the Tier 2 fees, which is really the fee that's in place that our development agreements in West Placer are subject to that supports the construction of Placer Parkway. This project is subject to the Tier 2 fees. At full build-out, we estimated that to generate approximately $68 million in Tier 2 fees that support the overall construction of Placer Parkway. And I'll get to this a little bit further in the presentation, but this would be in addition to requiring right-of-way to be dedicated, which is approximately 3 miles of right-of-way for Placer Parkway alone in Placer Ranch. That equates to about 158 acres toward right-of-way, and then we would also require this Tier 2 fee. And Public Works can correct me if I'm wrong. However, I don't know of any other project that's been approved to date that would have that much right-of-way dedication required, and on top of that, the Tier 2 fees as well. So it is considered a significant public benefit associated with this project that we otherwise wouldn't be able to garner without a development agreement. I'll skip a couple. I'll highlight right now the Roseville and Rockland Fair Share traffic fee, and as Crystal mentioned, through that select zone analysis that we initiated, that really was meant to determine what these fees are. We had mitigation measures in the environmental document, but how do we translate that into a fee that we could collect in the development agreement? And so we have both the Roseville and Rockland fees noted in the DA. There was a change from Planning Commission, as noted in your package, to now that we did land on and agree on the fee for the city of Roseville. So that's included in the development agreement before you for consideration today. That's approximately $605 per DUE, which would generate about $10.9 million at full build out that would be contributed to the city of Roseville to mitigate any impacts in our CIP program. I think this is the combined between the Roseville and Rockland Fair Share fees, that no other development would have that level and amount of fee that's in place today. In addition, I think it's important for folks, I'll highlight as well, the fee called the Placer Ranch Specific Plan Public Benefit Fee. And as Supervisor Euler, you commented earlier about how to recoup costs. And that fee is in place. It's really a mechanism whereby we can tally the costs that we continue to incur for processing the Placer Ranch Specific Plan. And that fee is that mechanism where we tally those costs. I think we have 90 days after approval to tally the costs up and translate that back to a fee that would be due at building permit issuance that we can then start to recoup and collect those costs that we've expended. I would like to clarify for the record, though, that we do hear quite a bit from folks that the county has expended $5 to $6 million for this work program. And I would like to clarify that that work program includes both the Placer Ranch and Sunset work program. So it's cumulative or aggregate between both programs. It's not Placer Ranch only. And we would separate out those costs and determine what Placer Ranch's fair share is. The Sunset fair share would be considered our kind of part of our general plan work program that we would do normally otherwise. A couple other fees that are worth highlighting that go toward public benefit. And for this project, we do have a supplemental sheriff facility fee that is unique to our development agreements in West Placer County. This is above and beyond the capital facility fee, and it's meant to further provide capital dollars that support sheriff facilities in West Placer County. We do plan for a sheriff's substation. It's planned right now in the Placer Vineyards specific plan area, and these additional fees above and beyond our capital facility fees can help augment that go toward the construction of that facility. The community recreation fee is associated with our park development. That is meant to enhance and enlarge and augment recreation opportunities for the Placer Ranch specific plan. There's a couple different tiers of fees, and it can generate anywhere between $3 to $6 million at full build out that can go to enhance or enlarge recreational opportunities in addition to the parks and trail network that would be provided in the Placer Ranch specific plan. And again, these are above and beyonds that contribute toward the public benefit, on top of providing for that framework for the university to develop as well. Keep going. In terms of parks, as Vance has mentioned, there's approximately 70 acres of active parkland that's proposed in the specific plan that would be fully compliant with our general plan standards of having 5 acres per 1,000 population of active parkland. We did work significantly with City of Roseville because we do abut and share that boundary with them, and certainly park and park development was another key issue that we worked through with them. We have a trigger in our development agreement for the first park site pretty early on, no later than the 400th residential building permit, to ensure that we have playable fields like ball fields, soccer fields, that are in place early on in the project to reduce any impacts or spillover effect into play fields into the City of Roseville. And as Vance also mentioned, we did augment and enhance our park concept plans to ensure that we can early on know that we can fit those types of amenities that constituents like today, including all those soccer fields, baseball fields, to name a few. I'll move on to fire and emergency services. This was another area that we worked quite a bit with the City of Roseville on. Placer Ranch will be required to annex into our county fire facility fee program, which generates the capital dollars to construct a second station in the Sunset area. Currently, we have Station 77, which is located at the casino, that serves the Sunset area. In addition to that, we have a second station that would be located in Placer Ranch. It'd be a 3-person company versus the truck company that is currently at Station 77. The project would be required to dedicate the site as well as pay the capital fire facility fee that provides the dollars to the county to construct that station. In addition, we'd annex and or create a separate fire and emergency services CFD to provide those revenues which would support the operations of that second station. In terms of affordable housing, we worked extensively with our housing services division and the property owner to look at triggers for construction of those units, which are identified in your development agreement. This map here shows where we anticipate to site those units, more so concentrated in the town center area, and to the west there's a high-density residential site that's adjacent to the Amoruso specific plan. It does look like it's hanging out there, but it's really not. It's complementary to the uses that are included within the Amoruso specific plan. It's adjacent to Amoruso's high-density residential as well. And so it just provides opportunities for us to spread out some of these units. And the triggers, I won't go into too much depth, but are noted in your development agreement. And this plan would be fully compliant and consistent with our general plan policies to provide 10% of the units as affordable. Keep going. In terms of infrastructure, grab my notes. A couple key provisions to note in the development agreement. Foothills Boulevard extension. Vance mentioned this earlier. This was another key topic in working with the City of Roseville that was important to them to have an early trigger for a north-south connection. And so we worked with them to identify Foothills Boulevard and an early trigger prior to the issuance of the 1,000th dwelling unit equivalent building permit or connection to Wickwick Oaks Boulevard, whichever would occur sooner, that we would then require construction of this 2-lane connection. And it's really meant to get an early north-south connection. It would begin at the terminus of Foothills Boulevard that exists today in the City of Roseville and connect up to Duluth. In addition to that, like I said earlier, we require the dedication of Placer Parkway, which is approximately 3 miles of right-of-way. Catch up to my notes real quick. I'll delve into the university section, and then after that I'd like to circle back with some changes since Planning Commission as well as an errata that is before you for consideration in the development agreement too. In terms of the university section, it's section 6 of the development agreement for those that might be following along. We've outlined certain provisions that further enforce and enhance those tolling provisions, but really just are meant to solidify the commitments that are already out there with the folks today in terms of bringing forward an opportunity to have a satellite campus of Sac State in concert with partnership with Sierra College. And so we have a use restriction noted in the development agreement as well that just further solidifies that commitment. In addition to that, we've highlighted developer commitments to not only would they be donating the land, but they've committed on behalf of the university to pay their PCCP fees, as well as stub the initial infrastructure to the first building site for the university. The next section really outlines county commitments, and I'd like to take a little bit of a step back because, as Steve mentioned, I'm going to put my former redevelopment practitioner hat back on as we go through the types of commitments the county has outlined in the development agreement. As noted, in 1997, when we approved the Sunset Area Plan, we overlaid on top of that a redevelopment project area. And really, redevelopment project areas are that financing arm through the tax increment financing that we've used to then go forward and meet the goals and objectives of the 97 plan. And so we overlaid the 1997 Sunset Industrial Redevelopment Project Area, overlaid that on top. Thank you. We all speak fast, as you can tell. Overlaid that on top of the 97 plan to provide that financing arm to achieve those goals and objectives. The 97 plan had the similar goals and objectives that you see today, which is really trying to break down those barriers to development in the Sunset area, which largely are the lack of backbone infrastructure. And so redevelopment was an excellent tool that we were able to strategically invest in the Sunset area. One of the projects that I worked on as well with Public Works Department is we invested in the Sunset Boulevard interchange that got constructed. We were able to use that tax increment financing to help augment that project and the financing plan for that project. In addition, we invested in traffic fees to try and help lower that cost burden to development in the Sunset area. And those investments were meant to try and help spur that development. But obviously, even today, we still have similar impediments that are out there and additional investment is needed. So within the development agreement, we've committed to constructing or financing up to $17.8 million in backbone infrastructure. Really, our goal and objective is to look at those strategic investments, such as sewer types of backbone that can really benefit the overall university development as well as the Sunset area and bring down those impediments to develop. We've often run into developers that come forward that want to do some very interesting projects in the Sunset area, but that entry and gateway into development and that overall cost burden to try and bring a sewer line all the way up Fittyman to connect into the Sunset area has just become too much of a cost burden to bear for just one project in general, which is another reason bringing forward this Placer Ranch project as a catalyst development that can help further bring that type of backbone infrastructure to the doorsteps of the net Sunset area and help achieve the vision and spur that development is important. And we'll continue to work and identify those types of strategic investments on the infrastructure side. In terms of fees, we also look similar to redevelopment when we looked at investing and bringing down that fee burden cost. Obviously, to get a university and catalyze that project, fees are another area where we looked at, in particular, the county-wide traffic fees. In terms of in the development agreement, the developer will be paying on behalf of the university what we call regional traffic fees. And the county's looking at, in terms of in the development agreement, a commitment to defer our countywide traffic fees, similar to a deferral process that we participate now in terms of the Tier 2 fee deferral, where we'd be really looking at recouping those fees during second tranche of bond issuance and things like that, where we get repaid back. It's no net county cost out the door. What it can do is just delay revenue generation. However, I'd like to point out our creativity in working as a team environment. We're really good at identifying projects and coming up with funding and financing plans to make sure we continue to advance fund critical backbone infrastructure. I would highlight Placer Parkway Phase 1 as an example of that, where revenues are trickling in terms of the Tier 2 fee program. However, it's important to continue that investment. We've put together a financing plan. worked with our partners to be really creative of how we advance fund that improvement prior to the collection of all those fees. And we're continued to committing to those types of investments and being creative in the Sunset area. Keep going real quick. As Crystal mentioned, we did settle with the Landfill Authority in terms of working quite a bit with them in both a cordial and collegial atmosphere and trying to land on those Tier 1 improvements and associated operating costs that they were seeking. In terms of in the development agreement, we've memorialized what Crystal's previously mentioned in terms of a contribution to the landfill, and it's noted in the slide here and in the development agreement of $340 per residential unit, as well as 25 cents per square foot in the non-residential uses. In addition, we've acknowledged that a recordation or acknowledgement would be recorded on the property regarding the proximity to the landfill. And lastly, the developer has agreed in continuing that collegial spirit and working with the Landfill Authority through their master planning process and their environmental review to ensure that they're engaging in conversation and providing advance notice if they do have any issues or concerns. The remaining terms of our commitment to the landfill is memorialized in the MOU. That's item number 4 on your agenda today. Certainly we're all ready if you would like to ask us any questions on that, or we can defer that to number 4 as well. Keep going. In terms of changes since Planning Commission, a few things to highlight there. The first being that subject to the subsequent to the Planning Commission, we did receive a letter from City of Roseville kind of narrowing down some issues. We've been working with them quite a bit over the past couple of years, and in particular in earnest since we received their comments on the draft environmental impact report. 4 key areas were noted in the agreement, and I'd like to indicate that I think we've landed on all areas. We received a letter from them yesterday with the errata before you today. We've addressed all their issues and concerns, but I'll real quickly go through them. The first one was traffic fees. By the addition and inclusion of the $605 per DUE traffic fee noted in the development agreement before you today, we concluded and resolved that last remaining issue. The next one was an infrastructure investment or an upfront investment similar to Foothills Boulevard that they were seeking to provide not only a north-south, but another east-west connectivity early on in the project. And that was for what we call the Sunset Boulevard extension, which is included in the development agreement as well and agreed upon by the property owner. And really what that does is it agrees early on that Sunset Boulevard, consistent where we envision the first phase of the development to occur, that it be extended from its existing terminus today, that's at Foothills Boulevard, all the way to Fittyment Road. The county's commitment on that is to reimburse the developer for 1 lane from the existing terminus at Foothills Boulevard to what we call College Park Drive. Reimbursement would largely come from our countywide traffic fee program, in which we have sufficient revenues even today to cover that expense. Combined, the Sunset Boulevard as well as the Foothill extension is about a $12 million commitment on the county side to participate with the developer to kind of front load and get those improvements early on completed in the project, but again would provide some additional connectors and connectivity through the traffic, through the roadway system that will help mitigate any potential impacts. The third bullet point in terms of the issues that were raised in the City of Roseville's comment letter was related to fire and emergency services. The errata before you today for consideration with the development agreement adds another paragraph to section 5.11 of the development agreement, which is our kind of section that talks about the fire and emergency services. And that adds an additional paragraph that really acknowledges that we'll continue to work together in the spirit that we've been working with the City of Roseville to address any potential future issues or concerns related to service level impacts. And so that paragraph has been added per the request to the development agreement, and it's before you in that errata for your consideration today. And last but not least, issues and concerns were raised related to the West Placer Waste Management Authority, and those issues had been settled with the approval of the MOU by the Landfill Authority yesterday, and that's number 4 on your agenda today for consideration as well. So with that, we feel very confident that we've resolved the issues with the City of Roseville as well. I would like to highlight, as Crystal mentioned, we did receive another comment letter from the city of Rockland that came Monday afternoon. They expressed issues and concerns that were consistent with comments we received in the draft environmental impact report, which they largely centered in two areas. The first being issues or concerns related to the West Placer Waste Management Authority. We consider those issues resolved with the approval of the MOU by the Waste Management Authority on Monday. The other issues that they raised were largely concentrated in traffic related issues, and our Public Works Division will get up later in the presentation to address those in a little bit more depth. Lastly, we did receive comments from the City of Lincoln at Planning Commission, and prior to that, we have met with them and had some ongoing conversations related to a couple of different areas that I'll highlight as well. The City of Lincoln, again, had two issues that were largely concentrated in their letter. The first being a sphere of influence question that they had in the northwest quadrant of the Sunset area. There's a sphere of influence overlay from the City of Lincoln that exists today in their general plan. They identify that as their special use district C, and they've requested through the letters some amendments to the boundaries of the Sunset area plan. Really, our response is there is an appropriate process through LAFCO to consider any sphere amendments as well as annexation requests, and that's more appropriate means in terms of the avenue to address those types of comments or issues. But we certainly acknowledge that their sphere does encompass a small portion of the Sunset area. There are other issues related to traffic concerns. We had two impacts noted at existing plus project, and only one impact noted on the cumulative basis. It was a very minor impact that our Public Works Department will go through as well later in the presentation. But we just wanted to acknowledge that we did receive those letters and comments. I'll keep going. This just, the next slide was a summary of the changes that we made for the City of Roseville. I'm sorry, I'll get closer. Sure. I'll dive in right now to the financing plan real quickly. Typically, in developments, the developer would prepare a public facility financing plan for what we bring forward for acceptance by the Board of Supervisors. However, since we were in that developer role, we worked with economic and planning systems to develop a financing plan consistent with similar assumptions and methodology that we would otherwise see in a developer-initiated financing plan, and consistent with our own fiscal modeling assumptions. So we've provided that for informational purposes, included in your package as well. It's a very high-level look at a project based on what we know today in terms of looking at financial feasibility, fee burdens, infrastructure burden analysis, et cetera. You will note in your board memo, we did highlight a couple things. The project overall is feasible. However, in the high-density residential, it's a trend that we're seeing with infrastructure and fee burdens. They're making the high-density residential that it's kind of up at that top tier in terms of the metrics that we look at in terms of just, how much burden is there. And that's, my ear picked up when our state representative for the lobbyists talked about fees, because certainly on the HDR site and to help mitigate and promote affordable housing and things like that, we need to be cognizant of how much fee burden and the spread that's on the high-density residential. We did have one recommendation that we noted in the board memo, which was as similar to our conversations when we came forward to your board on the tax share agreements. It's important to come back and kind of do a check-in on our fiscal modeling with the board. It's been about 5 years since we've last been here, in particular highlighting just non-residential and revenues associated with sales tax and things like that. With the ever-changing market that's out there with sales tax and more online generated sales, it's important to make sure that we're touching base with your board and making sure that our methodology is consistent with emerging trends within the industry. I will note in terms of feasibility and general plan policies that coupled with all the public facilities this project is required to construct and build, this project will also be required to establish multiple CFDs and multiple CSAs to cover the countywide service cost impacts, where they would meet the general plan requirements to ensure that these types of developments pay their way.
Lastly, there is a rather unique report that is the result of recent legislation that was passed in 2013. It's called the AB 562 report that was included within your package. This is really a disclosure report. As we talk about economic incentives, it's disclosed within this AB 562 report, and we will come back periodically as required by this new legislation to provide the board updates. And really those updates are meant to demonstrate that this investment achieves the goals in terms of job creation, revenue generation, et cetera. It's really a transparent report. It's posted on our line. It's posted online on our website as well for those that would like to read it. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Crystal, but certainly the DAs are very technical documents. So I know I've dived into it quite a bit, but that we're available to answer any questions that you might have on that.
All right, and Crystal, what I want to do is, in recognition of the fact that we've been keeping people sitting here for a while, I would like a very brief summary of the Planning Commission action, the summary page that's on the next slide. We'll hold off on recommendation for now. I want to ask the representative of the landowner then to come up, provide a brief comment. We're going to take a quick break for her to rest her fingers and for folks to stretch their legs, and then we're going to come right back and start with our public comment after that, okay? So if you would, please go ahead. Well, the board will have a chance to ask questions, of course, but if you would just briefly, the next couple slides.
Sure, yes. Okay, so we did, the Planning Commission conducted a hearing on November 21st. 34 members of the public provided public testimony. I would say support centered around the benefits that would come from citing a public university in the Sunset area. Opposition centered around impacts associated with the landfill buffer policy revisions that are proposed, traffic impacts, groundwater, and biological resources. Responses to key topics raised at the hearing and in subsequent comments that were received after release of the final are included in Attachment B of your findings of fact and statement of overriding consideration document. So I wanted to point that out. And then our commission voted 6-1 to recommend approval of the requested Sunset and Placer Ranch actions. So it was a 6-1 on all actions that are before your board for consideration, with one modification to the Sunset Area Plan implementing zoning regulations, and that was to allow existing industrial uses in the EMU zone that I talked about earlier. So the concern was that those existing industrial uses can remain in operation. So what we have done is provided an errata before your board's consideration. It's an errata to the Sunset Area Plan implementing zoning regulations. It's contained in Attachment E, Exhibit B, which adds a footnote that points out that existing industrial uses can remain pursuant to our zoning code provision for nonconforming uses. So with that, I'm going to go to the summary slide. If I heard you correct, I'll kind of walk through this. I did want to point out we have received a number of comments since the Planning Commission hearing that are provided to your board. So again, those that were received from between final and in the Planning Commission comments, actually I would say between final and December 2nd, are included in that Attachment B document I just mentioned. Comments between December 2nd and now, we've reviewed that material and have provided, our environmental consultant has responded, and that has been provided to your board today. However, we have also received comments as late yesterday afternoon. So we have reviewed those and are prepared to answer questions on it. But I do want to point out that one of those comments resulted in a revised EIR errata. So the EIR errata had already been a part of your board packet, but what is before you today is a revised EIR errata, which clarifies some language between the draft and the final. So you will see that before your board today. And then also, as Michelle had noted, we received comment letters from Rockland and Lincoln, and both of those related to traffic. And so what we would like to do before I go into the summary here is if your board desires, invite Rich Moorhead with Department of Public Works would like to respond to some of those issues that were raised in those 2 letters before I move into the summary.
Why don't we go ahead, if you don't mind, let's go ahead and do the summary. We'll take that after we hear from the landowner. There's some folks that have been waiting that need to get out here, so.
Sure, okay. To summarize, the SAP has been intended to reposition that sunset area, as I've mentioned earlier, to really complete or to compete for new industry clusters and catalyze on the creation of a diverse employment core in the West Placer area. The market analysis that was prepared for the sunset early on, so we did that to inform the process, prepared that document. It notes that the Sunset Area Plan offers one of the greatest opportunities to generate economic development outcomes in the South Placer market. That analysis also noted that encouraging projects that could act as a catalyst would bring infrastructure improvements in a way that would achieve those goals for Sunset. And so the Placer Ranch specific plan was integrated into the Sunset Area Plan work program to do just that. Provides that critical backbone infrastructure, which would help act as a catalyst for job creation. And then also just wanted to point out that, we feel the University Satellite Campus also does this. It promotes really that vision to rebrand and catalyze the area. So that's really the basis for our recommendation. So,
Okay.
end there.
So, yeah, at this point, I'd like to ask the representative of the property to come forward. Couple brief comments, I understand, and then we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to get back here into the public comment.
Chairman Euler, members of the board, good morning. George Phillips here on behalf of Placer Ranch. Because of the thoroughness of staff's presentation, we do not have a presentation this morning as the property owner, but we would ask for the representatives of both Sierra College and Sac State to come up very briefly. They have statements for you that they would like to make. Here with me this morning for Placer Ranch is also Holly Teich. Here on behalf of Sierra College is President Willie Duncan and Carol Garcia, member of the Sierra College Board of Trustees. Also here for Sac State and will be speaking to you is Jonathan Bowman, who is the CFO and Vice President of Business Services for Sac State, Steve Perez, who is the Provost of Sac State, and Christine Miller, who is the Vice Provost of Sac State, and others both for Sierra College and Sac State, so we have quite the contingent. But before your break, if the board would indulge us, I would like to ask President Duncan to come up and also Jonathan Bowman to come up and make brief comments to the board.
Yes, please. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you regarding the possibility of establishing a California State University Sacramento off-campus center in Placer County. I'm honored to be here today representing Sac State. My name is Jonathan Bowman. I'm the Vice President of the university and the Chief Financial Officer. Since our founding in 1947, Sacramento State has been a recognized leader in the education, innovation, and community engagement. We've experienced growth over the last few years and currently have an enrollment of 31,000 students. We also have a strong alumni base with over 230,000 alumni. In fact, as you've heard, 1 in every 20 people who live in Sacramento is a Hornet alumnus. In the last 10 years, applications to Sac State have doubled, but our impacted programs and our capacity on campus only allows for moderate growth. As a public institution and as an anchor institution, we are committed to effectively responding and emerging challenges and opportunities within our surrounding regions. Establishing an off-campus center will allow Sacramento State to actively respond to a documented need for higher education within Placer County. Our recent academic demand analysis suggests that there are several programs and classes with a high likelihood of success in Placer County. Some core programs include business administration, teacher education, criminal justice, communication studies, biological sciences, gerontology, health sciences, and kinesiology. These programs illustrate our overarching focus of offering interdisciplinary studies and approaches to learning. Furthermore, our planned partnership with Sierra College, including a 2+2 associate to bachelor's degree in nursing, exemplifies our commitment to collaborating with other institutions to ensure that we are cogently addressing and responding to the needs of the region. Additionally, workforce development is critical when considering growth in Placer County. Because of this, we are examining programs that support and bolster workforce needs. In closing, I'd like to reiterate that Sacramento State is committed to this project. Sacramento State is not only uniquely equipped with the expertise to address regional needs, but we also possess the vigor and unequivocal dedication to supporting our communities as an anchor institution. The establishment of an off-campus center will help fulfill Sacramento State's mission of being California's capital university by extending our reach to an area where we can both meet the academic and workforce needs of the region. In addition to being California's capital university, Sacramento State is your four-year university. We educate your children, and our graduates work in businesses locally in your county. As Vice President of the university, I am here to show our commitment to providing that same high quality of education in Placer County. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Duncan, good morning. Good afternoon.
The first speaker of the afternoon.
That's it.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. Appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you today and talk to you about Placer Ranch, Sierra College, and our partnership with Sac State. It's my pleasure to be able to speak in favor of the project for several reasons I'm going to cover with you very quickly today, although slowly for our recorder, lest I get admonished. So I want to talk about the economic impact of a higher education entity and of Sierra College in the community. I want to talk about our innovative partnerships and work with Sac State. And then I want to talk about the long-term need for a center to provide educational services for Sierra College in the community. First, the economic impact. There's nothing more impactful that a community can do than to invest in higher education within its community. It's the vehicle for economic mobility for our citizens. Sierra College has proven that over the years, and in higher ed, and Sac State as a four-year partner has also proven that. This is something that can be quantified, and Sierra College has recently done this for ourselves and quantified our economic impact in the region, and there is a multiplier effect for every dollar invested into higher education. So I'm extremely excited about this opportunity that we could offer a four-year university, public university, in addition to those that are already operating here, as an opportunity for our students. I'm very pleased and proud of the work that we have done with Sac State. Mr. Bowman mentioned to you our partnership on nursing, in which we have taken a four-year program and turned it into 3 years. And we have co-enrollment between Sierra College and Sac State that is allowing students to move through more quickly and save money in course to their education. I'm also proud of the fact that Sac State is our #1 transfer institution. We transfer over the last decade between 600 to 1,000 students a year to Sacramento State. That number could be higher, but for the impaction that Mr. Bowman mentioned to you also. And any given day, we might have 3,000 to 5,000 Sierra College alum that are driving to Sacramento State to take classes on a daily basis. One of the other things I want to mention is that one of the best things, there have been studies done on student success, and one of the best things are the leading indicators of student success is proximity to education. That's why it's so important to live in a region and in an area and in a community that has high access to higher education. It is the vehicle for economic mobility for individuals within our community. I also want to speak about our engagement with Sac State leadership. We've been engaged with them for some time, and I'll just be completely honest with you, I wouldn't be as interested in this project if it wasn't for the partnership that we have with Sac State. We are both committed to being innovative, to thinking out of the box in the way we provide education to our community. What we are talking about and the ideas that we are envisioning for this center, quite frankly, haven't been done in the state of California before. Community colleges have partnered with CSU campuses, but not to the extent that we're talking about in the sharing of services, the sharing of resources, the efficiency that we can gain by potentially sharing facilities, maybe even staff, and providing a seamless transition for our students between Sierra College and a CSU campus. So incredibly exciting, and it's one of the reasons why I really want to be a part of this. Again, the goal for me, reduce time to degree, reduce cost to degree. We all know how expensive it is to get a college degree these days, and the more that we can do that, the better off we'll all be and our community will be. The need for a center. So Sierra College, as many of you may know, we passed a bond measure, Measure E, in 2018, and we have been focused on construction on the Rockland campus. And with that engagement and essentially modernization of the Rockland campus, we have performed an environmental impact report. Because of the impacts around the Rockland campus, our Board of Trustees took action to limit the enrollment at the Rockland campus. So that enrollment now has a cap on it, and we will not grow the Rockland campus beyond that. That set into motion the need for a center somewhere else in Placer County. Western Placer County is a natural fit for that, given the distance from the Rockland campus. We currently have approximately 20,000 students at Sierra College, and our long-term projections over the next 20 to 25 years are that number could be as high as 30,000. So we will clearly need alternative locations and sites to be able to provide education to the community. This is a natural fit because of our partnership with Sac State. Just to end my comments, I'm extremely excited about the opportunity. I'm appreciative of the partnership that we have with Sac State. We work very, very well together, very aligned on our students' success and providing higher ed for our community, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Appreciate it. Okay, so thank you. I do have this sign-up list. My understanding is we have approximately 40 folks that want to address the board under public comment, both individually and representing organizations. So what we're going to do right now is we will take another 5-minute break. Since somebody from Lincoln has signed up to speak, what I want to do is just treat the letters that we received from Lincoln and Rockland as part of the public comment. Staff will, at the end of public comment, staff will be in a position to respond to issues raised under public comments. We will consider that. At that point, we will go through the recommendations after that. So right now, we're going to do a 5-minute break. The minute we get back, we're going to go into public comment. All right? Mike. All right, how you doing? Okay. Well, I know there are a number of people here that are going to have to bail, and so I wanted to get to this in public comment, but I got to get to our board members. All right. Yeah. So in my zest to be respectful of people's time, I completely neglected the fact that my colleagues never had an opportunity to ask questions of staff after the presentation. And typically that we ask questions and clarify points prior to opening the public comment. So at this time, I do want to give my colleagues the opportunity to ask any questions that they might have as a result of the presentation we've heard thus far. Supervisor Wygant?
Want to frame these by broader policy issues, and I'm trying to go fast too, but not talk too quickly. So a brief historical perspective for me as it relates to the policy with the Sunset Area Plan as well as the project itself. So Formica actually opened up when I was 14 years old. And back then Lincoln was 3,200 people, and it was generally considered to be a really good thing. I have friends who had their careers there because the jobs provided insurance, medical insurance, and retirement, and that was not common back at that time in the area. So fast forwarding with the Sunset Area work that the board did before me, and then with the plan that was approved in 1997, the concern was to preserve area that would be for primary wage earner jobs creation and not be converted from that into primarily low-density residential, which with all of the growth pressures that we were having and have had, the price typically for the developer was that target of low projects that were predominantly low-density residential. So with both this project and the Sunset Area Plan, on this project, when it first surfaced about 10 years ago, the board had a policy discussion around that whole thing. Was what was required with the general plan amendment for any residential use in the Sunset Industrial Area, and the issue as it relates to the landfill. Those things were vetted thoroughly by the board, and the board members, in my view, gave direction that the project didn't have a fatal flaw, so they were willing to entertain a application and a process. The project, of course, fell by the wayside, but here we are again, and I want to make sure that as we go forward with both the Sunset Area and this project, that the primary policy benefit is primary wage earner job creation. So one of the things that I heard with the Sunset Area Plan proposal is that, well, first of all, do you agree that with the current Sunset Industrial Area Plan that any residential at all would require a general plan amendment?
Yeah, yes.
And so with the new plan proposal, there is some residential that is allowed in the Innovation Center component. But I think, Crystal, your comment was that that policy would be subordinate to primary wage earner job creation, correct?
Correct. There is a provision that would require any residential that is proposed in the net sunset area would have to come in and be proposed as part of an employment generating use.
So noting that during the general plan update, there was actually a significant project proposed on the Placer Ranch project that was predominantly mixed use, low residential target. It wasn't considered by the board because of this policy. So staff would have the ability to hear from an applicant and say that we don't think that your residential proposal is in fact subordinate to jobs creation, and therefore you have to come to the board for a general plan amendment, and the board would have access to being heard on policy questions.
Correct. So as it is outlined in the plan, all residential uses, there's no allowance for standalone residential, only multifamily, and only as part of a mixed-use project or something of that nature.
Right.
In addition, the only allowance for residential would be through a use permit process. So it would be an entitlement that perhaps might not be presented to your board necessarily, but would be presented to the Planning Commission.
Great, thanks. And I'll just note for the public that all of this is in my supervisorial district, so I've been in the weeds probably more than average, and I will not overstay my welcome of staff. I want to compliment you on your work, but these things obviously are important to me. On the tolling provisions, similarly with the concept as it relates to proposal, where the board policy with regards to jobs creation, these tolling provisions for the Placer Ranch project, in my view, should be skewed towards creating the maximum incentive for the jobs creation. Therefore, that's connected to the university site itself. Therefore, the incentives that the county is considering should go away for lack of the jobs creation. And it sounds like to the largest extent possible, you've done that. Of course, I've asked that question a gazillion times, but In other words, without the university component in the Placer Ranch project, the jobs creation is less, and the extra things that we are doing are in an attempt to incentivize jobs creation, thus the university and how it connects to the rest of the Placer Ranch project. Is that accurate?
Yes, so the tolling provisions that we highlighted related to the university really are meant, number one, to memorialize and make sure that we're told until the university accepts the property. If something unforeseen shall happen, we're back at the table with each other. They're really related to the university, and the university is a catalyst project. We're told if any portions of the property revert back to the property owner, that gets us back to the table again. There's a use restriction on the university property, so we tried to layer in those various, for lack of a better phrase, protections that are in the development agreement.
Thanks.
And be a bit creative about it.
Thanks. And I want to emphasize that because with questions that I've got, particularly in light of the fact that's in my district, there are people who have been requesting that we not consider the project because the university and the connection to Sierra College, et cetera, are not substantive or real, because they don't recognize the investments that have been made by both of those entities and the work that the county has done to incentivize beyond what it normally would do for development, a university component. Similarly, in the past, with the history of this project, noting that the sunset area is all in the county, following this policy of jobs creation with the tolling related to annexation prospects. Last time the project got a lot of attention, it was with regards to potentially annexing to Roseville, which inherently isn't the end of the world for me as it relates to that jobs creation policy. Specifically, though, my concern would be built around what it does to the potential to develop the remainder part of the Sunset Industrial Area. And you noted, I think there was $18-point-something million in county incentives that were being proposed. And so that must not include the Placer Parkway 2 miles that the county is considering working with the United Auburn Indian.
No, it does not.
So I want to hear the same kind of an assurance as it relates to the tolling connected to potential annexations, so that if an annexation occurs, the county has the ability, with a severing of the Placer Ranch project and the remaining sunset area being left there, that, for example, if that $50 million project, 25 of it being upfronted by the county, I would want that money to come back so we could reinvest it in the remainder part of the Sunset Industrial Area, for example, to make sure that it does, in fact, not lose its developability for jobs creation. So would you say the same policy work went into the tolling as it relates to annexation for the other incentives that are being proposed?
A similar thought process. So the tolling provision related to annexation was really get the annexing proposer and the county to the table because of those economic incentives that are proposed within the development agreement, and also as it relates to development agreement statute that pertains to annexations, making sure we get back to the table, making sure that if the annexation does proceed forward, that those incentives are passed through to the annexing entity. You always have processes that are also layered in through the LAFCO process as it relates to annexations and other types of negotiations that occur through those processes. And again, it's another layered process to make sure that the goals and objectives and the inherent spirit of what we're proposing gets carried forward to the annexing entity.
So that policy stuff is key with me. And my last question, I'll finish up respecting the schedule we have, is with the citizens-initiated project, again, keeping in line the emphasis, I know I'm being redundant, but on jobs, primary wage earner jobs creation. I noted for sure that our analysis showed that the jobs ratio was much better with the Placer Ranch project as compared to that alternative, correct?
On a regional level.
On a regional.
So what we found is within just the Sunset Area Plan boundary, it was a better jobs housing balance just within that boundary. But on a regional level, the Sunset Area Plan and Plaza Ranch specific plan help to balance the regional job housing balance, because right now we're housing heavy in the region.
Right. So, and then I think you mentioned, Crystal, that that plan had an absorption of in excess of 100 years?
Correct, 150.
150.
For multifamily residential, yeah.
So I'll disclose that in development of the original Sunset Industrial Area Plan, which is considered today be changed to the Sunset Area Plan, we did in fact set aside knowingly much more property than we figured would be absorbed within a typical general plan process, but that's like a 20-year horizon. And it's probably more akin to a potential absorption in a 50-year period, which ended up being consistent with the Placer County Conservation Plan and the City of Lincoln General Plan timeframes. So it's a longer period, and it's a long period of time, but in my view, much more realistic for long-term planning perspective. So the question, what I want your comment on is whether or not 150 years is so far out that it's not economically viable. If something is proposed to have such a long absorption rate, investors aren't going to invest because of the present value of money and the rate of return that's connected to those calculations. And so if you have any question or perspective on that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we certainly have economic and planning systems here as well today that may perhaps add some to that, but it's too long of a horizon out there. It's unpredictable in terms of investment opportunities. 150 years is we're all not here.
Yeah, Supervisor Euler identified some other issues that make it harder for the county to cause those things to be implemented, but
right.
But I was striking solely at the heart of its economic viability.
Yeah, so the evaluation that was a part of that master response on the market side was prepared by EPS, and we do have somebody here today to.
We'll take that toward the end. How's that?
Okay.
Is there anything else?
Thanks. No, I'm good.
Supervisor Holmes, anything at this point? Anyone else down here? Yes, Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. A couple of questions. So I've had a chance to hear from a number of residents. One question that came before me that I would like you to clarify, and there was concern that the DA would be tied to the property owner, and that if the property owner were to sell that property, that DA would no longer be in existence. Would you please clarify that for me?
Sure. Our development agreement entered into with the property owner. They're recorded. They run with the land. There are assignment and assumption provisions. If someone purchases a portion of that property, these agreements run with the land. Okay. And so it's typical that they may be sold to builders and things like that, but these conditions and terms run with the land. It's a very typical process.
Great, thank you. And then when can the DA be changed?
Again, it's a process. Certainly if your board approves it today and if someone proposes changes to it, similar to what we've done with a lot of our other types of specific plans, we have to, there's an application, we have to evaluate it both on a feasibility perspective as well as environmental perspective, but it's subject to coming back to hearing in a public process to make any of those types of changes. We've done that with Placer Vineyards, Bickford Ranch, Regional University. It's all been a publicly vetted process, and we are back at the board for that type of consideration.
So if there was a large land use change in the plan, that likely could trigger CEQA or a project review, which would mean then we'd do analysis, it would go before the Planning Commission and the board, et cetera. So there's public hearing if there was a large change request to the development agreement.
You're correct.
Great.
Let me respond to that. Any kind of land change or any request to change the development agreement is a discretionary project, and that discretionary project would trigger CEQA. Naturally, if this EIR is certified, then the CEQA analysis would be tiered off of what has already been certified. But in any case, it would go through the public hearing process.
Thank you. And then I do have one question that was raised by one of the planning commissioners, and that had to do with particulate matter at the landfill. I did have an opportunity to read the response in attachment B, but can you just clarify what the response was to the question about how particulate matter from the landfill might affect health?
Sure. I probably don't have the technical knowledge to respond to it in a technical nature. I want to say first we have provided a written response to it. It is included, it's at the end of the findings of fact and statement of overrides. There's an attachment B to that document that is provided in your staff report package. So we do have a written response there. In terms of answering it, I would definitely want to pull up our specialist, our environmental specialist, to be able to answer questions related to the technical nature of that study. And I'm going to invite, Sydney in.
That would be great. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sydney Coatsworth with Ascent Environmental, CEQA consultant to Placer County. Yes, Commissioner Nader made a comment concerning hydrogen sulfide particulate matter, and specifically with regard to carcinogenic effects around the landfill, and it was based on a study of landfills in central Italy. So obviously that we took that comment very seriously, and we asked our experts to really dive into the details of that. So that is summarized, as Crystal mentioned, in attachment B to the findings, but there are a few key points I'd like to just leave you with. First of all, the draft EIR did evaluate comprehensively air quality impacts, including toxic air contaminants, both carcinogenic and non-carcinogenic. And US EPA and the California Air Resources Board both identify toxic air contaminants for the purposes of our state, and ARB then develops airborne toxic control measures for those constituents. Importantly, neither US EPA nor ARB identify hydrogen sulfide as a carcinogenic compound. There's just not sufficient data to determine that as such. So that's the first point. Second, on the study specifically, it includes, like many studies do, qualifiers and limitations that raise questions about the general applicability of such a study. First of all, that study notes that hydrogen sulfide was used, it was not measured directly. It was modeled as an indicator for pollutants generally. So that was the first item that study noted. Second, they noted that they did not have any data about the individuals that did suffer health effects in central Italy. There are other habits that might have contributed to that. They noted that there were many other reasons that might have contributed to those health effects. There are nearby industrial centers and congested roadways, et cetera. And the study also identified several other studies that made no such linkage between landfills and health effects. And then the final point that I would make is that we don't really know anything about the regulatory environment of landfills in Italy. We know that landfills here in California are highly regulated on the federal, state, and local levels. And this landfill has all of its necessary permits.
Great. That is very helpful. Thank you. And then just one last question. I was meeting with a resident yesterday about some concerns about 2019 legislation and whether or not we were hurrying up on this process to not have to comply with upcoming legislation. So there were two issues, one about any new requirements for affordable housing that we wouldn't address by doing this now, and something in regards to some new requirements about CO2s.
So this is, at Planning Commission, we also received several comments related to building code. And there are provisions in the development agreement, I just want to get on record, that they'd be subject to the building code in effect at the time of building permit issuance. So that was one comment that was raised. In terms of affordable housing, we have provisions in the specific plan as well as the development agreement that relate to density bonus. Any new legislations or laws associated with that, and about the caps associated with the residential units. So those are two areas where that is addressed. Mm-hmm. And then lastly, regarding CO2, we certainly have mitigation. I'm looking at our environmental consultants because I'm certainly not an expert in that, but we certainly have
I just don't know if there was any new legislation that came down in 2019 that we're not addressing if we were to pass this now, which I don't believe that there is, but I just wanted to check with the experts in the room.
I would just say that we're mitigating impacts related to greenhouse gas emissions. I'm not aware of what that might be, that legislation that you're speaking to, but we certainly have analyzed the impacts from both Sunset and Placer Ranch and provided mitigation that all projects that come forward would have to comply with that would mitigate those emissions impacts.
All right, thank you. That's it for right now.
All right, thank you. Okay, Supervisor Gustafson, did you have something you wanted to?
Yes, I have a few questions, sorry. I know you're in a hurry, and I apologize
wanna
to the
get to-
public.
yeah.
Some of these are issues that
Okay.
have been raised by constituents
Sure.
as well, and I just want to get those on the record. And Bonnie, the last question you just asked was one that I had been asked as well, that in some way, by moving this project forward this year, we would be grandfathering people to avoid new state regulations that take effect January 1. And I've been assured by staff, because I asked you yesterday, but I just want to get that on the record, there is no issue here of trying to avoid those new requirements.
Correct. Title 24, for example, as that changes, all new building as it comes forward in the Sunset area and in the county would have to comply with those
So I
standards.
just want to make sure that's clear. Then if you don't mind, can we go to slide 29, which is the proposed land use plan? And this might be a question for you. In general, many constituents have asked about the environmental impacts of this. And I know we've been focused on housing and economic development issues. But when we look at the proposed land use plan.
So I'm going to just ask Greg in the back. I think he's in the back.
He's not asleep.
Can you go to slide 29, please? Or not?
Go ahead. He'll get there.
Okay, well, I'll start with my question and then you can explain. So when you looked at the site, and this is specific to Placer Ranch, and design started and you looked at the open space corridors that you have preserved, what was the thinking behind those and what were you trying to achieve with those?
To the extent that it was feasible to preserve the on-site drainage ways, I'll call them that, there's, actually I'll use this pointer here, there's actually two main tributaries that feed into Pleasant Grove Creek, and that for the largest part is what drove the open space plan that's here as part of Placer Ranch. But there's a larger tributary here in the southwest corner of the site that was preserved as open space, because you can actually see here with the piece of the aerial that's faded back, this tributary extends down and then continues on into Pleasant Grove Creek, which ultimately flows to the west. The same is, and they're very small tributaries, but nonetheless they exist. And these are just minor little tributaries that feed into what we've coined as University Creek. It actually does extend through part of the university site as well. It's just not here, but if some of the slides show how there's actually about 57 acres of open space that would be preserved within the 301 acres for the Sac State site that these drainages here feed into. But that is the impetus for the preservation of open space within the plan area. There are some minor vernal pool complexes that also exist within the site. Those are primarily focused on those same drainage corridors, but in large part, that is what drove the land use design here.
Okay, and then back to Crystal, as we look at those areas are preserved and protected, but then on top of that, as new development comes in and may impact vernal pools or other areas that are sensitive, the mitigations called for there, are they one-to-one? Is it more than that, do you know?
I might have
or
to
maybe
pull
Sydney will
up to give you the specifics on it.
Okay.
But I would say that as development comes forward in the net sunset area, those projects, if they're discretionary in nature, would have to go through a CEQA process. They could potentially tier from our document and utilize that mitigation that we've provided in this document. But either way, they would have to mitigate for their impacts for loss of vernal pool. There's two paths forward for mitigation. One is through the Placer County Conservation Plan, if adopted. Another is through a more traditional mitigation protocol. The ratio, though, I'm going to have to punt to these.
They're looking it up. Okay. And then if we could go, is Greg listening to go to slide 46?
Greg, if you could go to slide 46.
Greg? Oh, here he is. He's moving it. And this is specific to the trails again. So the connections and trails from the northeasterly side of the property, I'm not seeing trails delineated?
Are you talking
Yeah,
in this area
yeah,
here?
yeah. And through the commercial, the industrial area up there.
Correct. Excuse me.
Mainly relies on the street network.
So there's two layers of trails that are provided here. There's what I pointed out mainly in the presentation, which is the dashed green line, which is the street separated trail. What I didn't expand upon is that all of these pink lines, those are actually street separated trails that are located in landscape corridors adjacent to arterials. So maybe I could have elaborated on that a little bit more. The dashed blue line is the on-street bike lanes, but the combination of the pink and the green together create a street separated network. But what's unique about the green path, if you will, is that it truly is removed from the roadways. Whereas along the major roadway corridors, that 10-foot wide path may only be separated by maybe 10 feet from the arterial. It's still street separated. It still provides that linkage, but it's not in kind of an open space or park-like environment.
Great. Well, I just wanted to make sure that we were connecting housing to potential job sites without necessarily needing to use vehicles. And then my next question on vehicles and GHG was just the assumptions that you used in driving this environmental analysis. Did you assume today's mix of vehicles, or did you assume changes in mix of vehicles that we're seeing with new electric vehicles and other types?
That is a great question, and I'm going to have to pull up. I think Rob Hananucci from Fair and Pierce, who prepared the traffic study. It's a big study. I do believe we relied on the Sacog model.
And I can get this answer later. I'm just trying to get out some of the questions. So.
Got it. Okay.
Is he there? Okay.
He's here. He's here in the audience if you would like that answered right now.
Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Okay.
He's on his way.
He's on his way now.
Yes, my name is Rob Hananucci. I'm with Fair and Pierce, the transportation consultants assisting the Placer County team on this. Actually, would you mind repeating the question? I want to make sure I address it fully.
The assumptions on vehicle emissions generated from this project and looking at the environmental document in the specific plan areas, what sort of assumptions did you make on the vehicle mix or the fleet mix in driving those?
Yeah, so the modeling that was used was using SACOG, the Sacramento Area Council of Governments regional travel forecasting model. And built into that model are a variety of different vehicle types, just based on the types of uses and the inputs that go into that model. So passenger cars, primarily for home-based trips, commute trips. There's truck trips that are built into that model for industrial uses. It also takes into account transit vehicles, so for bus routes and those sorts of things.
Great, and because there's a lot of concern, obviously I'm trying to focus more on some environmental concerns or very significant concerns people have expressed to me, and I want to make sure that I understand the assumptions you made, because our ways of transportation, our means of delivering packages, whatever it is changing, and I want to know that this was a conservative estimate on emissions using today's standards, not necessarily what we're going to see by build out of this project.
Correct. It's based on the current modeling and the current tools and practices that are available to us.
Okay.
Those tools are a little bit lagging on the most cutting edge forms of technology. So, for example, we know that those models do not yet account for drone deliveries or autonomous vehicles or those sorts of on the cutting edge changes that really we know will probably occur in the next 20 years or so, but are still on the cutting edge.
Right, and we're seeing other entities implement those mandates and changes as well. So thank you. Mm-hmm. And then finally, one of the major concerns related to housing that I've heard from constituents is about that 90% of this housing is for the wealthy. And I wanted to see what the assumptions were made in the economic analysis on the price range of that housing, especially on the single family.
I'll let Michelle speak to the Placer Ranch project on that.
Sure. In terms of our fiscal modeling and what we incorporated into our finance plan, we worked with EPS. We looked at a survey of the other surrounding developments. The price points here are relatively entry level. You're talking about $500,000 for an LDR unit, and going downward in terms of for MDR
And then for our HDR types of units, we looked at price points of around $200,000.
Okay.
So it's a varied price point.
Varied, obviously, and the market's going to drive some of that, and
That's
when
correct.
it's built, I understand, but I wanted to see what the assumptions were. And then finally, we talked about the density, and we're increasing density to 30 units per acre in those high-density zones. And obviously, the citizens-initiated Smart Growth Plan went to encourage more of that, and there's many efforts with sustainable communities looking at that. Where else in the county currently have we done any zoning of that magnitude?
So on the west side of the county, we brought forward a proposal to the board through the Placer County Government Center Master Plan. So over where our offices are for CEDRA, of 30 dwelling units to the acre, and that was just recently approved. So that's the first density allowance up to 30 dwelling units per acre on the west slope. I do have to say, in Tahoe, we did plan for higher densities in the town centers through the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. It occurred to me after we had spoke. But on the west side of the county, the only other area where we have an allowance of up to 30 dwelling units per acre is the Placer County Government Center Master Plan area.
Okay. I think that's all my questions for now. I have many other questions, but I want to hear from the public, and I'll probably have follow-up to those.
Great.
Thank
All right,
you.
Supervisor Holmes.
Yes, thank you. Since questions have been opened up, I do have a question about the roadways, and maybe Mr. Moorhead could, since you wore a tie today, I thought I'd. I can't remember which slide it is. It's probably be pretty close to that. About Foothills Boulevard and Duluth Avenue, where I don't know it is, and Sunset, the extensions. How is that? Can you clarify that, or is there slide that shows that? I know you did. It did, but
No, I can probably do it off this one. Richard Moorhead with Public Works, and I did put on a tie, so I appreciate the call here. Although I do have the next item on the agenda, so you guys will be seeing me shortly again.
Oh, okay.
Duluth, currently in this plan, Foothills Boulevard, if you're familiar with it, in the city of Roseville, comes up and terminates somewhere about right here. Duluth, if you came down through the Sunset Industrial area, is that last road that comes down to almost the county boundary in that point. So that will be the new Foothills Boulevard extension in the future. Sunset Boulevard, didn't mean to, there we go. Sunset Boulevard itself currently you come off of 65 here. This is Foothills Boulevard, where you come, if you came off on Sunset and you come to that, it's an intersection that just turns directly north and goes up to Athens. So Sunset then will connect out and come over and connect into Fittiman.
Oh, okay. All right.
That roadway.
All right. Just want to be.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, because traffic and public safety getting to those residences is going to be very important. So, okay, thank you.
I need you to keep your voice up, please.
Oh. Traffic concerns are very important, particularly for public safety and fire service and the police service getting to those, to say nothing of ambulances. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. If my colleagues are all done with their questions at this point, we'll go ahead and get into the public comment. I'm going to take folks that have signed up representing organizations first. We're going to start with a representative who's pretty adjacent to the project. That's Dr. Jackson from William Jessup University. And then next, I'm going to ask City of Lincoln, Steve Prosser, to please get ready to speak. And then after that, Danielle Casey with Greater Sacramento Economic Council. So that will be those will be our first three speakers.
Thank you, Chairman Euler and members of the board. My hope today is to provide some brief color commentary and not mention a single regulatory reference. We like to say that Jessup's the free market university in the region, and yet we are supportive of this project, specifically the value of higher education in Placer County. 10 years ago, I had the privilege to move here to Placer from another beautiful area. I moved from the slopes of the Sierra in Nevada and Douglas County. And moving here to Placer, I became greatly impressed right away at the natural beauty of the area, love the people of the area, and love the values of the area. I think it's inarguable, and you've heard reference before, that higher ed brings great value to a region. Diversity of opinion, diversity of population, culture, art, opportunity, let alone some very measurable economic benefits. I also think it's unique in this community that we have great higher ed partnerships. Sierra College and Sac State, William Jessup University, and others in Placer County are strongly committed to working with each other, and that's also replicated across the region. That creates not only for a healthy workforce, but it also creates the benefits of the educational systems, K-12, all the way through higher ed, working together well. We are committed to well-being. We have a tremendous community full of natural and human resources. I like to say to my friends who don't have the privilege to live here that Placer County is the best place in the state to be able to live, to be able to work, and to be able to play. And I know that that's a patented trademark for Placer County. We also have a vision that this would be a center for innovation, entrepreneurship, and creativity, and I think we get the privilege to do that in the midst of stunning natural beauty. In short, I just want you to hear that Jessup is supportive of this project, supportive of increasing higher ed opportunities. It might seem as though we wouldn't be supportive to what could be perceived as increased competition. Nothing could be further from the truth. We want to serve our community. We'd love to see more of our residents have access to higher ed opportunities in the region. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, sir. All right, Steve Prosser, and when I call your names, if you wouldn't mind lining up so we can just kind of move right through. So Steve Prosser, Danielle Casey with Greater Sacramento Economic Council, and then Dom Casey. I don't think there's a relation with City of Roseville.
Good afternoon, Chair Euler and honorable members of the Board of Supervisors, County Executive, and County Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the project and the City of Lincoln's concerns regarding predominantly the Sunset Area Plan and traffic impacts associated with Placer Ranch. Our first issue or area of concern is the overlap in our sphere of influence. As the county is aware, in 2010, LAFCO did adopt a resolution expanding our sphere of influence to include an area of what was deemed the Sunset Area Industrial Plan. That area is located on the northwest corner of the Sunset Area Plan. It's identified within our sphere of influence as Special Use District C. Our general plan governs future development policies and implementation measures for that specific area. As it is within our sphere of influence, any document that is a project level document looking to provide for future land use designation and potential development opportunities within our sphere of influence is inconsistent with our general plan, with the logical understanding that any future development would trigger annexation within the City of Lincoln. So the City of Lincoln identified this as an issue back in 2016, notified county staff of our concerns, and this issue still remains unresolved, specifically due to the fact that the new land use designations for that overlap area are urban reserve and mitigation reserve. So these are reserve lands that are being attached to areas that we have identified as logical growth for the fiscal sustainability of the City of Lincoln. Secondly, the city has concerns regarding the traffic impacts. And I'd like to start with the project level impact of industrial at 12 Bridges, the intersection. What we are looking at there is a degradation of a level of service due to project level impacts of an existing street section within our city. The mitigation measure that's been associated with that is the construction of Placer Parkway would eliminate or would mitigate to a level of insignificance. Alternatively, without the construction of Placer Parkway, it would be significant and unavoidable of a level of service F. Unfortunately, the City of Lincoln is not as optimistic as county staff of the potential for construction of the Placer Parkway area, and we believe that the traffic impact analysis is deficient and does not provide for all feasible mitigation measures associated with a significant and unavoidable impact. So we would be looking for an alternative to the significant and unavoidable with the change of the Placer Parkway construction. The other two traffic impact issues, one is within the unincorporated Placer County area. It is the Dowd-Moore intersection. Although it is currently an impact for unincorporated Placer County, as you may be aware, we've entered into negotiations with the county on tax sharing for Village 5. We believe that that area will be incorporated into the City of Lincoln well before implementation of the Placer Ranch Plan or Sunset Area Plan. As such, we believe that is will become a City of Lincoln traffic mitigation issue. And lastly is the 12 Bridges Lincoln Boulevard intersection. Cumulatively, those impacts, what is concerning of the City of Lincoln is, although the impacts are minor to the City of Lincoln and are within the mitigation measures as referenced within the development or the EIR, so are the mitigation measures for the cities of Rockland and Roseville. And same exact language with mitigation measures. What is different between the City of Lincoln and Roseville and Rockland is that the taxpayers of the City of Rockland and Roseville are afforded a level of surety found within the development agreement that it was not afforded to the taxpayers of the City of Lincoln regarding off-site mitigation. As such, the City of Lincoln requests the same level of surety that is built into the development agreement for our neighboring cities. Lastly, the City of Lincoln, as discussed in our response to the draft environmental impact report, has concerns about urban decay and resulting from the almost doubling of the commercial and industrial development found within Placer Ranch. This, in conjunction with what we already experienced with our sales tax leakage, we believe that analysis has deficiencies on how that additional commercial and industrial area can negatively impact our financial sustainability and economic growth. And I do appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do, and the City of Lincoln does formally request a continuance of this item to be able to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any, I don't see any comments or questions. Thank you. Let's go 5. And I'm sorry, I just clarified with the clerk. The reason that I asked for organizations to be separated from individuals is we are going to give those who are speaking on behalf of organizations a couple more minutes. We'd run a 3-minute clock there. We're actually going 5 minutes for representatives of organizations. However, I am only going to recognize one person per organization. We have a couple organizations like Placer People of Faith Together. I see 4 different people who have signed in speaking on behalf of that one organization. We only get 1 per organization. You're welcome to speak individually under public comment, of course, but only 1 representative per organization. Good afternoon, Ms. Casey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm pleased to be here. My name is Danielle Casey. I'm the Executive Vice President with the Greater Sacramento Economic Council. For anyone who may not be aware, we are a public-private partnership. We are led by a board of directors that's made up of 43 private CEOs in the region, representing some of the most notable companies and institutions that you would be aware of, as well as 20 member public sector communities. So all 6 counties in our great region, as well as 14 additional municipalities. So we're very excited to see this project move forward in an extremely thoughtful way, because when we meet with companies, the top challenges that we are seeing in attracting and growing companies in the region is by far above and beyond every single day, talent and product. Access to talent, the availability of talent, having talent that is properly trained and can work in their own backyards, in their neighborhoods, in their local communities, and also buildings and sites that are ready for that talent to work in and for companies to locate in. And that also means things like timelines and cost certainty for these projects. So I think the Sunset Area Plan tackles both of these challenges in a very thoughtful and strategic way. Currently, when we bring companies, and I was fortunate, we like to tour every single member community at least annually or more than that when time allows. And I was up in Placer County with your staff a couple weeks ago and had a wonderful tour, learned about all the amazing work you're doing. There's a tremendous amount of wonderful economic development work. But the biggest challenge is when I get the tour, I see there's only a couple sites we can even respond to when you bring us opportunities for employment in the region, for tradable sector jobs that offer this living wage in the community and high value wages. So this is really, I think, going to be tremendously game changing for the entire region, for Placer County, but for Greater Sacramento as well. So you're offering some really amazing leadership. It'll establish a path to advancing opportunities for everyone for this type of growth with the right types of jobs, and helping us reduce our dependence on really an overwhelming amount of government sector jobs and lower wage jobs, and advancing our economy the way that our institution is built to support. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you. All right, so we have, I believe Dom Casey was next, and then after Dom, we will have Leslie Warren, and then Cheryl Berkema.
Good afternoon. Whoa, it's very loud. Good afternoon, Chairman Euler and members of the board. Dominic Casey, City of Roseville City Manager, and I'm here today in that capacity. As you know, at the onset of this project, we shared with the county about a 38-page letter of the City of Roseville's concerns about this project, that variety of different issues as far as public safety, environmental, housing, greenhouse gas, different issues that we all concern, right, as residents in this area that we're all concerned about. And I'm here this afternoon to share with you, one, to thank the board for your direction, thank the board on behalf of the City of Roseville for your staff and working together collectively, very transparently, very openly, very collaboratively over the last 9 months to resolve those issues and work on those issues. We were negotiating and talking up to the very last minute. As you know, as you received a letter late yesterday evening from the City of Roseville talking about that last very issue of public safety. And I'm here today confidently to say that we support the errata that's before you that would be entered into the development agreement, and we're thankful for the board for considering that. And as we sit here today, I can tell you the City of Roseville is very, very excited about the opportunity of a higher educational learning institution in South Placer, and that we are very appreciative of the board and of county staff working so transparently and collaboratively with the City of Roseville. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. Appreciate that. All right, we have Leslie Warren on behalf of the Alliance for Environmental Leadership. After that, Cheryl Berkema on behalf of Defend Granite Bay. And then we will have Beth Gonzalez. Since she's first on the list, she'll be the Placer People of Faith Together representative. All the others who signed up under Placer People of Faith Together will be under the individual speakers. Good afternoon. I'm sorry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am Leslie Warren, the chair of the Alliance for Environmental Leadership, a coalition of 14 community groups representing over 4,000 voters that came together to fund and produce the Smart Growth Plan for West Placer and to evaluate the Sunset Area Plan and the Placer Ranch Plan. I really considered rewriting my comments today to address some of the statements that Supervisor Euler made, which are, I think, misunderstand the plan, and I decided to deal with that separately and continue with the comments I had prepared. Foremost of our concerns about the project before you is the harm that it will cause to climate, species, and habitat. 1.5 billion pounds of CO2, the creation of a heat island that will travel into our Sierra and can increase surface temperatures by as much as 22 degrees, the loss of habitat, and the local likely extinction of 14 endangered species, among them the Swainson's hawk, that summers in the grasslands of West Placer, feeding on aquatic creatures and small mammals, and then spends its winters at the tip of South America. This environmental impact report documents the values of the carbon sequestering grasslands of West Placer, and its value as a flood control site, and the value it contributes just harboring our vernal pools, which are, if you know about them, our own version of the Galapagos Islands. And the EIR counts 61 significant, adverse, and unmitigated impacts to our environment. Please do not make an overriding consideration finding in the face of this harm when your own EIR puts forth less harmful alternatives. Those would be alternatives 3 and 4. We're concerned about air quality in this environmental impact report and project. In the EIR, future developers will offset the extraordinary greenhouse gas emissions by purchasing carbon offsets. Carbon offsets in this report are only for a short part of the project's life, and the EIR lacks documentation establishing that even those offsets will be effective for the brief time period that they are required. In the big picture, why are we even considering doing offsets when a net carbon emission development is available to us now and most certainly will be in the 30 to 80 year build out of this plan? There's no excuse for the obsolescence of this project, which is going to be putting 900,000 new vehicles many of them heavy trucks, on our roadways every day. Across the board, the EIR's vague requirements for air quality measures and for carbon offsets fall short of what Sql requires and threaten the public health. I'm going to skip over the odor issue because I think other people are going to be covering it, but I just want to mention that a developer's speculative purchase of farmland is why we're here today, addressing the odor issue, not because it's good planning. We really have problems with the university feasibility studies, which are the cornerstone economics behind the Sunset Area and Plaza Ranch plans. The two economic studies date from 2002 and 2004, and all the other economic studies that the counties produced subsequent to that are founded in that data. Those data of the reports, 2002 and 2004, are 5 years before iPhones were invented. So you can imagine how antiquated the data is, and at a time when big university institutions still flourished. Jump ahead 18 years to 2020, and times have changed. CS News' new campuses of today, despite what Sac State is telling you, are small single-subject centers nested in urban settings where specialized instruction is designed for non-traditional students who, when not studying online, are learning in the marketplace with hands-on real-world experiences. We suggest that you send the two economic studies upon what are the cornerstone and foundation of the whole Sunset Area plan to the state's apolitical legislative analyst office for professional review and verification. Once we have that, let's move forward with confidence in our economic data and an understanding of what we're getting into with CSU and what it will cost us. If you read the letter from CSU and the EIR, they want nothing to do with Placer County and will abide by neither our general plan nor zoning should they take advantage of the site. Our housing crisis is of paramount concern to us. The failure of this plan to address our affordable and middle-class housing needs is inexcusable. I take exception with the staff's statement about what the price point of these houses will be in light of the infrastructure cost that is going to be a burden on the developer, even though I understand from Supervisor Euler that Placer County taxpayers are contributing over $18 million towards those costs. Because the county is project applicant for this project, for this site itself, it's all the more reason that we should be addressing the affordable housing crisis here. 25 units of workforce housing with a workforce projected in the Sunset Area of 60,000 is meaningless. The future is mixed-use communities while all workers have the opportunity to find affordable housing near their workplace. This is a 1980s plan in a new world. We can do better for our people today and for generations to come. Please delay action until you are sure this plan represents your best option. The Alliance for Environmental Leadership produced and your own EIR proposed less environmentally damaging alternatives which still meet the county's development objectives. You're not seeing them today, and we ask why. Why are you being asked to make overriding consideration findings and certify this EIR when the scope of the adverse environmental impact is staggering and the mitigation responsibility in the development agreement is unclear and the public cost is undeterminable?
Ms. Warren, if I could ask you to wrap up your comments, please.
I will, as my conclusion. This is a plan that runs afoul of your pledged responsibility to safeguard the public welfare and afoul of state environmental law, as we have shown in the letter we submitted from our attorney, Shute Mahaley-Weinberger. There is no compelling reason to rush to approve today, and should you entitle these farmlands today with development zoning, there is no going back. If CSU turns its back on us, you'll be committed to this zoning plan. So I tell you, delay action today. If CSU truly wants to come to Placer County, they will, whether you act today or no. Please pause until you can move forward consistent with environmental law, confident in your data and costs, and in the knowledge that you have made the right decision for this very special place at this very critical time in history.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. All right, Cheryl Berkema, Defend Granite Bay, and then we have Beth Gonzalez, Placer People of Faith Together, There were a couple of people who signed in on behalf of Sacramento State. We already had the CFO speak on behalf of Sacramento State, so I'm going to take you and put you in the individual part. I apologize for that, but that's just the way that goes. And so, Ms. Berkema, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I am here today to also ask that
I need you to state your name for the record.
Cheryl
please.
Berkema.
Thank you.
From Granite Bay.
Thank
Why am I here from Granite Bay? I'm stuck in the middle of Folsom development and this development, which will be 75,000 on one side, approximately the same, no plan. We're already at F-level traffic on Douglas. Where are all these people? If they can't live in the community, where are they going to live? They're going to be driving down Douglas. They're going to be driving through all of our arteries, and nothing has been addressed outside of Sunset area to deal with this. There's no traffic plan whatsoever to deal with it. There's no housing to deal with all the people that will not be able to afford to live there. I do ask that you wait until that you delay this until you have more of the missing pieces that I'd like to describe. This isn't about education. I don't think anyone disputes the fact that everyone is for higher education here. This is more about the fact that you've had 20 years, you've said you've worked multiple years on this project, and you have no signature. This is a project launched today. This is a land use decision with environmental documents. It's about technical data. Where are the pieces and parts? You're missing many pieces. We don't have the economic analysis. As Leslie mentioned, it is outdated. It was developed for a different plan. We have requested the environmental analysis documents from the private developer, and we have not received them. And I think withholding data from the public is serious in this case. We don't have mitigation costs. If you add up every single mitigation in the plan, we were told that we were going to get that data before this meeting today. So all of these mitigations that cost money, who is paying for it? What is funded? What is not funded? What is going to be a bond measure? What are taxes that are going to be increased? It's a complete unanswered economic question, and I think the public is owed that information. The rushing to, I disagree with the statement that was made by the director that we have not been rushing. Since November 21, we have a developer agreement, which is standard inside an appendix for a specific plan. And so at the last minute, we get that. We get errata. We have Brown Act violations, people coming in the day before and just flinging errata around. That is not preparedness. That is rushing to judgment on a project that's not ready for it. We have a financing plan that was just produced for this meeting within 72 hours. You mean to tell me we've been working on this for 10 years, 20 years, and within 3 days we're supposed to review all of this financial traffic data? It's not fair to the people of this county to have to digest all that information in 3 days. I also think just yesterday we had a waste management board, which, by the way, Supervisor Gore and Supervisor Wygant are part of that. We have a county that's the applicant and the approver, and they're approving the dump. So it's like, who's approving what? There has to be some independent analysis, and I think that the parties should have recused themselves in the decision, and they did not. So you're basically saying, we want this project to go through, and we're going to sit on another board that we have entrusted you on, and you don't recuse yourself, which actually, there's financial gain for Placer County on this. And so I think that it was wrong to do that. I'm not an expert on the subject, but I wanted to raise that. And also, there was a financial agreement with the city of Roseville. This is a last-minute decision. It did not go before an open board council meeting for Roseville. Since when, what do Roseville residents think about that? They didn't know that how many millions of dollars are being thrown around and backroom decisions being made without being made in front of the public. Again, could be considered a conflict of interest. I don't know. I'm not an expert on it. But when things come in the last 72 hours, I would be very concerned about that. The CSUs and the Sunset Area Plan are also considered at the program level. The program is still inside an EIR. There's technical constraints that need to be handled. There's CEQA and NEPA impacts that have to be answered to, and I don't think they have been. The affordable housing, We have been asking, we have 500 units that are short. Nothing has been built in Placer County. And I think that having records available, we need the records, and I do think that by going to 2020, the laws are changing. There was a contradiction made here that the zoning goes with the land. It does go with the land, which means whatever you sign today is what we're locked into. And if we get housing 2 years from now or a year from now, even in January, those requirements will not be on this project. Just saying that you're adding some density bonus requirements isn't the same as you following what the state has put forward for 2020 requirements. I urge you to wait until 2020 because there's been a lot of effort at the state level. Everyone is doing that. The offsite mitigation, we're doing CO2 transfer. The state doesn't get to transfer their credits. Why are we able to do that in a brand new project that should be zero net carbon? Why are we pushing that to the rest of the county? That should be managed on site. We should be doing best-in-class practices and showing that we can build a project that people are proud of.
Ms. Berkman, if you could wrap up your comments, please.
Sure. So I think I would say we have no housing plan, no sustainability plan, no conservation plan, lack of a regional and transit plan, lack of independent review of the economics, no cost for taxpayers, no health and hazard study. We just came up with one on the 21st. We have an expert come in, and 2 weeks is good enough. I think that those significant and unavoidable impacts need to be answered, and I urge you to delay the project and get a signature from the university. 500 students is all that can be done today. In the November CSU meeting minutes, we had no mention for the next 5 years. There's no university plan in their minutes, nothing. They can only put 500 people. So I urge you, this is product launch day today. I urge you to get that signature before you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berkema. All right, we have Beth Gonzalez with Placer People of Faith Together, Carol Garcia on behalf of the Sierra College Board of Trustees, and then David, I apologize, Schmeisky, 350 Placer. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Pardon me, but my name is Janie Evans, not Beth Gonzalez. She was not able to stay.
Okay.
So you
we do have you on. Go.
Yes,
so you
I
may
am
you
on
may
there.
step in. Go right ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janie Evans,
Thank
Placer People of Faith Together. While this plan has been modified to mitigate some of the worst parts of the plan in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, density, affordable housing, and open space, there are remaining questions in terms of specifics. We urge careful follow-up and continued and ongoing responsiveness to community concerns. For example, affordable housing, making sure the affordability standards include low and very low housing income categories. And beyond that, it is very disappointing that the vast majority of the housing is in the moderate, or the price points that were mentioned here was $500,000. And we know that 85% of Placer County residents, for those 85%, $500,000 is unaffordable. So this plan is very affordable in that way. Overall, we really urge you to continue in the transparency and, to this point, involvement of the community in your decisions, and keep that going forward in your planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Carol Garcia, Sierra College Board of Trustees, David Schmeisky, 350 Placer, sorry about that, and then Ross Middlemiss, Center for Biological Diversity.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairperson Euler and members of the Placer County Board of Supervisors. My name is Carol Garcia. I'm a fifth-generation Roseville resident. and it's a pleasure to be speaking to you about our Plaza Ranch project. As a former council member and mayor for the city of Roseville, I understand the intricacies and details that must be considered for a project of this magnitude. I can't overemphasize how important Plaza Ranch will be to our region. The project will be a huge economic development driver with the location of businesses in the Sunset Industrial Area and also creating jobs closer to home for many of our residents. I'm also impressed with the open space element the project will bring, containing projected parks and trails. I think the most exciting component of Plaza Ranch project is the location of a satellite campus for California State University, Sacramento. This would be our county's first four-year public institution. In addition, it will allow a partnership and collaboration between Sac State and Sierra College to also have a campus within Plaza Ranch. As an alumnus of Sierra College as well as Sac State and currently a trustee for Sierra College, I can't tell you how exciting this project will be in providing an educated and ready workforce for our community. In addition, I would also like to emphasize the environmental impacts that will be lessened by thousands of students currently making the commute to Sac State who can now experience a lesser commute. I realize there are many critical details to consider regarding services, infrastructure, and impacts on this project, and commend the staff and leadership from Placer County and the city of Roseville. The development of Plaza Ranch will bring so many positive aspects to our region and urge your support today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. All right, Mr. Schmeisky, and then Mr. Middlemiss, and then Mr. Trainer on behalf of the United Auburn Indian Community. Hi.
Good afternoon. I'm David Schmeisky. I've been a resident of Placer County for 41 years. I know some of you somewhat personally, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about an issue that's connected to 350 Placer. We are an environmental organization. We are very much concerned with awareness about climate change, making sure people in our community know what's going on. We focus upon local solutions, and this is quite local. This is a complicated issue. I know I congratulate you folks for taking this on because it's more serious than the old typical 20th century development where you're just looking at economic development and jobs and this and that. But now it's about climate change. You can't deny it. There are people out there that will say, oh, well, the science isn't there yet, but that's just not true. So what you have to do now is look at what we're doing, not just right now, economically, providing jobs for some people in Placer County and Roseville and Sacramento. We have to think about vehicle miles traveled. We have to think about open space. And I know you've thought about those things. You hear about them all the time. You're reading about them all the time. But what you've got to do is you're the ones that have to make the decision. You're our leaders. You've heard from Sac State that they may build a campus here. Unlikely. They might build a satellite. They might focus something on this, maybe in a lifetime. Maybe we'll see that. There's no assurance that that's going to happen. One thing is for sure, and that is the waste management facility at the heart of this development stinks. And frankly, we've built great developments in Placer County around wonderful lakes and golf courses, never around a dump. And you're not, you don't have a solution about that. Like some people will deny science about climate change when the evidence is right in front of their faces. But they'll say, oh, science will fix odor. Hydrogen sulfide, as we spoke about earlier, is not a particulate, it's a toxic gas. It's rotten egg smell. That's what it is. And the reason why people don't die from it is because it's largely diluted by air. Particulates will kill you. Years ago, and I'm talking about more than 20 years ago, particulates were identified from diesel fuel exhaust as a killer. Particulates. Are they coming out of the waste management facility? We know they are. What we have for certain is some economic development, some open space going away. We know that for certain. We also have something called urban sprawl. And you know what's going to happen. The citizens initiated SMART plan was intended to build a community. They don't have to, people who live there don't have to travel all over the place. But from this facility that, as proposed, and I'm not categorically opposed to wise development, but as proposed, this one is going to build another bedroom community, and we're going to get people living there because they can afford it. And the reason why they can afford those houses is because they live there and work downtown in Sacramento. And they're going to be driving down 65 and clogging up all the roads, as we know they have been doing for years. You know, you've been here long enough to know that. We need some kind of hybrid plan, some plan between the two, something that you can agree to, something that's smart, something that's sustainable. Don't cover up any more open space. It's too valuable. You've got to solve the problem. That's what you're sitting there to do. Don't become part of the problem.
Thank you, sir. All right, I believe we have Mr. Middlemas next, and then Mr. Trainer, and then Veronica Blake for Placer Community Foundation.
Morning, or good afternoon, supervisors. Sorry. My name is Ross Middlemas. I'm a staff attorney with the Center for Biological Diversity, working out of our Oakland office. I appreciate the time to speak today, and I echo many of the concerns that have been put forth thus far by the community, and I would direct you to our comment letters we've submitted throughout the EIR process for an explanation of our concerns. But to summarize, I think from the get-go, it's problematic that this project is executing a vision of 20th century planning and land use development. I understand there's a bit of inertia when plans come up, they get approved, they set things in motion, but the county as applicant has an opportunity to change course and set a more sustainable and equitable vision for development in Western Placer County and be an example for development in California at large. Unfortunately, the document and plan as currently proposed misses that mark, in addition to missing its legal obligations under CEQA. While the EIR and its underlying documents identify a number of significant and unavoidable impacts, certainly not hiding the ball in that respect, but identifying impacts as significant does not eliminate the county's responsibility to mitigate to the extent feasible. And throughout this environmental document are examples of either deferred and speculative mitigation or simply just putting it onto someone else's plate, whether that be surrounding municipalities or some future entity yet to be named. And beyond that is a repeated omission of on-site mitigations, and some of those have been noted, and it just doesn't go far enough to mitigate the severe impacts to the environment. And some of those, and once more, I think the woefully inadequate statement of overriding considerations is indicative of a realization that the benefits of this project and purported benefits that in most cases are very speculative simply come nowhere near outweighing the significant costs that can be identified now and will occur with certainty. Just to touch on some of the legally insufficient places within the environmental review, specifically biological resources, the immense impacts to vernal pool habitat are not properly mitigated on site. The reliance and hopeful reliance on the Placer County Conservation Project is inadequate to justify the amount of destruction this project would bring. And there's also insufficient recognition and analysis of the impacts to existing mitigation banks that were put in place to allow development that has already happened in other places. So I think that needs to be addressed. And as David so eloquently put, the climate crisis is upon us, and it is the duty of elected officials and those in charge of land use planning to act, and to act in a way that is responsible for this generation and the next. And this project is a dereliction of that duty, in that putting almost 1 million new cars on the road every day is not the way that we are going to meet our climate goals in California, let alone regionally and as a nation, as we try to grapple with this problem. And to that point, specifically the mitigation set forth in the EIR is at best difficult to follow, and at worst misleading. The reliance on offsets, and offsets that are only required to be paid for potentially 1 year out after development, does nowhere near enough to offset the impacts of the dramatic increase in vehicle miles traveled from this project. So as we stated, the county is in a unique position to execute a vision that can be inclusive of its community and protect the vital environmental resources of Placer County. And unfortunately, it misses the mark. We strongly urge that this project in its current form be denied, and that you return and come back with something that better represents the future planning that we as Californians and the Placer community needs. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Trainer, on behalf of the United Auburn Indian Community, Ms. Blake on behalf of the Placer Community Foundation, and then Mr. Garabedian on behalf of Placer County Tomorrow. And then we will take another quick break to let her rest her hands before we get into the individuals at that point. That will conclude our organization sign-in. Mr. Trainer, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I'm Charles Trainer with the law firm of Trainer Fairbrook, representing the United Auburn Indian Community. We've had tremendous cooperation as a fellow governmental entity, working with the county and getting to the point that we're at now, to the point that we felt that we wouldn't even have to provide any further comments. Crystal and her team have been very responsive to everything that we've asked, and met many compromises along the way. The reason we're here is because of the footnote that was inserted at the Planning Commission into the zoning ordinance exhibit. That footnote reads, industrial uses in operation at the time of adoption of the SAP are allowed in the EMU district pursuant to, and then it quotes the county zoning ordinance. That came about because an individual from Rio Bravo got up, the plant manager at Rio Bravo got up the Planning Commission hearing and made the statement that if you change the zoning on our facility, when our power purchase agreement ends in 8 years, we will be out of business. That statement was not challenged. The county then, the planning commissioners then obviously felt, well, we probably need to address that. If that's the case, we don't want to put Rio Bravo out of business. And then the language, the footnote, was inserted. The problem with the footnote is that, first of all, the statement that was made is not true. There's no basis that Rio Bravo is going to go out of business if its power purchase agreement ends. That has nothing to do with the entitlements that it has and the permits that it has to operate their facility. And so secondly, the county's zoning code already provides for grandfathering business in when changes are used. So we submitted a detailed letter to you concerning our opposition and our request that the footnote that was put in be removed. There's two particular reasons that that's true. One is you have a very detailed 12-paragraph ordinance that covers whether or not a business can remain when the zoning has been changed, that grandfathers in existing businesses in your zoning code. Trying to summarize Rio Bravo's rights in a single sentence inserted into the zoning portion of an EIR is not the way to address it. It's confusing, and it will lead to uncertainty in the future. Let me give you two examples. Right now, your zoning code says if you have a non-conforming use and you stop that use for over 12 months, your right to continue that use disappears. There's no limitation on that language within the footnote that was put in. Likewise, if your building burns down, you don't rebuild within 24 months. Your conforming use right goes away. None of that's addressed. They're trying to address your 12-paragraph ordinance in one sentence. It just wasn't appropriate. Secondly, with respect to Rio Bravo, they operate under multiple conditional use permits. Their current use, where they're bringing in logging trucks and processing the trees, was approved by the county in 2017 in June. That expires in 2022. That's their present use of the facility. If that isn't renewed in 2022, you have a footnote in this document that says they can continue using their present use, yet you have a conditional use permit that's expired at that point in time if the county chooses not to renew it or to modify it. So we think that we don't want the uncertainty of that footnote overriding somehow the county's ordinances and the conditional use permits that affect that property. So in summary, UAIC's position is that Rio Bravo's use is protected by your existing ordinances when it's grandfathered in, and the footnote is misleading, unnecessary, and incorrect. And we request that you remove that footnote that the Planning Commission inserted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Blake, and then Mr. Garabedian.
Good afternoon, Veronica Blake, Placer Community Foundation. Appreciate having the opportunity to speak to you all as we have been doing throughout this process. The plan suggests that there are many more lower wage jobs that will be created and there's not enough affordable housing being proposed. High density residential doesn't mean affordable. Given the unique role that the county has taken with this project, the RENA obligations that are coming at us, and your awareness of the housing crisis, this project should be more bold to meet the needs of all of our residents. 10% affordable is just not enough. The type of residential being proposed is primarily single family, and that's actually not adequate to support the public transportation system, which is also a needed element to make sure that we have funding available to subsidize successful affordable housing projects. I've said this before and I'll say it again, dorm units should not be counted to meet affordability requirements. And given the housing crisis, the phasing of affordable units should be prioritized greater than what is being proposed. Those are my comments as the CEO of the Placer Community Foundation, but I have a couple comments as a resident of this county. And that is that there may not be a state requirement, but it's definitely questionable to move forward with a project that reduces the buffer zone around the dump when there are already regular complaints about the smell. I'm also curious how we can justify having more senior-only communities built in this county. How many more can we handle? The average age of our residents is already much higher than the state average. And this project's being billed as workforce housing, but seniors are retired, and it's not more workforce housing. And lastly, I'd say that I absolutely love the idea of the university, especially one that conducts research and promotes economic development. That plan has been in the works for years, and it's been discussed for years. And given that the Board of Supervisors has already approved a university site in the past, and that project hasn't moved forward, I think the citizens would feel more comfortable if an actual agreement was released and in place to us so that we could have feedback on it. We at least need a framework for a backup plan. The idea that having people back at the table really leaves a lot of doubts for citizens like me in our mind about how we'll move forward with that. University is a really critical component to our future, and there should be no reason why we shouldn't be able to hammer that out. Thanks so much, and appreciate the opportunity to comment.
All right, Mr. Garabedian, and then we're going to take another quick 5 minutes, and then we'll come back with individuals.
Mike Garabedian, representing Placer County tomorrow. Well, here we are again, working hours on a work day, and the Planning Commission met the week before Thanksgiving, and this is between Thanksgiving and Christmas. You know my concerns. You've heard them before about public involvement. So this plan risks our landfill, but it hasn't, the people that it affects have not really been involved in that process. And who is that? That's every person who discards anything in their home, at their business, traveling through this county. Those are the people affected. And you can't, well, on the next agenda item, I'm going to talk more about the MOU, which you should know, it wasn't repeated, that the person there from Rockland voted against it. It was a 4-1 vote. And now you're saying something, not mentioning that or dealing with that. So about upending the Sunset Industrial Area Plan, it can't go forward without Placer Ranch. There's just no way. It's dependent on this. You know, this is a $600 million project, and there's $200 million that's been talked about over recent years that would be paying for it up front because the developers don't pay till later or something like that. Our objective, as you know, is to stop it, and we will do our best, and may have some consent, some ability to do that. Now, what is Placer Parkway? Nobody talked about it. Placer Parkway is going to be a truckway for cross-continental semi-truck traffic. It is going to provide a link between I-80 and 99 and other truck going north. That's what it's going to bring through, one of the things it's going to bring through our community, besides not relieving congestion, as the Transportation Planning Authority misleads them to think. We'll hear about that issue more over the coming weeks already, obviously. So about the three campuses, you know, I feel embarrassed about the campuses because each one of them have departments and professors and students. Where were they? They were missing in action when up to a few days ago, the Placer County Transportation Planning Agency adopted a new transportation plan. That plan is going to be around for a few years. That plan and this thing are ancient. It does not have any of the technology and what we know about moving traffic built into it. It's just an old plan. The Placer Parkway was a 2,000-year plan, and this plan, the early one was what, 1997. So I asked those universities to get going and bring their people and their students to revise, if you're going to do some project like this, get involved and start over on it and not put yourselves in what I consider to be an embarrassing position, supporting the worst greenhouse gas, worst transportation sprawl project in the history of the region. So the changes, a couple anecdotes really. We know that this board feels free to make changes in plans after it adopts them. The best example I can think of offhand is the Placer Vineyards, where the park space was removed. The open space was removed. More housing was allowed closer to the high voltage power lines and the EMF fields. Those things were changed. So, you know, that means everything here could be potentially, things here could be up for grabs. A fact of life that there's all kinds of discussion about environmental issues. Well, the cheapest places to build around the whole state, not just here, are gone. The least environmentally harmful places to build are gone. I mean, there's vernal pools everywhere. The places with available structure are gone. So that's why you're spending so much money to try to encourage the developers to come here. It's just a fact of life. A couple points. Italy? Don't know what's going on in Italy? This is the European Union. You don't have to look far to know what the EU is doing to recommend in the EU countries. They missed that. We don't understand what they're talking about. They don't know what's going on. Maybe they can clarify that for you. This is an exercise in discretion. You spend a lot of your discretion, months and months of time working with developers and landowners, but not with the people affected with their trash. And you just haven't done that. You've got to do more for a plan like this. The Sunset Area Plan is just, let me put it this way. We oppose it. You should scrap it. You should not spend one more public cent on it, and have some sense and common sense, like the person from Rockland who voted against the MOU yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so at this time, I'm going to actually give the reporter a little longer, 5 minutes. We're going to take 15 minutes. Anybody who's signed up to speak individually, if I call your name and you're not here, I'll call your name again. So if you want to run to the store and, grab a bar to eat or something, and come back, that's so, protein bar is what I'm thinking. Yeah. I'm not saying go to the bar. It's not olives from the martini. That's not what I'm suggesting you would be eating at the bar. But if that works for you, no, I'm sorry, a protein bar, a Cliff Bar, something along those lines. Anyway, the point is that you will have an opportunity, if you're not back in 15 minutes and I call your name, I will call names again. So we'll take 15 minutes and come back and start on the individuals. So about 5 minutes after 2. Ready? All right, we are going to resume public comment. As folks know, this meeting is broadcast live as we sit here. It's obviously audio recorded, it's video recorded, which has often made me wonder why we have a transcriber sitting here when somebody could simply watch the video record. So for the remainder of public comment, she is going to take a lunch break, and so she's off for the remainder of public comment, but rest assured, all comments are recorded and captured in the record. Just wanted to make sure everybody understood that. If it is necessary that they be transcribed, they will be transcribed. Ma'am, you've had your opportunity to speak. If it is necessary that they be transcribed, they will be transcribed. If it is not necessary, and we don't have to spend the cost to have the comments transcribed, then they won't be. But should it be necessary and we be compelled to provide written record, it will be transcribed. Thank you. All right, moving on, we will have Mr. Kelvin Lee and then Mr. Tim Herman, and I think Dee Dee Cordell left. Dee Dee has left. Okay, then Robert Dugan after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Kelvin Lee. My wife Shirley and I, my daughter, her fiance, and our grandson live in Placer County. Shirley and I have lived in our home for over 30 years, and our daughter and grandson have spent their entire lives in Placer County. Shirley and I are retired educators. We have enjoyed our profession for over 37 years. My wife was an elementary teacher in the Roseville City School District, and I was the superintendent of the Dry Creek Joint Union Elementary School District. My daughter, her fiance, and I are graduates of Sac State. I have an MA, a master's, and 3 educational credentials, all earned at Sac State. Shirley and I support Sac State with 2 endowments for student teachers who wish to work in Placer County. I'm also a member of the Sac State and Placer County chapters of the Alumni Association. I would like to share some information about the outstanding K-12 public education system we have in Placer County. Data from the California Department of Education describes Placer County K-12 education as robust and engaging. Placer County has 16 school districts and 22 charter schools. Teaching and learning are provided in 127 school sites that range from unique single school districts to large unified districts. Schools in Placer County have been recognized for their instructional excellence, with many being selected as by the California Department as California Distinguished Schools, and a number of our schools were selected by the U.S. Department of Education as National Blue Ribbon Schools. Placer County school districts educate over 84,000 K-12 students. They employ 36,000 teachers, 2,500 classified employees, and 770 administrators. The 16 high schools offer a vast range of educational opportunities with career technical education, vocational academies, advanced placement classes, and several providing international baccalaureate curricula. All these accomplishments are the product of an environment that emphasizes the value of a rigorous and relevant education. The success of our county public education system relies on the continuing commitment of our students, our parents, our educators, our school boards, community and business leaders, and policymakers such as you. A new California State University and Sierra College program in Placer County will expand the educational excellence that has been a legacy of our county. Today, you are considering the merits of the proposals before you. As a part of that consideration, I urge you to consider the value of extending the gifts of a public university education to the students and families of Placer County. As a resident, parent, alumni, and educator, I ask that the Placer County Board of Supervisors approve the general plan update and the Placer County specific plan amendment, and you allow the Sac State Sierra College campus to become a part of our county's educational legacy. Thank you for your attention, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, we have Tim Herman, Robert Dugan, and then Tina, is it Trace or Treese? Tress? Sorry.
Good afternoon, thank you. My name is Dr. Tim Herman. I am an alumni of Sac State. Met my wife there 38 years ago, and she is the president of the Placer County Alumni Chapter of Sac State. As I was on the City Council of Roseville for 8 years, the big push that I had was to get higher education into Placer County. I've been a supporter of this project for 15 years, a supporter of the Regional University Project. In that time, spent time chairing the Higher Education Task for the City of Roseville, and we identified the great need for higher education in our region and the economic benefit to all of us. And as I heard somebody say earlier, the diversity of thought that we get from higher education and having more students here, more learning, having a research university that can provide answers to some of our problems right here in our region is hugely important. You know, I sat in a meeting with Supervisor Wygant and former Supervisor Jack Duran and former City Mayor Susan Rohan, and I told them that whether this project happens in the city of Roseville or in the county, it's too important for it not to have happen. And I'm a man of my word. I'm here. I urge you to support Placer Ranch plan and get us Sac State and Sierra College here as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. All right, we have Robert Dugan, Tina Tress, and then Scott Ewell.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, staff, and all the staff that's in the other room that did all that work on that presentation. That was quite the marathon. I'm going to start with just a little note that I heard yesterday on the news. Sir? Robert Dugan from Roseville.
I know this is your first time speaking in public.
It is. Well, I get so excited. You know, everything's been said, but it's not been said by everybody. I heard that mentioned a couple of times yesterday. So I'll gloss over a couple of things and focus on a couple of things I hadn't planned on because I think it's important. It is really exciting to be here because as those of you that know me know, this is a personal passion. I've worn a few hats for both Sac State and Sierra, but it's because of these and the science building that just got built, right? I was able to help make things happen and bring my talents to the table to be part of the team. And that's why I did it. That's why I spent time there. That's why I'm still on the foundation board at Sierra, and I'm still on the alumni board at Sac State. And I've worn a few day job hats and other hats as policy volunteers for planning commission, et cetera. And obviously I'm here to encourage you, make the next step today. There's going to be a lot more dialogue as things happen. But I just wanted to bring up a couple of things. First, being appreciative for the persistence. This project has gone through several evolutions, and with each evolution it gets better. And we understand more of the connectivity. I know that in our current political reality, right, rhetoric gets a little hot, but the fact is it's gotten better. And we've had more discussion over the last 10 years as this project's moved forward. We know, and I won't repeat too much of what's already been said, but the economic diversity of a university as opposed to other economic engines is that it elevates gainful employment and it elevates salaries. And that's what we want in our region, right? We know that we need that. We know that in the greater region we couldn't attract a few major employers because we couldn't produce enough human talent. Adding human talent to the pool also increases everybody's wages. I also want to reference that the unique nature of the partnership we have with Sierra College, with William Jessup, with Sac State is really awesome. Whether it's criminal justice, whether it's health and human services, nursing, public safety, I could name them all and I could give you examples of all of them because I got to work with some of them, but I'll just use two. Mechatronics at Sierra College, right? We ended up with a major gaming facility here in our town. Sierra College figured out how to deliver what they needed to maintain their equipment and all of a sudden created really well-paying jobs for those folks. On a totally separate side, which is important, I think, to you all in this project, is environmental sciences. Did you know that when we rebuild the Lower American every year for the fish, all the science that goes into that is done by 3 different departments at Sac State: environmental science, biology, and geology. And they do all the research that informs how, through the water forum, we maintain that ecosystem. Those are the kind of partnerships you're bringing in. And we know that with a university and a project like this, we've got the plan to bring in the companies that will benefit from it and create good employment for our South Placer region. And then, of course, all the cities around us benefit, and there's plenty of studies that show that as well. And those are things we don't put a nickel on today, but when their property values rise and the general average income of their citizens rise, it's because of that higher ed. So it's a great economic driver, and we encourage your support. Look forward to the next dialogue that comes after we get past today with your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dugan. All right, Ms. Treese, she'll clarify for me. And then Mr. Ewell, and then Christine Miller.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Tina Trice, and I'm here to speak in support of Placer Ranch Project. I live in Placer County, and I've been here for almost 40 years. I was born and raised in the greater Sacramento area. I've supported Sacramento State students and the university mission for years as an employer of accounting students, serving for 12 years on the Alumni Association board, and personally giving to the university and the students. Currently, I am proud to serve as the chair of the University Foundation at Sacramento State, and I'm an officer of the Placer County Alumni Chapter. As a first-generation college grad, I know that college education changes lives in the communities that support the college. The Placer Ranch Project is a unique concept of cooperation that will benefit our community through the Placer Center. The center will not only benefit transfer students, but also lifelong learning for community members through the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute. The partnership between Placer Ranch, Placer County, Sacramento State, and Sierra College to create a hub for higher education is a way to ensure our community will continue to grow and thrive. Collaboration is the wave of the future to ensure a facility that will benefit a greater population of Placer County. Thousands of students, staff, and faculty commute out of our communities down to Sacramento. With the Placer Ranch project, those individuals will stay in our area and benefit the economic power of our county. In addition, the construction will have a major impact on the economy, estimated over $900 million in the region. On a larger scale, we're proud of the citizens of Placer County, and higher education has the proven impact of additional tax revenue, lower unemployment, and reduced poverty. In addition, studies show that higher levels of civic participation occur for college graduates. The Placer Ranch project and the Placer Center's estimated benefits are a great project for our community, and I am one that is proud to support it. I encourage you all to join me in supporting this project as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trice. All right, Mr. Yule, Ms. Miller, and then Kenneth Winter.
All righty, are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Euler and the esteemed Board of Supervisors. That's not to exclude the esteemed part with you, Mr. Chairman. You're part of that esteem.
I won't take it personally.
And again, good afternoon, our county exec and council and staff, and especially staff, frankly, because I want to thank you for all the work you've put into this, the extra work and the extra work. This has been well vetted. It's been very transparent, and I think that's why it makes for a good project before us. And I speak with some expertise, albeit a little. I served 12 years on the city council in Rockland, and I've served on PCTPA and Sacogs.
Before we have to play guess that former elected, your name for the record is?
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you very much, esteemed Chairman.
You're too busy.
It's Scott Ewell. I am
yourself,
a resident and small business owner in Rockland. Sorry about that. Yeah, and I've served on many of these committees and the Waste Authority as well. So I have seen the sausage made on this project, and I understand what's behind it. And what a lot of folks don't see, really, I think, is all the work that goes into this. And unfortunately, we only get a small bite of it at these meetings. I would also say, and I had some prepared remarks, but I kind of go off script a little bit. I know this is difficult. These are always difficult decisions, and there's a lot to be considered. And I respect everyone's opinion, and I expect those who oppose this. But I would say sometimes it's somewhat disingenuous to maybe offer alternate this or alternate that, or to revisit this or to table that, and then it really sometimes in the same breath say that the main goal is just to stop this project. I get it. If you don't want the project, you don't want the project. But I happen to have a lot of faith in the process, and I think the process has worked. And it's gotten us where we are here today with a solid, sound project. I'm also proud to have been on the city council, as I mentioned, when we approved some rezoning to allow William Jessup to come on board and become part of the community. And coupled with Sierra College, that higher education investment has just been spectacular. So a CSU campus will be truly a game changer, and it will really elevate our community. And this has been worked on, the campus idea, for 20 years, and so we've heard and heard and heard darn near everything we can. It would be a shame to miss this opportunity here at the finish line. And again, I know we said something about a lot of Sac State. There's Sac State grads everywhere, and there are. I'm one. My wife's one. My father-in-law, my mother-in-law, their spouses, my brother-in-law, my sister-in-law, my brother. And that's just one little household, right? And with the exception of me, they are all very productive citizens. So there are stingers everywhere, and how great would that be to have that ability to kind of to perpetuate that in our community? So please, I urge you to vote affirmatively. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ewell. All right, we have Ms. Miller. Is she here? She hadn't made it back yet. Okay, then we'll go ahead and hold her spot. Mr. Winter, Kenneth Winter, Mr. Scheiber, Albert Scheiber, and then William, is it Lauriston? Okay.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Board. I'm Ken Winter, and I'm glad to be a resident of Auburn, California. I rise to speak for the Placer Ranch development, but not today. Because we are waking up to the increasing threat of climate change, a lot of our decisions on new projects as well as our ongoing life decisions have got to change. So for all of the amazing work that's been done in bringing these documents before you today, They are still based on incremental improvements in the way we do things. And that's just not good enough anymore. In Pearl Harbor attack of 1941, deep, dramatic, and unwanted change was driven in this country in order to face that challenge. Just so, increasing and the accumulating damage from climate change must drive significant departures in the planning decisions we make regarding energy use, waste production, carbon impacts. In this next year, just next month, state requirements will add more examination of energy use, for example, and other things as well. The overall energy use on this plan, electric transportation and infrastructure, really needs to be redone, in my opinion. I'm wondering, for example, what renewable energy could be produced in that facility on that hunk of ground that would really address the needs of the people who will be there. And also, with this area so close to the waste facility, adopting new technologies to replace, recycle, and reuse seems like a great opportunity to explore. So please refer the Placer Ranch plan back to planning to address these and other what I think are inadequacies, and bring forth a plan that we can all be proud of that will be a model for county and state and even beyond. Oh, and please get Sac State to sign on before you go much further. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. All right, we have Mr. Schreiber, and then Mr. Lauriston, and then Marcus LaDuca.
Good afternoon, Albert Schreiber. Family and I have a ranch on the west side of Lincoln. Been there a long time. We're in what's known in Lincoln as the Village 5 project. Got approved in December of 17. So let me first say, make it perfectly clear, I'm not opposed, and we're not opposed to development. We are opposed to bad development, and we're kind of opposed to EIRs that don't really address the issues all the way like they should. So that being said, my comment, one of my comments to the Planning Commission was like, I can't believe the centerpiece of this 8,000 acre project is a dump. I can't believe you're trying to polish it up by putting a university next to the dump. That's my opinion. So I'm going to spend the rest of my time on water because I think water is a big issue that's being overlooked. I'm going to read mitigation, and this is out of your reports, mitigation number 4.15-2, ensure adequate water treatment capacity. The last sentence under the findings is because Placer County cannot ensure that water treatment capacity would be available, the impact would be significant and unavoidable. I'm not sure why we're here. If you don't have water, treated water for this project, I'm not sure why we're continuing on through this process. We've made comments all along since the scoping meeting started on this project. Although I totally appreciate staff's time and patience with me, I believe a lot of our questions and comments have been swept under the rug. At the Planning Commission meeting, we made comments, both verbal and submitted comments from our attorney about the water wells, and there's 2 wells proposed for this project. Here was the response. One line of the response pretty much sums it up. Based on the use of groundwater as backup supply, the PCWA estimates, let me repeat that again, estimates that groundwater will be available in the amount needed to serve the proposed land use plan. You haven't done water studies to back up the pumping and the supply. Ironically, you looked at Village 5, according to your EIR. Village 5 did not look at groundwater either. They made assumptions. There's no studies being done on any of this groundwater that's being taken and used. I'll wrap it up real quick. I got one question I'd like answered. I would appreciate having answered. That is, if you approve this project today, will those wells that you have proposed be green lighted to be put in, or are there other steps? Is there CEQA? Is there permitting, or will they just be able to be put in because you approve this project today if it moves forward? I appreciate your time, and thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Larston, and then Mr. Leduca, and then Sambo Alibadi.
My name is William Lauritsen.
Lauritsen, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's Lauritsen. It's a Scandinavian name, anyhow. I'd like to address the Board of Supervisors today. I'm from Lincoln. This project is sort of in between us and the rest of the world as far as 65 is concerned. Right now, 65 is turning into a parking lot. And there's huge bottlenecks, especially where 65 connects with 80. Even with the new improvements they made, it's still a bottleneck. It's just becoming a choke point. Most of the roads here, I noticed, run east to west. Eventually, they have to drain onto something, and that basically what they're draining onto is 65. Now, if we're talking about, and it's also going to create new bottlenecks too, probably at Sunset. The whole point of the matter, if you're talking about bringing this project here, and I'm not against the project, but if you're talking about bringing like 30,000 students in here, that's going to bring a lot of cars. I don't know, have you considered this, but I've lived in other parts of the country, namely northern New Jersey, northern Virginia. Roads never seem to keep up with the congestion. I mean, it's always like an afterthought. It says, oh my God, the roads are congested, we have to do something. So what happens is, after the roads, if people sit in traffic for years at a time, they fix the roads. So I'm just hoping the county is not relying on the state to actually follow up and clean up after the fact. And hopefully, when you do consider this project, that you do consider alternate forms of transportation, including public transportation. Like I say, I'm not against the project, but I would like to see, that be considered. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Leduca, and then Ms. Alibadi, and then Arlene Jamar.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Marcus Leduca, 3200 Douglas Boulevard in Roseville, here on behalf of Placer Athens and Placer Athens 2. My clients own 400 acres immediately to the south of Athens Road, due east of the buffer lands for the Waste Management Authority, and 2 parcels away from Placer Ranch. They've owned their property for many years, and they have been challenged, as your staff noted, with significant costs of infrastructure to try to bring development forward on their property, which I would note is not designated for a farm. It's designated with urban land use designations and has been for decades. Even with other property owner groups, they simply have not been able to absorb the cost on their own of major roadway and sewer and other infrastructure needed to allow development to go forward in a feasible manner. Michelle mentioned redevelopment, and while there was some funding for redevelopment, for example, for the Sunset Interchange, redevelopment in the Sunset area was the classic chicken or egg problem. You needed substantial tax increment generated in order to fund major infrastructure, but the only way to get that development done was to have the infrastructure in place, which you couldn't fund. But it was a funding source that was available. And then, of course, in 2011, as everyone knows, the California legislature, in their infinite wisdom, took away the one major public financing tool for infrastructure in the state of California available to local government when they got rid of redevelopment agencies. The projects before you today, both the Sunset Area Plan and the Placer Ranch Specific Plan, I believe, given my over 33 years of experience doing projects from the northern part of the state to the southern border, are the only way that you will be able to deliver development in Sunset area, both in Placer Ranch and in the Nets Sunset area plan to achieve a vision that started, as Mr. Wygant noted, over half a century ago in terms of a primary wage earner job area for the benefit of all of Placer County. Without that catalyst project in Placer Ranch, without them to be able to advance fund some of the infrastructure, you simply will not have development move forward in any substantial way. So we would urge you today to adopt both the Placer Ranch Pacific Plan and the Sunset Area Plan as presented to you by your staff, and complete the over 50 years of land use planning to be able to move that area forward. I've heard a lot about people saying this has been rushed. This goes back 54 years of land use planning and attempts by the county working with property owners to try to implement that vision. It's been anything but rushed. I'm sure if you ask the Placer Ranch Pacific Plan team, they will note that this has not been a rushed process at all. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Leduca. All right, Ms. Aliabadi, and then Arlene Jamar, is she here? Okay, we'll go then to Mr. Nader, and then Jane Haproff, if she's here.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Sonbol Rahimzadeh Aliabadi. I am a resident of Placer County. I have been a resident for 31 years, and I'm the Executive Director for Sierra College Foundation. My job is to raise money for Sierra College students who have a need. I'm here to speak on behalf of myself as a resident and perhaps to shed some light on some of the challenges that our students at Sierra College are facing. As I mentioned, I've lived in Placer County for 31 years. I believe in education. I believe that education is an investment that never loses its value. I believe that we need to invest in our children and their future. They deserve and need to have the opportunity to have a good life. I believe that education affords them that opportunity. In my day-to-day job for the past 15 years, I've seen students coming to Sierra College looking for that bright future. Some are here to get a certificate, learn a trade, and enter the job market. However, the majority are hoping to transfer to a four-year college, such as Sac State. Going to college is not easy and it's not cheap. I have seen students struggle, holding 2 to 3 jobs to make ends meet. When the time comes to transfer, they worry. How do I pay for the college? Where do I work? Where do I live? Today, they have to leave. They have to give up their current jobs and housing and look for new jobs and accommodation close to their new college. How wonderful would it be if they didn't have to worry about that part of their life? Transferring to the new Sac State campus here in Placer County will let them keep their jobs and homes and make that transition that much easier and much more seamless. As residents of Placer County, I'm sure that we all want our community to continue to thrive and be a viable option for our future generation. A strong economy, public safety, and healthcare are important to me. I know that I want to do all my business here in Placer County. I don't want to go to Sacramento. An educated and strong workforce will help strengthen our community and maintains it as the best place to live. If we want to invest in our region, we need to invest in education. An educated population leads to a strong economy. I wholeheartedly support the Placer Ranch project and establishing the new campus for Sac State here in Placer County. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Mr. Nader, and then, yeah, Stan, that's you. And then Jane Haproff, is she here? Yes, good, thank you. And then Sue Engel.
Mr. Chairman, board members, my name is Stan Nader. I'm a resident of the city of Lincoln. Annexed cities are where residential development is best approved and processed. If you look at the history of Placer Ranch, it once was within the sphere of influence of the city of Roseville. For some reason, they asked it to be removed. When this project was before the County Planning Commission, the commissioner representing Roseville called out the staff, Roseville staff that was in the audience, wondering why they weren't testifying regarding the project. there was a deafening silence. I was told the reason was the city manager, the city of Roseville, told his staff not to speak. There are challenges when you place residential and commercial and retail development next to a city that's which is the project is within the county. You don't have to look too far to see an example, and that would be the Auburn area. When Costco wanted to locate in the Auburn area, the county and the city sued each other, and Costco said, "We're out of here." Now, do we need to repeat history? I think not. One of the more pressing issues for me is the per capita sales tax of the 3 cities in South Placer County. Lincoln is $100. Rockland is $300 and Roseville is $500. This project has the potential to devastate the economy of Lincoln. The proponent says that they're scaling the project to meet the demands of the residents of their project. Does that mean they're going to throw up a blockade? Anybody coming from the city of Lincoln to shop in this project? Probably not. The potential is significant with the listing of a 10-acre shopping district in this project. The county has an opportunity to level a playing field when it comes to this tax disparity. When projects want to annex to the city and the cities of the county asks for a tax sharing agreement. I would suggest that the reverse is true, and I would urge you to consider a tax sharing agreement that keeps the neighboring cities whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nader. Okay, Jane Haproff, Sue Engel, and then Mike Lemberg.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing me. I'm Jane Haproff. I'm here with Placer People of Faith Together. I am a resident of Auburn, and I also was, I'm a retired faculty member from Sierra College. I was part of the original team at Sierra that began investigating the partnership with Sac State. So I want to, if I can, separate the 2 issues here regarding Placer Ranch project, and that is that we wholeheartedly support the partnership between Sierra College and Sac State and would like very much to see that campus go forward. It's the little city that's being developed around it that we have concerns about. In particular, we share and support the concerns already raised by so many people who spoke eloquently about the environmental issues. We have an opportunity here to address these issues in a way that is just as innovative as the partnership between Sierra College and Sac State promises to be. So in particular, we are concerned, though, about the issue that came up about affordable housing. The housing that is being proposed here is you have about 3,000 units of low density and mid density housing, and that 3,000 units of dwelling units that we have been told the maximum price would be approximately $500,000 on. And I think that we all can agree that that's probably a low estimate given today's real estate market. I have a small house in Auburn, and it's worth $400,000 right now. So we're concerned about the proportionality here, that you have 3,000 houses at that more or less price range and only 500 allocated for affordable housing. You know, it's seldom in our lives that we get the opportunity to make decisions that affect generations to come. But this is one of those times that you all have this opportunity. So we are asking you to carefully consider the environmental issues that have been raised and also the issue of affordable housing. I'm sure I'm not the only one here who has children with college degrees who could not afford to live in the development that you're proposing. So I'm asking you again, on behalf of Placer People of Faith Together and for myself as a resident, to take the opportunity to carefully consider these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Just really quickly, Michelle, I'd like to clarify something. So I thought I heard you say the market estimate right now is among the single family residential, the low density residential was estimated about $500,000. The high density residential was about 200,000.
You're correct.
That's what you said?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much. Okay, so that was Ms. Haproff. Was that who just spoke? I apologize. I've kind of lost myself here. Yes, thank you. So then I'm assuming you're Ms. Engel?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And then we have Mr. Lemberg next, Mike Lemberg, and then Scott Johnson. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Sue Engel. I'm a 33-year resident of Placer County. I have over 25 years of working in recycling and waste management, which I've just retired from CalRecycle, the state agency that regulates trash, recycling, and permitting landfills. I'm also a member of the county solid waste task force, in which I'm a member at large. But we are not here today. We're not being represented because of the aggressive timelines for passing this project. So we didn't get a letter in because our next meeting is in February. So what's the rush? The EIR was released on October 31st, and the Planning Commission voted for it 21 days later. The MOU with the authority and the county was released yesterday, and here it is. But with this MOU, it's based on black box technology. So what is the authority planning to do to reduce 70% of those odors that the landfill is emitting? Because odor control technology can be reduced, but it can't be eliminated. So there's always going to be odors with an active landfill. And currently, there's quite a few odor complaints as it is from residents that live 1 mile away from the landfill. So what I'm kind of curious about is if the costs are estimated, but we don't really know what the costs are. It's like $3 million. Well, if it's that small amount of money, why haven't we done those odor mitigation measures yet? So yesterday at the landfill, the smell of sulfur was so strong that homes that would be built 2,000 feet away would find it horrific. And Supervisor Gore and Supervisor Weigand, you guys were there also yesterday, and you smelled that odor. So could you imagine putting a college right next to that? Because I certainly wouldn't want my child going there. And with AB 1383 requiring the county to divert more organics, including food waste, this will just create more odors. So about this placing a college next to the landfill, I think we're all in agreement. We want a 4-year university in Placer County. But please, please, do not be the Board of Supervisors known for approving Dump University or Dump U, because you know what? That's what they're going to call it. So put the college somewhere in a location where all students, including those with breathing issues, can attend. So the EIR's fail-safe on deed disclosure on odor is not sufficient. Most people don't even read deed disclosures. Having a disclosure on the property deed will not stop homeowners from calling and complaining, and it will not stop them from filing lawsuits. So a class action lawsuit could shut our landfill down. So I guess my next question is, the county And what is the plan for shutting the landfill down? What are you going to be doing with the county's garbage? So I'm asking you to please not approve this project until further discussion is done about odor and exactly what's being done, because I think we need to do more work before you put a college next to the dump. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Mr. Lemberg, Mr. Johnson, and then Ellen DeBach. And by the way, we will be taking suggestions for the mascot for Dump U. So if anybody has, feel free to offer suggestions. The collectibles, the recycle, I don't know, the flaming stream of waste, I don't.
Thank you for that comment.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Mike Limberg, resident of Auburn and local architect and land planner here in the city of Auburn. And I say that just to make clear that I am not opposed to development as a rule. I'm not opposed to the project as many of the goals of the project as stated. What I would say I'm in support of is good quality development, quality environments, livable places for people to work, live, walk, and not necessarily have to drive everywhere they need to go. So with that in mind, I'm going to make another pitch for the Citizen-Initiated Smart Growth Plan, which was an incredibly well-documented, well-researched body of work to offer an alternative to Placer Ranch and Sunset Area Plan as we know it. Now, there's a lot of great goals for this project. Everyone, I think, in this room talk about the university, Sierra College, a mix of workplaces and housing, access to open space, a vibrant downtown neighborhood, etc. Everyone can get behind that. But there is nothing in the Citizen-Initiated Smart Growth Plan that precludes any of that. In other words, everybody here speaking in support of this plan could speak in support of that one. And I would argue it's superior in the regard that it also brings into account the concerns about the environmental issues, the buffer around the landfill, the transportation issues, the global warming issues. And I agree with the one gentleman who said this is an incremental improvement in the way things have been done in terms of land planning and development in Placer County. But I would support his notion that a slight improvement to what we're seeing in Roseville and Rockland is not going far enough. The Citizen-Initiated Smart Growth Plan addresses those issues in a higher density, yes, much higher density, more of an urban level of density perhaps, but that, I believe, to reduce the necessity of automotive and truck transport is what we need in this day and age. And yes, it's progressive. Yes, it's stretching a little bit. And to address the gentleman who thought this project has been way too long in the works and it needs to go through right now, I'd say absolutely not. I'm in total disagreement with that statement. This project has not been thought through with the issues that are important today, that we need to face today, and that we need to develop solutions for. Once again, the Citizen-Initiated Smart Growth Plan addresses all of the environmental issues and impacts, the landfill issues, and the open space, and also accommodates all of the goals of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Scott Johnson. I live in District 5 and small business owner for 40 years now here. Chairman Euler and supervisors, I'm asking you to not approve the final EIR for these two projects because I don't think you'll be doing due diligence on behalf of the citizens of Placer County and the taxpayers of Placer County if you do so. Yes, it's been 50 years in the making, but I think it drags some 50-year-old planning along with it, and don't think that you'd be doing due diligence for not only current residents, but almost more importantly for future residents if you approve it as proposed. The Citizen-Initiated Smart Growth Plan, phase one of it was analyzed by Ascent, the consultant, and they hired EBS, I yes, to do that response for them. 18-page response they came up with. Within that, they came to the conclusion that the prevailing highest and best use for residentially zoned land in Placer County is single-family detached housing. And that was based on the fact that the most money could be made and thereby bring the most tax revenue. I think that's short-sighted and that's old planning that doesn't take into account the significant unmitigated effects that the citizens of Placer County will be saddled with as a result of that type of planning. In doing that assessment, EPS cited the South Placer County Workforce Housing Needs Assessment, and within that assessment on page 8, it states that 69,000 plus people work outside, work inside and live outside of Placer County. So I think that those commuters would benefit from an increased affordable housing element, and the rest of Placer County would also benefit in terms of reduced greenhouse gas emissions. Getting away from a car-centric model and reducing greenhouse gas emissions by transforming our transportation system. And in addition, the citizen plan preserves farmlands and sensitive wetlands, which are carbon sinks. They absorb carbon, so rather than paving those over, you could not. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. So we have Ellen DeBach, and then after that, Annie Bowler and Emily Ward.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellen DeBach Riley. I'm a resident of Roseville. I wanted to thank you, and I'll keep my comments brief because a lot of this has already been covered. But I wanted to thank Supervisor Gore for addressing the affordable housing issue with this plan. That's really my primary concern. I have 2 young adult children who are really struggling with being able to afford to live in Roseville, where they were born and raised. And I think that there are so many commonalities that we all agree on between the 2 plans, this plan that's been offered and the Smart Growth Plan, that if you've been doing it for 50 years, what's another 3 months to get it right? That we can put a little bit more effort into adjusting the housing so that it doesn't have 90% of the housing only affordable to 10% of the people who live here. So we can help address the housing needs of our current residents. And that was basically what I wanted you to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Annie Bowler, Emily Ward, and Genevieve Marsh.
Hi, I'm Annie Bowler. I live in Granite Bay and own the flower farm, so I'm a small business owner. And I just want to be real clear, I'm not against growth. I think we do need to grow, we need to build houses, but we need to do it smart. And so with that, I want to address a few of my concerns about this project. I'm really concerned about affordable housing, how few people can afford the houses we're building. I fed the homeless for many years, and it's a real issue. I've got young children, people that work for me at the flower farm. They have to drive from Colfax to Loomis all the time, or Citrus Heights. They can't afford to live in the South Placer County area. It's a real issue. And then that leads to our transportation challenges, because all these people are driving this way and that and this way and that to get to work, to get wherever. And that's why this plan creates so much CO2, is because that's exactly what it's going to be doing to us. And that's to all of us. That's to our lungs. That's to the health, all of our health as our CO2 rises. Next issue that many people have been talking about is the dump, the fact that we're putting so many houses so close to the dump and the university there. It's just not acceptable. I urge you to check out that study, to do a study out there to see if we're putting out particulates before we build this, please. And study our odor. Can we control it? Let's control it, and then we can build. But let's not put people and our young students right next to this until we know the answer to that, please. It destroys over 7,000 acres that are currently zoned agricultural, and in that there's vernal pools, there's waterways, and there's just not much of that left. California has destroyed 90% of their vernal pools. We have a responsibility to take care of our planet and to make sure our wildlife is safe. And for that, we got to think smarter. I'm concerned that the counties has done all of this on taxpayer dollar, and we've known very little about it. I found it interesting, Mr. Euler, that you were concerned about spending money on the SMART plan, but yet we've been footing the bill at more than $5 million for this plan. And so I just somehow wonder why that's okay when it's not. So I'd like more transparency on the economics of this. I think the citizens of our county deserve that. I, too, am quite I love the idea of having a campus here if it's needed, but I think that we need to work out the details before and get it really worked out. There is so much going on here. It's being set right on top of vernal pools. Are you going to be even allowed to build it? Find that out. Get it in writing. Work it out before we go forward, please. So I hope you will consider the Citizens-Initiated Growth Plan not as an exact thing, but as a concept. We have an opportunity to do better than this, guys. Let's please do it, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Emily Ward, Genevieve Marsh, and then Amber Beckler.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Emily. I live in District 1, and I am a Sierra College student.
Emily, for the record, your last name is Ward?
Correct.
Thank you.
I understand that the county has invested significant time and funds in this development, but it is my belief and of many others that this plan does not reflect the future of Placer County and a future that is sustainable for my generation and the generation to come. You know, there is no commitment of building affordable housing, like we have been saying. 90% of the supposed, 7,000 homes are going to be unaffordable for 85% of the residents that live here. The 10% of the proposed affordable housing is either age-restricted, concentrated in one location, or not really set up in a way that is accessible, or sandwiched in between expressways and 2,000 yards to 1 mile from a dump site. On top of this, there is no provision for any rail or transit for the 78,000 combined residents and workers that are going to be traveling into this new city. On top of that, we're going to add another, nearly 1 million cars onto these roads. So as a college student, not only can I get housing at this college, I can't get there. So to me, you are taking away over 7,000 acres of carbon sequestering vernal pool habitat. We cannot afford to basically destroy carbon sequestering. It is going to be the job of young people to restore the vitality of our planet. And this plan fails to meet California state greenhouse gas emission reductions. As a Board of Supervisors, I expect that you will actually act for this next generation, because this is what you're going to be affecting. It's my future. It is the future of every young person who does not have access to be here right now. So I ask that you delay action, that you actually look at the Citizens Initiative Smart Growth Plan, and take that into consideration. I thank you for giving this ability to speak publicly, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. All right, Genevieve Marsh, Amber Beckler, and Angela Torrens. Hi.
Dear Board of Supervisors, I am Genevieve Marsh, and I am the Alliance for Environmental Leadership's consultant. And I am here today to tell you that the FEIR master response to the Citizen-Initiated Smart Growth Plan is inadequate. It neither understands it in spirit or letter. For this, there is no excuse. Myself and several others have spent 11 months actively communicating the CISGP to the county, including presentations to various county departments and representatives. Misrepresenting the CISGP undercuts the entire EIR's informational intent and illustrates that the county has not reasonably considered it, both requirements of Sql Law 1512A. To illustrate these failures, I would like to address the claim that the CISGP cannot be evaluated because the numbers it lists for the SAP do not match the numbers in the draft EIR. The CISGP works hard to effectively compare itself with the SAP and PSRP, including 32 pages of numeric tables where each project is evaluated equally. I led this analysis, and we chose to evaluate both plans because results from different calculation methods cannot be cross-compared. Without a consistent evaluation method, it is not possible to distinguish what difference comes from the data versus the difference in formulas and procedures. Knowing this, the CISGP we submitted has all the data necessary for a quick and easy percentile comparison. The FEIR response recognizes that apples cannot be compared to bananas and then proceeds with an apples-banana comparison. For example, in an apple-to-apple comparison, the CISGP has 78% of the employment capacity of the SAP, while the FEIR conveys a 345% increase with an apple-banana methodology. Beyond this, there is an apparent lack of quantifiable analysis in the FEIR response. Without even a basic mathematically sound comparison, the FEIR has not established that the CISGP has more impacts than the SAP PSRP. In doing so, the FEIR fails to comply with Sql Chapter 1512.6, titled Consideration and Discussion of Alternatives to the Proposed Project. I ask you, Commissioners, to return the FEIR to the authors and require that they properly evaluate the CISGP. You are deserving of properly completed work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marsh, Ms. Beckler, Ms. Torrens, and then Mike Horn.
Good afternoon, Chairman Euler and members of the board and the esteemed Executive Leopold. My name is Amber Beckler. I live in Granite Bay. I'm a very active person in our community. I already submitted my detailed concerns to all of you at the board, so I won't go into the detail here, but I really focused on 8 key areas, and I'm asking you to deny the recommendation from the Planning Commission and take the time to evaluate unresolved climate, environmental, and economic impacts. The 8 areas that I focused on, based on my understanding of the volumes of documents and public comment, is that the plan as it is today will destroy 71% of the core vernal habitat area, which is over 5,000 acres. It's unsustainable with CO2 emissions as far as what the project is incurring, and it's not mitigated. Lack of formal community design and limited affordable housing. And then the consistent lack of integrated process that analyzes alternatives, such as the citizen-initiated growth plan. A core tenet of the Sac State Center, which I completely agree with, I feel like needs to be formalized first. The landfill buffer odor issues, reference to the draft PCCP, which still is pending, And then the perceived conflict of interest as the county is the applicant, the lead agency, and the approval body. But that's not really where I want to focus today. I'd like to just cover 3 key points with you as leaders, and they're not technical points. So one of the comments I've heard at the Planning Commission and then things I've heard today is that this land has been planned for development since the 1960s. I think that's great, and I personally understand the need to support population growth and create those centers in Placer County. It's why I'm here. But back in the 60s, we also thought it was okay to dump toxic chemicals into our waterways, and we've learned from that, and then established the Clean Water Act was drafted. So given that we are in the 21st century, envisioning a community of the future, it seems irresponsible to me to move forward with destroying such a large area of the vernal habitat. I also believe that you do have a viable alternative in the draft EIR, the alternative number 4, in addition to the citizen-initiated smart growth plan, which I think combine to meet all the project objectives, minimize the environmental impact, and actually preserve the Sac State campus. The second point is that I think there has been comments about the growth plan and that it's sort of unheard of to evaluate an alternative from the public. I also think it's unique, and if I can just have a little bit more time, unique that the county is the applicant for this project. So with innovation comes unique and novel ways of doing things differently. And I think we need to do that to plan this community in the future. I am a major advocate of higher education. I've got 2 master's degrees. I've received 2 certificates for professional certifications from Sac State. I taught at Sierra College. So I am completely in support of it. Let's just make sure that the agreements are in place. So given the scope and the multi-decade impact of the project that it has for Placer County, it's reasonable to request additional time to do the proper evaluation. I ask that you take an opportunity as leaders representing not only the county's interests and the citizens, but also lead the way to create a smart and sustainable new community that sets us up for growth and meets the challenges we face today with the climate crisis and habitat conservation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Angela Torrens, Mike Horn, and then Don Ravinius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and supervisors. My name is Angela Torrens. I'm a citizen of the city of Rockland. I've resided in the city for almost up to 20 years. I've had an opportunity to work 37 years in real estate development as well as housing policy and analysis. I've learned a great deal. I've seen the state in a conceptual mode, and I've seen it now, and I see that the trajectory that we're going with the state is a really considerable and very serious housing crisis. So when I look at new plans, and excuse me for my voice, but when I look at new plans, especially plans that are significantly large as this, that incorporate all types of uses, the first thing I look at is your housing supply. Will your housing supply meet the needs of our future residents? I would say probably not, and that you're not the only city and county that won't be able to meet it, because the demand for housing is so critical in California. And the affordability index for housing is so incredibly out of reach for typical Californians, typical teachers, firefighters, not to mention students. But those populations that we see growing in California, as well as the ones that we're seeing growing in Placer County, we have a significant senior population in Placer County. Eventually, as generations go on, we will see young people wanting to move here. I see people from the Bay Area moving here all the time. It is affordable for them because their values in San Francisco exceed ours in exponential ways. So I did look at some studies, and I have been following this project, and I noted that it's been going on since 2003. So there's been a great deal of work that's done. I commend your staff for the hard work you've done. I know you've tried very much to to answer the questions that we have from the public, but I do know, as being an active member in the public, that there's a lot of questions and concerns that are still out there. And I think for that reason, I would ask that you delay the project to give the public more time to help digest the complexities in this project, to help bring them on board, to support you if that's what is needed, to help them also involve themselves in the actual project itself. And as we see it laid out in your special overlay districts and your specific plans, it's not anything unusual that I saw in Elk Grove before it was incorporated. There were a great deal of specific plans that I worked on the CPAC there and with the supervisors for over 8 years. And I knew at the time that the jobs housing balance was critical, and that if it wasn't addressed at that time, we would be stuck with whatever did come in. And so the county did, you know, they flirted with a lot of commercial development. They tried to build a mall. They hit a recessionary period like we did in 2006 or so, and that stopped everything. So how do we speculate those particular things that happen to our economy and prepare us for the future and help us build out what we might have planned? So I just want to mention to you that in the current state of California comparative analysis that I saw done by NextGen, a nonpartisan organization that educates and engages and empowers Californians, there were several things that were mentioned about the regional housing needs in California and the necessity for us to try to meet that, to try to build housing that is affordable for all mixed incomes, to not concentrate it in any particular area, but to lay it out in a town-centered design in a smart way that the Citizens Initiative Smart Growth Plan has done. I would like to see the county more receptive to the public. I would like to see the public asking me questions that they get answered by the county. But these questions are still pervasive out there. And the ability of the public to take this on in a substantive nature is not as great as yourself. They're not familiar even with the acronyms. So I just want to say, if you could just give this project more time, we would have more time for the public to review and to also give the county its necessary due diligence and your obligations to meet your new regional housing goals, which is going to put you at a need of 7,817 units of some sort, of which some of them have to be very low income. I would like to see that in this project, and so I hope that you will work a little bit more steadfastly and more personal with our public. And I leave you at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Torrance. All right, Mike Horn, Don Ravinis, and William Waters. We do not have Mike Horn. How about Don? Is it on here? Are you Don?
I'm not Don Ravinis, I'm Don Ravines.
Okay, thank you.
My voice, I'm sorry, hoarse. It must be allergies because of the air pollution.
In Nevada County.
The FEIR Statement of Overriding Considerations states the economic benefits of the project override the significant and unmitigable impacts of this project. I think this is old school with the COP25 carry on right now at this time with this hearing being held. The last 3 years have shown emissions worldwide have still continued to go up. California itself is now considered not to be able to reach its goals of the 80% reductions by 2050, 2045. So climate change is definitely impacting any decisions that you will be making. In the Forest Service, there used to be a thing where you had a three-legged triangle where you had social, economic, and environmental were all equal legs in the triangle. Nowadays, it's more look like the environment is the base of the triangle, and then economic and social rely on the environment in order to be successful. So if what I'm saying is that my conclusion is that the statement of overriding considerations must require that any emissions from a project be completely mitigable on site. We cannot no longer push by purchasing credits off site, solve the problems. California is suing San Diego because they did a plan which their offset mitigations were out of the state, for example. So they can't count that to meet their California's goals. So I think each county has to be considering how they can meet their goals within their own county without exporting them to other areas. One other point, in terms of building, the new in January 1st, 2020 will be the new building code where it's zero net energy is required for any new residential, and by 2030, all non-residential. Unfortunately, this is not quite accurate. It's not zero net energy, it's zero net electricity. Natural gas is still not considered as part of those regulations, so therefore more has to be done. So I'm suggesting you might want to look at it, as the AEL proposal is, to have more multifamily housing and consider getting having it all electric housing. Sacog is already funding projects to do for all mixed for full 100% electricity in their projects. You might consider that for anything that gets done here, and to be more high-rise housing. Thank you.
Thank you. And then William Waters, and then there were a couple of people who we called who weren't here. I'm going to call again and see if they're back here now. Arlene Jamar and Christine Miller. Hi.
Thank you, Chairman Euler. William Waters, lifetime Placer County resident, here representing my family. We have properties from Soda Springs to Roseville. And, you know me mainly as an environmental activist, but also, you don't probably know, I'm a taxpayer activist. Much to my surprise, the League of Placer County Taxpayers asked me to run for ARD. It wasn't my decision, but they needed help turning around a board that had overstepped itself. And so I really got schooled in what boards do. And it was a time of turbulent. It was a recall election even. We won 3 seats. And then we got drug into Superior Court. So I really got an education of what a board member does. And so when one board member resigned who really overstepped his proper role as a board member, that was Ralph Swan. A lot of us think that Robert Wygant has also done the same thing. These years of this alleged cooperation feel a lot like they've turned into collusion, but this will be for the courts to set out. There's certainly a lot of coercion going on with staff. City of Roseville staff not allowed to talk. Placer County staff forced to cram the dump with some magic stuff, and it doesn't make sense. This is a horrible, horrible project for District 5. I live in District 5. When the dump is full or it can't operate anymore, you are going to be sending trucks over Donner Summit, just like the city of Sacramento does. That's right by our houses. So we don't get to vote for any of you South County supervisors, except the rare times when you do something like put a transportation tax bond on. Why do you think that we voted against it? You are creating these problems down here, and then you ask us to bail out a new Highway 6580 interchange because you made it impassable. So, Kirk, as a representative of the Placer County Taxpayers League, who put that little logo on that ballot initiative, we saw through that. So the combination of environmentalists and taxpayers are going to vote down anything that you bring to us countywide to fix the problems that you created here in South Placer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so I had called a couple of names. I'm assuming they're not here. The folks that we had missed, Christine Miller and Arlene Jamar, are not here. Harriet White, former Placer County Supervisor, was here earlier. She left. She left a statement with Supervisor Gustafson. If you wouldn't mind reading her statement into the record.
Thank you, and she did give it to me this morning. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to make it through all the comment. This is a note from Harriet White written this morning. Honorable Placer County Board members, I was on the board when the 1997 Sunset Area Plan was approved. The plan before you today is an excellent evolution of that initial plan. The Sunset Area Plaza Ranch Plan is a blueprint for the economic and educational future of the residents of Placer County. I urge your approval of this well-designed plan. Signed, Harriet White, retired Placer County Supervisor, District 3.
Thank you. All right, having reached the end of those who signed up, is there anybody who didn't sign up who would like to speak at this time? All right, seeing nobody, we're going to go ahead and close public hearing and bring it back to the board. I'm going to invite the representative of the project come forward and answer a few questions that came up during the course of public comment. First, though, if staff wouldn't mind addressing the treated water issue that was raised by the gentleman from Lincoln, the groundwater versus treated water.
Right. So there were two comments that he brought up. I think I'll address the mitigation comment that he brought up, and then I'll turn it to Michelle for the Plaza Ranch piece. But the mitigation measure 4.1-2 has been deemed significant and unavoidable only because the infrastructure, pipelines and other assorted infrastructure that would be required to kind of upsize facilities is outside of our control. So they're facilities that that the county doesn't have any, they're not in our jurisdiction, so we don't have control over it. So as I had noted earlier, we have a number of impacts that have been deemed significant and unavoidable. They can be mitigated to less than significant levels, and this is one of those. It's outside of our control, so that's the reason it's been deemed significant and unavoidable. So the impact, the mitigation measure that he had referenced is to ensure adequate water treatment capacity. So again, it can be mitigated to less than significant levels is only significant and unavoidable because it's outside of our jurisdiction.
Okay.
And just to add on to what Crystal said, we worked extensively with the Placer County Water Agency. They reviewed all of our technical studies related to the potable and non-potable water plans that were included as appendices to the draft environmental impact report. There are 3 sites identified in the specific plan area, but only 2 wells required pursuant to PCWA. We worked with them in identifying what their needs were in terms of the water transmission systems in Placer Ranch. If your board so chooses to approve this plan, some of the next steps or next hurdles that occur, we'd have to negotiate a facilities agreement with PCWA as well as improvement plans and things like that. There's a process in place to site those wells pursuant to the standards from PCWA. They'd be our water provider. And hopefully that answers this question. If not, happy to elaborate more.
Thank you very much. All right, any other questions from a fact basis standpoint that board members had prior to me asking Mr. Phillips if there was anything that, as the representative of the property, he would like to address? I see none. Mr. Phillips, is there anything that, as a representative of the property owner, you'd like to address?
Chairman Euler, members of the board, I'll try to keep this quick. Old guy, it's hard.
If you wouldn't mind,
I will speak slowly.
And loudly, please.
I'll try to do that as well. The word that comes to mind that keeps recurring in my head listening to everything this morning and this afternoon is perspective. Oftentimes it's in short supply. It all depends on which side you look at an issue. This has been a lively discussion today. There's a lot of passion by a lot of the speakers. And our public and political discourse these days can be bumpy, to say the least, whether it's the federal level or the local level. And I think that some of that leads to a lot of hyperbole, a lot of hot rhetoric, and a lot of mischaracterizations. And so I just like to focus on some of those issues and clarify at least what the project is attempting to propose, so it's clear, and perhaps try to clarify some statements that have been made. You've already talked about the history of the Sunset area. It had a vision. 50 years ago. You had a vision in 97. You initiated an update to that vision in 2014. That's what this was all about. That's what you initiated over 5 years ago. Placer Ranch was added to that vision 3.5 years ago in 2016, and that's the documentation that you have before you today. So it's a long-standing vision, but hyperbole that what was done in the 60s and characterizing it as dumping toxic chemicals in waterways is not what was envisioned by Placer County and the Board of Supervisors ever. So what you're attempting to do is rebrand an area, and that means innovation, that means business campuses, that means higher education, that means a new vision for this area. So I think that this is an area that's important when it's been discussed that long, is it's been discussed for urbanization. It's been discussed that growth will be accommodated here, whether it's business growth, residential growth. It's a development area, and that's a key point. Its geography, I think staff mentioned this, but just to emphasize, this area is surrounded by development, either approved or existing. Existing development in the city of Roseville, approved development in the city of Roseville in terms of the Amoruso specific plan, which is immediately on the west side of this project. The existing Sunset area and industrial uses that are east of it in the city of Rockland, and then the Lincoln and city of Lincoln and their sphere of influence and the landfill. It is surrounded by either urban uses, planned urban uses, or actually industrial type or preserve areas. And it's been looked at to develop. And we may have differing visions on what that development should be. The landfill issue, there's members of this board that know very well the history, so I'm not going to belabor that. The recommendation before you today for modifying this buffer is exactly the same buffer that was recommended by the Placer County Planning Commission in 1994 for this Board of Supervisors to adopt. On the landfill itself, and of course it really is wonderfully spectacular to refer to it as a dump. It's your landfill, and because dump conjures up all kinds of negative images. You have a landfill authority that's in the stage right now transitioning from a rural landfill to an urban landfill. They're undertaking a master plan. They're initiating a master plan. They're going to be incorporating new technologies and operations on site to address some of the impacts that were discussed today. Those things are going to be improved. That's what the studies and the documentation in front of you support, the fact that those impacts are going to be reduced. And the MOU that you have following this item, this project, the Sunset area and Placer Ranch, will not only be contributing their fair share towards those improvements, they will be paying more than their fair share towards those improvements. The habitat issue, again, there's board members that are much more well-versed on this than I. In 1997, Placer County started the Placer Legacy Project, the sole purpose of which was to look at the preservation of open spaces and critical habitat, important habitat in Placer County. That was board initiated. It really wasn't citizen initiated. It was board initiated because this board in Placer County cares about the natural habitat of this county. Through that effort, 10,000 acres in that intervening time period has been permanently preserved. In 2000, this board initiated the PCCP effort. And so 19 years you've been at that, working with the regulatory agencies. Your document evaluates that approach to habitat mitigation, but your environmental document looks at mitigation without the PCCP and requires mitigation on that route, and then also via the PCCP when that is adopted. So you've covered your bases relative to what's required. Again, some of the hyperbole you've heard today, this project will lead to the extinction of 14 species. I don't think that's the case. Sounds great. It's a wonderful sound bite. Hope the cameras were rolling when that statement was made, but it's simply not supported by the documentation you have in front of you. Where am I now? Sierra College and Sac State. Again, perspective. Let me clarify one thing just process-wise so everybody knows. People were saying, have the university signed up. Why are you making this decision before that university is signed up? The process is that the CSU Board of Trustees requires a certified environmental document to support the donation of the land. The certification of the environmental document is what is before you today. We cannot go to the Board of Trustees of the CSU without a certified environmental document. In addition, the MOUs that we've been working on between the county and the CSU, between the landowner and the CSU, and the gift agreement have been dependent on the development agreement between Placer Ranch and the county. The CSU and Sac State need to see that document that informs how that those MOUs will be structured and how that gift agreement will be structured. So the sequencing here may not be acceptable to some, but that is the reality with the CSU system and what we're diligently working through with that system. Doubting the commitment of these two institutions, I don't think the board needs to infer anything more than what you saw before you today. The president of Sierra College, the president of Sac State has submitted a letter to you. The CFO and vice president of business operations or services from Sac State was here today, contingent from both institutions. These are your universities. Sierra College is your community college. Sac State is a public four-year university that's served this region for as long as it has. And in terms of the discussions about economic benefits, I would challenge anyone to come up with a better economic developing entity than Sacramento State to this community. If 1 in 20 residents in the Sacramento region is a graduate of Sac State, what better economic engine is that to produce an educated workforce? And those are some of the statistics that you've heard here today. One other quick issue on the density issue, because I was doing my own math, so Crystal, correct me if I'm wrong. People are talking about the affordability of the housing within this plan area. 26.6% of the housing product of the 5,636 units are multifamily units. So it's not a pittance, it's over 25% of the project. If you look at the additional 2,400 residential units that could be accommodated within the sunset area, the net sunset area, and you factor that into the total unit count, it's 48.4% of the housing that could be accommodated within this plan area that's multifamily. So it gets to that density issue. And it starts leaning towards the hybrid that some of the folks were mentioning here today. The alternative that's been presented, it does not constitute a Sql alternative. It was submitted on the draft EIR as a comment. Your staff and your environmental consultant have spent an inordinate amount of time analyzing that alternative. And just to emphasize, again, Crystal's table in the master response, 49,000 residential units in that alternative. 0 single-family detached homes in that alternative. And this plan area borders existing rear yards of the city of Roseville. 0 single-family detached homes. It borders, or very proximate to the city of Rockland, proximate to the sphere of influence of the city of Lincoln. 0 single-family detached units. The compatibility with the surroundings has to be a factor when you look at a project and what's being proposed. The population of that plan, 84,000 people. And the discussion was you're going to add 900,000 cars, I think was the quote. I think some of those 84,000 people will have cars. They will probably drive. They may not even work in the Sunset area or in Placer Ranch. 84,000 people. That's a new city. So again, I think perspective is really important here. Lastly, I've been doing this a long time, probably too long. Time for me to ride off under the sunset, but I have never seen the commitment, the dedication, and the commitment to good work that county staff has put into this project before you. The documentation, the analysis, the work of your environmental consultant, the outreach that's taken place with the surrounding jurisdictions, with the cities, with WAPMA, to land on mitigation and agreement on approaches to issues. I have not witnessed this, and again, doing it for a long time. And the personal perspective that I bring to this is, again, I've been doing this a long time. I've never been more proud of a product before a decision-making body or a project to be associated with than this one. The phrase today was used twice, game changer. That's an understatement for this project. When this project happens and those two institutions are in place, it changes the center of gravity in this region for higher education. Between William Jessup, Sacramento State, Sierra College, and Regional University, South Placer County is going to be a center of gravity in this region for higher education, educating a workforce, and business creativity and innovation. It truly is a game changer. So with all of that, I hope your perspective is better informed after everything you've heard today, and that you will choose to support the update to the Sunset Area Plan and Placer Range Specific Plan.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you.
All right, any board members have any questions of the project, the land representative of the landowner or of staff? Mr. Phillips? I'm sorry, ma'am, the public comment's over.
I've made a request that if someone else.
Ma'am, the public comment is over.
Then.
He is the representative of the property owner that we're discussing.
He's a class of one, a single person. He's not an applicant or a developer.
This is not a debate. Public comment is over. Mr. Phillips, I believe Mr. Wygant has a question for you.
Yes. This is with regards to a lot of questions I've gotten personally, and the discussion that happened today as relates to make sure we get a signature on a dotted line from California State University that they're going to build a full-blown campus as compared to creating a platform where it's most likely that that can happen. So years ago when this project first surfaced, I actually delved into that question, and the answer that I got was that it's impossible to get from the state of California generally and specifically from the California State University system that kind of guarantee. But California State Universities grow in California by way of a satellite. So for example, Sonoma State is a satellite of San Francisco State many years ago. So that is the method by which California State University could in fact build a campus, which is why a full 300 acres is offered for dedication by the property owner to this site. But recently I attended California State University Board of Trustees meetings, and President of Sacramento State University, Robert Nelson, reported out in an informational setting in anticipation of a March agenda item whereby they will consider taking into ownership the dedication of the 300 acres. The fact that the California State Sacramento system had to come up with funds that have been spent so far as an investment to cause this to happen, because until the satellite is established, it's not a part of the Cal State system. And so California State University had to take or not personal interest in assisting to fund that. I cannot remember the amount of money that Robert Nelson reported out that was spent by monies that he came up with in his internal budgeting system. So I'm asking if you happen to know what that amount of money was.
I happen to know a number that I'm not sure if it's the same one that Dr. Nelson was using, but we did inquire of Sac State, and actually Jonathan might be better addressing this than I, but at Sac State, at the campus at Sac State over the last 15 years, $594 million had been raised either through bond monies or through public-private partnerships and fundraising. So it shows the order of magnitude of the university's ability, and they already have a plan in place to start their fundraising efforts in Placer County. So yes, there's a track record of significant amounts of monies being raised while not being budget items in the state's budget or Sac State's budget.
And actually, the number I was getting, and maybe you just don't have it, but Dr. Nelson had to fund his interest in this prospective opportunity from his own budget without any California State University monies. And the point I'm trying to make is that it was significant. I just don't remember the amount of money.
You mean spent to date?
To date, by Sac State through their budget system for this particular opportunity. It resulted in a lot of collaboration with Willie Nelson, president of Sierra College. It listed about 10 items that could be curriculum in the startup of a satellite and a lot of other strategic methods by which the satellite could get started and then be ultimately successful. And it was the number was a measure of the commitment that he personally has made and Sacramento State has made, and I just thought you might have that number.
That number, I don't have the exact number there, but I know that it's been several $100,000 as far as what Sac State has committed so far to the effort in planning, due diligence, and the effort to design that curriculum is in the order of magnitude of
What was that?
Several
I'm sorry,
$100,000.
we need that for the record. What did the gentleman say?
the equivalent in that in human capital, but it's several $100,000 because I know the contract, just again for one of the contractors to assist with the due diligence was a few $100,000. So that's just one piece.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other board members have any questions of Mr. Phillips? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Phillips. While we get ready to ask more questions of staff and make our comments, if Greg is still in the back and running our video screen, Greg, would you go to slide 74, please, if you have a chance? That would be great. Thank you so much. All right, questions or comments by board members of staff at this time, or more importantly, anything that staff heard that they would like to clarify for the record? Michelle?
I just had one.
Yes, ma'am. I can't hear you.
Yes, that's me.
Steve Pedretti.
Thank you. Just when he was talking, I needed to identify him. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
I just had one clarification that relates to the affordable housing, just to clarify the record. There was a mention of the affordable housing from dorm housing, and that is not correct. The affordable housing relates to the 5,636 units planned in Placer Ranch, and the requirement is 10% of those units.
Okay.
So I just want to make that clarification for folks.
And I had one.
Yes, please.
The clarification on PCCP being the only sole mitigation for biological impacts is not correct. There is an option, as I had mentioned earlier. So projects can either mitigate through the PCCP or traditional methods.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we'll start with my colleagues. We'll start with Supervisor Gore. Questions or comments?
Just a question about urban reserve. Can you define that area for urban reserve and what that looks like and how that would affect the sphere of influence for the city of Lincoln?
I'm going to ask Greg to go to slide, hold on a second.
Now that I had him get to this one. Well, actually, before we jump off of this one real quick.
That's fine, go ahead.
Let me just ask a question. Does staff have any guesstimate as to the total number of separate parcels, separate ownership that make up the developable portion of what's identified under this plan that was created?
I had that checked a while ago, Steve Pedretti, for the record.
Yes.
We had, I believe there were 105 parcels on the university property and 158 or so. It was about 260 total between the blue and the orange that you see there on the right-hand side.
And that's all the stuff that is not contained in the crosshatch area?
A portion of the university that's on the crosshatch area.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is that.
But the remainder of the crosshatch area, no. It was only the
area that was incorporated by design into this plan by whomever drew this plan covers how many individual parcels?
I believe it's approximately 260 parcels. It was a couple of months ago I had that checked out.
Okay, and to date, how many of those parcel owners have signed up for that plan?
For the CISGP plan, to my knowledge, none.
Yeah, for whatever this is.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any.
So the parcels that make up the university, the piece of property that's to be donated for the purpose of Sac State.
Yes.
You said there are how many individual property?
I believe it was 105.
105, and how many of those property owners have indicated their willingness to donate their property for the purpose of putting the university right there?
To my knowledge, none.
None.
And I believe there's 400 or 4.5 million square feet of buildings on the blue and the orange as well that are existing.
So 4.5 million square feet of existing buildings.
That's, yes, that was the number that my staff
to
came up
go away after
ha-
somebody has donated their property, at least on the blue part, in order to make that work.
Yes, or be repurposed or whatever.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yes, Crystal, did you have something else you wanted to?
If we're
Yeah,
going on to
yeah, I think that takes care of that, thank you.
So, Greg, can you put up slide 105? So we had some slides that were in the back of the deck in case these questions like this came up. So I have a slide to show. So you were asking a question, I think, about Lincoln's sphere of influence.
And the urban reserve.
The urban reserve. Okay, so the area up here that you see, is this working or not? Yes, the area, the hashed area, the red hashed area right here in this corner is the Lincoln sphere of influence. And this little tiny piece right here, which is outside of Sunset. So this area right here is a development reserve. It's also a farm zone. So we're carrying forward, right now it's currently zoned ag farm. And we're carrying that forward. There is a DR designation on there. So really there's not a whole lot of development potential there. Anything on that piece right there would have to go through a specific plan if they wanted to develop and propose kind of a higher intense type of land use. Up in here, it's mitigation reserve lands. So what I do want to point out is this boundary that you see right here, this is the existing Sunset Industrial Area Plan boundary. So we were not changing the boundary here. This little piece right here is what has been popped out to analyze as an expansion to the Sunset Area Plan boundary. That's 325. That's outside of the sphere. This right here already is included in the Sunset Industrial Area Plan. Lincoln has asked that this piece be pulled out of the Sunset Area Plan boundary. However, if we pulled it out, we would still have to assign land use and zoning to that, and it would be absorbed really into the general plan land use diagram. And it would be highly likely that we would probably look towards, to the same land use and zoning in terms of assigning a land use and zoning to that.
And if they chose at some point to annex it, then they could go through the process to do so, and if they annex it, then they could change the land use.
So the typical process with annexation through LAFCO is they go through what we call a pre-zoning process, where they pre-zone the land in which they want to annex. That's very typical before they typically file applications and things like that.
So is this process negating any future authority that they could have?
No.
No.
Okay, that is my question. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, before we move off of this topic, I know Supervisor Wygant wants to.
Just some factual perspective, Bonnie, that might be helpful. So the Sunset Industrial Area was adopted in 1997 before Lincoln did its general plan update. Before the Sunset Industrial Area plan was adopted, all of that area was in the spheres of Lincoln, Rockland, and Roseville. The county was making a pretty bold statement that the area should be set aside, not emphasizing or even allowing low-density residential, but set aside for jobs creation. An example of a change is that Rockland did, in a friendly annexation, annex the Atherton Tech Center that had actually been developed for jobs creation in the county. That includes the current William Jessup site. That used to be a Herman Miller manufacturing facility that was built in the county and later then converted into a university, and after it had been approved for a university, annexed into the city of Roseville. So that kind of dynamic has been going on. But the county was requesting the collapsing of the spheres of the Sunset Industrial Area since 1997 for the purpose of protecting it for primary wage earner jobs creation. So subsequent to, and I sit on LAFCO, by the way, so I've voted on these spheres and annexation issues. But so then Lincoln completed its general plan update, its 50-year general plan, which is unusual. I was supportive of it. I also voted to support the change in the sphere for the city of Lincoln that includes into now different boundaries within the Sunset Industrial Area. But again, under the notion and the understanding that that area in our policy exists for primary wage earner jobs creation.
And then I just have one other question, and then
Yes, ma'am.
I won't make comments. We'll wait until after questions are done. But the university, if and when it accepts this land, if that moves forward, I read that they would still have to do some type of EIR, correct?
It's a program level analysis on the university property. They still have to go through their master planning process. They can tear off this document to the extent that they can, but they'd still have to go through their own master planning process.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Supervisor Gustafson, any questions?
Yeah, early on today, Crystal, you started out the very beginning of your presentation trying to put in context this site as it related to population and the populations of the existing cities. So I want to get it right. Lincoln at about 50,000, Rockland at about 65,000, Roseville at about 135,000.
Yes. Yes.
And so, and I'm not saying this in any way to dismiss concerns we've heard today, but when I try to put this in context, I look at what percentage growth is that. You know, if I look at 20 years plan time, maybe it's 30 years to build out. But somewhere, you know, it's a long-range plan, correct?
Yes.
And we're looking at that. So I look at that as about 8% growth total. Am I
Within
running
the
my
range.
numbers
Yeah.
correct?
Within the range.
Over 20 years. So we're talking limited for the residential growth. I understand this, the campus and the commercial. And then I looked at the Sunset area additional units in the net Sunset area. And so I get to about 11% growth over that period of time. And no matter what else I say in my comments later, I just want to try to set a stage that I'm putting this in context for the impacts, because a lot of numbers have been thrown out, a lot of fear, a lot of passion about that. And I think it's important to put it in context of that growth over a longer period of time. So the other question I had, and I'm sorry I can't remember our numbers, on Mercy Housing and what we're doing at the DeWitt campus. And so I know I don't see Shauna in the room, but the county committed a huge amount of money to making that affordable project move forward. And I don't think the community understands when they want affordable what we have to invest to make up for what the marketplace can't do. And so if you could help me on that, Steve, maybe?
I'm trying to remember the number, but I believe it's a little bit in excess of $8 million is the county's portion. There's
Right.
27 or 28 million
Right.
that the developer would be putting in.
And so I felt honored that this board, and that means the people of Placer County, were investing that kind of money and trying to help get affordable housing in our community. I'm passionate about this issue, but I think we have to be realistic that the marketplace isn't going to drive that we're going to have to find revenue streams and partners to do that with. So that was my only other question, and then we'll get to comments later.
It was nearly $8 million, and that includes the land donation. That will be coming to the Board of Supervisors next week for an update, and then some issues with litigation will be coming forward.
And I should probably clarify that I used population numbers that you threw out, not housing units. So I was looking at 2.5 people per, and I know the housing units are different mixes. So that's a rough number when I'm showing 8 and 11%, but it's close.
All right, Supervisor Wygant, any comments or questions or clarification of any issues before we get to?
Just a couple of questions briefly. So there was a comment, I can't remember the comment, I should have written it down earlier, but there was a criticism made that our review didn't adequately analyze the existence of mitigation banks in proximity to the Sunset Industrial Area. Kirk and I have, for many years, served on the ad hoc committee on the Placer County Conservation Plan, and we could each do several hours on discussion about that, but for the record and for the public, I'd like you to discuss how that analysis was in fact done. There's the Orchard Creek Mitigation Bank, there's the
Right.
Toad Hill Mitigation Bank, there's this
Right.
Antonio Mountain Ranch Mitigation Bank in proximity. So.
Yes, so those were taken into consideration in the analysis. The biology chapter actually references those banks. We have mitigation in place to protect that, open space preserve area, as well as sunset area plan policy. So there's policy protection. I had put one of them up on the screen. We actually added a policy in response to comments, and we did get comments on that, on protection of those mitigation areas. When those areas were being put into banks, they were evaluated for their resource value at that time. But in terms of development potential in the net sunset area potentially impacting those existing banks, we do have policy and mitigation set forth that would ensure protection of those areas.
Thanks. City of Lincoln, at least one other person talked about the impact of the project on their city limits. I know there's been discussion as it relates to all of the cities, particularly with regards to transportation impacts and the timing of those comments and conversations. So one thing I wanted to also get on the record for the public, early on when the project first started going through this current development review, had a conversation with the property owners related to what would inherently be my opposition to a regional sales tax center within the project that would potentially take sales tax from the city of Lincoln. I expressed that several times. I had always been assured, I think by staff, don't want to speak for you, but also by the applicant or the property owner, that the sales tax essentially was sized for the project itself and would not be a regional type of facility, as, for example, exists in proximity city of Roseville, which is not a criticism, it's just a reality, so that we didn't put in place a financial mechanism that would, in light of acknowledging that Lincoln does have a low per capita sales tax capture. So I just want, and I know that the urban decay study was connected, so if you could just get on the record a little bit of detail about that.
Yes, so we did prepare an urban decay analysis, and is Amy Lappin still in the room? If okay with you, if I could have her come up, and she's the subject matter expert on that, so I think I would ask her to speak to that question.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Amy Lappin, and I'm an executive vice president with EPS, Economic and Planning Systems, and we prepared an urban decay analysis for phase one of the project. So that would be the entire Sunset Area Plan. We looked at phase one impacts of the project, specific uses for Placer Ranch specific plan alone, as well as the Sunset Area Plan in total. An urban decay analysis is not a market analysis, so we didn't determine whether or not there was adequate market support for retail uses or other commercial uses in the project. My firm, although I wasn't involved, prepared a market analysis several years prior, kind of addressing that topic. So the purpose of the urban decay analysis was to understand the impacts of the proposed retail uses on existing retail development within a specific market area. We chose to identify a market area that primarily included Rockland and Lincoln. We excluded Roseville from that market area because of Roseville's robust retail attractor market, and we felt that excluding Roseville from the analysis would allow us to identify and not dilute impacts to Rockland and Lincoln, which had smaller retail markets. So the definition of an urban decay analysis is the sustained and prolonged deterioration of the physical environment, so the urban landscape, as a result of the introduction of new retail uses. And what we found, we looked at both project-specific impacts. What we found was that there was no detrimental impacts, no evidence that urban decay or the sustained prolongment of physical blight would occur on existing retail in that market area that I just described. We also looked at the cumulative impacts of the project, along with new retail development that's being proposed in the market area. So this would be new retail development in Rockland, of which there's not that much. The majority of the new retail that's being proposed are within the villages in the city of Lincoln. And we found that there is a huge amount of total retail development being proposed, about 6.5 million square feet of retail development. Because we were just looking at phase one of the project, which we assumed would be a 20-year build-out period, we halved the amount of new retail development in the city of Lincoln and looked at the impacts of the project plus that new about 3.5 million square feet, which is also a lot of retail development to occur. And we did find significant impacts on existing retail development with that introduction of that magnitude of retail development in Lincoln. So our conclusion was that it was unlikely that that much retail development would actually occur, that the amount of proposed retail development would either be rescaled, in other words, reduced, or the development time frame in which we were looking would be delayed. So it would absorb beyond that 20-year time frame. Another note would be that a lot of the proposed new retail development is regional serving in nature and would draw from a larger consumer base than what we had identified as our market area. So there would be additional sources of demand to support additional retail development. But ultimately, we believe that amount of retail development is not sustainable.
Thanks.
Did that answer your question? Thank you.
Those are my questions, Kurt.
Okay, thank you. So I have a couple of factual observations on some things. First of all, gentleman indicated that Roseville staff was not allowed to speak. I'd like to reintroduce Dom Casey, the city manager. You can just stand up. I'm not calling you up here. I just wanted to acknowledge that as the city manager of Roseville, you addressed us earlier, and here you are still here in the room. So I appreciate that. So if anybody has any questions or comments of the City of Roseville staff, you can't get any higher than the man right there. It was asked of me why I would support the county spending money on this effort, but not on that other plan. Because through this effort, we have a mechanism to recoup the costs that the county has incurred. Through the development agreement, the project developer will be paying the county back for the money that the county spent on going through the entitlement process. Whereas the hundreds of thousands of dollars and hundreds of staff hours that we spent on analyzing the other alternative is gone. And we have no way of recouping that, nor would we ever if we were to do further analysis. We would have no way of recouping that. So just wanted to clarify a couple of those things. The extremely frustrating, disappointing thing to me is that the advocate of that plan got up and left with her consultant. I had questions for her in regard to that plan and the feasibility of it and what was being asked of our board, what has been asked of our board all this afternoon, what was asked of the Planning Commission. I had a number of questions I wanted to ask the advocate for that plan, and she didn't even have enough respect for you folks who are here advocating for that plan to stick around and allow our board to engage with her. So I'm not sure what little charade this is that she was running. But that is the first for me in 18 years as a board member to see that kind of disengagement right at the critical moment. I'm going to stop now and turn it over to Supervisor Holmes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to clear up a couple of statements. Mr. Nader mentioned that regarding the Costco project in North Auburn, that the city of Auburn sued the county and that the county sued the city. Well, that's half-true statement. The city of Auburn sued the county, but we did not countersue. And oh, let me get a little closer. I can hear me.
He's feeling shy today.
Why don't you move closer? Okay. Okay, I want to clear up what Mr. Nader said about the Costco project in North Auburn. Can you hear me now? The city of Auburn sued the county, but the county did not sue the city. So I just want to clear that up. And then another thing that got my blood boiling was when Mr. Waters was standing here comparing Supervisor Wygant to Ralph Swan. I knew Ralph Swan. Robert Wygant is no Ralph Swan, I'll tell you that right now. And anyhow, I'm sorry that he left because I was ready to push my button, but you beat me to it. So it's probably a good thing. So anyhow, I just want to clear that up, that Ralph Swan was quite an individual, but he is not in the league of Supervisor Wygant. Now I want to talk about how this project's been rushed. I've been involved, before I was even on the Board of Supervisors. I remember meeting with Supervisor Euler before he was on the Board of Supervisors talking about this issue. I worked for the Placer County Office of Education. I met with then Superintendent Nobley and now Superintendent Garbolino about this project. In 2014, this board, regarding the Sunset Area Plan, gave clear direction to staff. And again in 2016, regarding the Placer Ranch specific plan, we gave clear direction to staff. This was a priority. We wanted to get this moved forward, not rushing it. We had countless meetings. You worked tirelessly with the municipalities, all the agencies. You need to be commended for all that hard work to get us to where we are today. When the Board of Supervisors back in the 60s, when I was 14.
Excuse me a second, Mr. Holmes. Sir, if you'd take your conversation out while we're, thank you. All right, go ahead. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Anyhow, back in the 60s.
Point of order?
This was.
Sorry, Supervisor Holmes, go ahead.
This was an agricultural county as it is now. We had countless fruit sheds from Colfax clear down into Roseville. Many of the supervisors that were on the board then were farmers and ranchers. But they had the vision to see that they are going to need some growth in Placer County, some kind of a job growth. And that's why they looked at the Sunset area for that. They were also very visionary because they built the Middle Fork project, which brings water down to allow for agriculture and also for that growth. And so it's not been a rush plan. It's been a plan that's been thought out, worked on, and I'm really proud of our county staff to bring that to us today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, before each of us puts in our 2 cents, does council have a couple of things you wanted to clarify?
Yes, yes, thank you, Karen Schwab, for the record. Want to go through a few cleanup items, if I might. We've had a couple of allegations of violations of the Brown Act that I want to discuss. First of all, under the board's hearing procedures and pursuant to the Brown Act, the chair may set a limit for public testimony. In a case that came down in 2018, Ribicoff versus the City of Long Beach, the court did distinguish that such time limits need not be applied to staff or to invited guests. The court looked at invited guests as those individuals who could provide an expertise to answer a question that the legislative body might have, and recognized that to put a time limit on those individuals who were responding to specific issues would be contrary to the very intent of the Brown Act. Therefore, the fact that individuals were invited up during this hearing or even at the Planning Commission to speak and were given more than 3 minutes is not a violation of the Brown Act. Second, it was raised that erratas were prepared in less than the 72 hours, and then that violated the Brown Act. I would point the board to Government Code Section 54957.5 B1, which states that if something is received in less than 72 hours, it must be distributed for public inspection at the time the writing is distributed to all or a majority of the members of the legislative body. I can guarantee you, because I've been in contact with Megan through yesterday evening, as well as Crystal, literally yesterday evening at 9:30, and this morning, that as each one of these items was posted, it was distributed to the public. I'd also point out that the Shootman-Hawley letter, in excess of 300 pages, was received by 3 p.m. yesterday. That was also posted. Moving on, there were allegations, several of them made, regarding the Sql analysis. I'm not going to go into detail on that, but I do want to put on the record that we had Ascent, our environmental consultant, review the CBD letter, the Center for Biological Diversity letter that was received, as well as the Shoot-Mahali letter that was received. With respect to the Center for Biological Diversity letter, Ascent has provided an extensive response to each one of the provisions and allegations in the Center for Biological Diversity letter. Ascent also looked at Shoot-Mahali and found that in large part it was parroting many of the things that the Center for Biological Diversity had mentioned. One particular error was discovered in a response to comment. That has been corrected. I would note that there was no change in the final EIR as a result of that response to the impact. That is now part of the errata to the EIR resolution, should we get that far almost this evening. And we will go through that at the time we take up each one of these resolutions and ordinances. The one thing I would point out that was brought up repeatedly was this notion that we have somehow not mitigated the biological impacts. And I would just point for the record to one of them, this is many in the EIR, page 4.4-40, that states if the PCCP is not adopted, then any applicant must go through the process of delineating the wetlands and applying to the U.S. Corps of Engineers for an individual permit. Now, Center for Biological Diversity says, well, no, that's deferring mitigation. Find it a little interesting considering they lost a case entitled CBD versus Department of Fish and Wildlife in 2015 on this very issue. And this is the only thing I'm going to quote in the record for the board, is that what the court stated was, excuse me, I have to find my notes.
That's all right. I made you move them, I'm sorry.
It's okay. What the court stated regarding mitigation and deferral is the following. When a public agency has evaluated the potentially significant impacts of a project and has identified measures that will mitigate those impacts, the agency does not have to commit to any particular mitigation measure in the EIR as long as it commits to mitigating the significant impacts of the project. Moreover, the details of exactly how mitigation will be achieved under the identified measures can be deferred pending completion of either another permit or a future study. In consulting with our environmental consultant on this project and reading all, and I mean literally every single letter that has come in since the 2nd of December through 3 p.m. yesterday, there is nothing that has presented in any of these letters that gives me pause that we haven't done the best job possible on this programmatic project level EIR. I would just point out to the board that the courts are not looking for perfection in an EIR. What the courts are looking for is an EIR to be prepared with sufficient degree of analysis to provide decision makers with information which enables them to make a decision which intelligently takes account of environmental consequences. The sufficiency of an EIR is to be reviewed in light of what is reasonably feasible. With respect to the alternative, the county as a lead agency is not required to analyze every alternative that may be presented or proposed. It chose not to analyze, and I would point out that if it had chosen to analyze the alternative that the Alliance has presented, we would have been required to in fact recirculate the draft EIR. The county looked at it and I would say provided more than a sufficient analysis in the responses to comments as to why it elected not to include that alternative in the actual EIR. With that, we have a few housekeeping items. The one is the request from Mr. Traynor, but I will leave that
I was
until
actually going to get to that.
okay, until we get to the various actions.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to get to that. I noticed Ms. Warren rejoined us. If you wouldn't mind, I did have a question for you that I was intending to ask earlier. As you're aware, you and a number of other folks have requested that our board hold on this project until we have secured signatures from the California State University system indicating their commitment to the project. So I'm curious, you're asking this board to entertain your land use plan as an alternative plan, correct?
As an alternative plan, not as either or.
Okay.
We're submitted it as a plan.
Okay.
That would have been evaluated in the draft EIR.
Okay.
But at this point, we're hopeful that the concepts, the future forward concepts within it become integrated into the plan that you're considering today.
I don't recall. Were you still here when staff answered my question about how many individual parcel owners there
Yes,
are?
I heard that.
Okay.
Sorry.
And do you have agreement from any of those parcel owners to participate in your plan?
We didn't seek participation or permission from the other owners to participate in the plan. However, the plan, when we do introduce the plan to the parcel owners and present the opportunities that our plan would do to benefit them, many of those parcels are considered, I used to work in redevelopment, we use the term blighted, but the property is underutilized. They're incompatible uses, churches sitting next to wrecking yards. Looking at that as a Mello-Roos district, we're setting up our own redevelopment vehicle here within the county. It creates an opportunity to protect the environmental resources that are critical to our common survival and allow us to implement the development density and footprint and the economic engine that Placer County is seeking. Regardless.
Maybe I didn't ask my question properly.
You're asking me if we ask
board-
permission of those owners. No, you're working with the people at the Placer Ranch Trust, who I hope the board understands will not build this property under the terms of their trust. They're going to get their entitlements, which will jack up the price, I don't know how many times, and they must flip it because they can't build on it.
Again, my question, the standard to which...
So the developer that you're going to be talking to about Placer Ranch is the same as our developers. We don't know them yet.
The standard to which you and others have asked the board to adhere, that we not entertain this project until we have a signature from California State University confirming that they are willing to partner with us. That's one partner signature that has already been indicated by representatives of the CSU system. They're willing to participate, and they, in fact, they've actually spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in this process. What I'm asking you is, do you have a single property owner?
We didn't solicit them. We don't have them. We do not. But the reason that we did extend the reason that we did extend.
The answer is no.
I was interrupted.
Thank you. The answer is no. The question was raised about dollars spent by the county processing the Placer Ranch plan. has your organization ever offered to enter into a reimbursement agreement with the county to reimburse the county for expenses should we actually do the full level of analysis that you're looking for?
Let me just explain that the Alliance for Environmental Leadership funded, with citizens' support, a $10,000 plan, which is the incredibly high-quality document you see. Placer County executed a contract amendment with the EIR consultant for almost $400,000, and the consultant said in front of you that the most of that money was going to be spent evaluating our citizen-initiated smart growth plan. And I want to tell you that consultant never contacted us.
Okay.
And I'd also like to mention that in terms of costs, since 2014, Placer staff and all the consultants' fees connected with the Placer Ranch project, which exceed $5 million, have been paid for by taxpayers. Placer Ranch has a very loose memorandum of understanding with a good intent clause to reimburse the county, and the county will never recapture the interest on that $5 million that would have accrued to Placer County taxpayers because, quote, the county can't have a profit. But there isn't even a guarantee that Placer Ranch or a future developer that it flips the property to will reimburse the county. So I think you asking us, a citizens group, that question about parcels that are outside the project area is unfair. And I think it's a bit hypocritical.
You have presented a plan to this board asking us to consider it as a viable alternative, which encumbers properties that you have no control over.
It wasn't considered as a viable alternative because the county did
That's
not
all I wanted to
authorize the EIR consultant to consider it as such.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Supervisor Weigand.
Body language from Ms. Sherrill indicates to me, I've had this conversation on the reimbursement a multitude of times, and frankly, it includes restating conversation that I'd had before, but I'm reading she wanting to clarify some information, and I think I would like that also if I'm right.
Yes, thank you very much. For the record, the development agreement before you today does include provisions for the county to recoup the costs associated with the Placer Ranch specific plan work program. The dollar amounts that were quoted encompass both the Placer Ranch and the Sunset Area work program. Just to clarify, the Sunset Area plan work program is our typical general plan, general fund type of work program, so it's not typical that we would seek reimbursement for that. I'd also like to add that the property owner did enter into an MOU with the county. As a condition in that MOU, required the property owner to dedicate right-of-way Phase 1 Placer Parkway at no cost to the county, and the county has received that right-of-way at no cost to the county and has met all terms and obligations associated with that MOU.
Thank you. All right. Well, I'm just going to continue on then, if I may, just quickly. So one of the benefits of having been around a while is you got your name on some documents. This is the 1994 general plan update, and I was here. And Supervisor Alex Ferrer was the chairman. And the reason I thought it important is, number one, this is the the Placer County General Plan Generalized Land Use Map adopted in our 94. Now, you can't see from where you are, but take my word for it, this dark line right here, that's Highway 65. See all the red on the other side of Highway 65 going all the way from Roseville all the way up to the top of Lincoln? That's all designated as urban development in our 1994 general plan. Now, somebody earlier, Mr. Garabedian, I believe, mentioned the Parkway and how the Parkway is just, you know, some fiction of the 2000s and we don't need the Parkway. Actually, here's our circulation plan from August 16th, 1994. See this little line right here? That's the Placer Parkway that the Board of Supervisors in 1994 put into our general plan. As a matter of fact, the extension of foothills is identified here. You know, the really interesting thing about this map is it has a legend. And the legend shows that this section of the Parkway from Highway 65 over to Fitiment was to be built by 2010. That was what our board anticipated, was it was already going to be built. You know why we thought that was going to be the case? Because as Supervisor Wygant alluded to, as part of the general plan, we identified we need a sunset industrial plan that actually kicks that thing in the butt and gets it going, because it's been a resource that's been sitting around for too long, not generating us any revenue. And so we thought that by tasking staff, as soon as we were done with the general plan update in 94, we tasked the staff with creating the Sunset Industrial Area Plan. And we thought that by creating that plan, that was going to be enough market impetus to actually kickstart our job center. So we adopted the plan, and all these years later, we've sat here and we've waited for something to happen out there. People talk about the rush on this thing. When we were updating our countywide general plan when I got elected in 1992, and the update of the general plan was one of the key issues when I ran. When I got elected in 1992, one of the first people I met was a man named Larry Kelly. Larry Kelly had just finished or was wrapping up the very successful residential subdivision in Rockland called Stanford Ranch. And Larry Kelly controlled this piece of property back there on behalf of Eli Broad. And this project was one of 4 projects that the Planning Commission, over 9 hearings, was asked to consider and send on to the Board of Supervisors for consideration. Those 4 projects were the Dry Creek West Plan, which today we know as Placer Vineyards, the Bickford Ranch Plan, the Stanford Ranch West Plan, and the Placer Villages Plan, which is today the Curry Creek area. Through a series of hearings of the Planning Commission, they made various recommendations. I'm referring to my colleague, Robert Wygant, because he was on the Planning Commission at the time. That came to our Board of Supervisors, and our board was struggling with these 4 specific plan areas. So as early as 1991, I was informed of this 2,000-acre development. As early as 1993, I started casting votes on this project. That's 26 years ago. The rush? Now, the interesting twist out of all of this isn't that government moves slowly. No, the interesting twist is that in one instance, in just a blink of an eye, government moved very fast. You know what that was? The 1-mile buffer. There was never any consideration given to a 1-mile buffer around the landfill. The recommendation from the Planning Commission to our Board of Supervisors was a 2,000-foot buffer. And we sat in the council chambers, and I don't think Dom even knows this. We sat in the council chambers of the city of Roseville. Our Board of Supervisors met in the council chambers of the city of Roseville. Alex Ferrer as chairman, as we had a public meeting there, and we chose Roseville because it was the most populated city that was going to be impacted by this project and by the landfill policy. So that's why we met in Roseville in the evening, by the way. We went down there in the evening to have this conversation about the landfill. The representative of Stanford Ranch West got up before our board and gave a presentation, and he was pushing back on the 2,000-foot buffer. He wanted 1,000, actually he wanted 500 foot for residential. Myself and Supervisor Lee Howe at the time were telling him, hey, that's a bridge too far. We think, push for 1,000, we might be able to get 3 votes for 1,000. He was pushing for 500. Alex Ferrer, God rest his soul, and I love the man, sat as chairman, listened to Sandy Shulman's conversation about reducing the landfill buffer from the 2,000 feet that the Planning Commission recommended, the 2,000 feet that our staff recommended, the 2,000 feet that our entire record was built on. And Alex got so frustrated with Sandy Shulman, he said, if it were up to me, I'd make it 1 mile. Rex Bloomfield, no friend of development anywhere in this county, took advantage of the opportunity in a blink of an eye and said, I'll make that a motion. Phil Osnick, who was pushing for development on the west side, seconded it, and on a 3-2 vote, with no science, no history, no basis in fact, the 2,000-foot buffer went to 1 mile like that, because Alex Ferrer had enough of a presentation, said, I'm done, and Rex Bloomfield made the motion. It was the only thing in the 94, you can go through every action in the 94 general plan, the only thing Rex Bloomfield voted for in the entire plan. He voted against the plan, he voted against the zoning, he voted against everything else, he voted for the buffer. So we all run around scared of what we're going to do with this, but there was never any science on that buffer. So, perspective. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. We sit here today being accused of rushing a project that I've been dealing with for 28 years. A project that today creates more opportunity for this county than any single project that I have ever seen from an economic development opportunity standpoint. And guess what? It happens to be in the most favorable tax rate area that the county enjoys. The assessed valuation increase in this part of our county, that's why our predecessors had the wisdom of identifying this and setting it aside as the job center. Today we have a unique opportunity, not just to develop empty buildings and hope that people will come, but to develop a partnership that has been proven across this country that when you combine higher education with land that is zoned and infrastructure in, you will fill it. You will fill it with jobs that pay your residents very well. That is what the 28-year rush has brought us to. And so I'm pleased tonight to close the circle, if you will, that we began some 20 some odd years ago when we first considered this project. And even though I was a proponent for it back then when it didn't have this kind of opportunity, I thank God for the wisdom of Alex Ferreira in wanting to preserve that area and convincing me that I was making a mistake in moving that direction when I did back then. And I am very honored, frankly, to sit here tonight. And I think that this kind of a project, this kind of a plan, creating this kind of a legacy for Placer County is exactly the kind of project that Alex Ferreira would have supported. Those are my comments. Any other colleagues? Supervisor Wygant?
I'm kind of exhausted now, but I'm gonna try to muster up some energy to provide support for the notion that I'm going to support this project today also, and I want to provide mostly comments as it relates to that perspective. So you did a great job, Kirk, of talking about the history and the specific experience you had on the Board of Supervisors with the general plan update. I was on the Planning Commission, as you noted. But some of us felt strongly, based on the history that I talked about starting when I was growing up here. But after Formica, we happened to have a cluster of really quality manufacturing companies come. Reynolds Aluminum, Alcan Cable, Western Electric, which they were acquired by AT&T. But we had several manufacturing companies in that area. After that, in the city of Roseville, Hewlett-Packard came, and then NEC. And we were really a rich place throughout the country that would attract that kind of thing, resulting in huge economic development benefits and an incredible jobs, housing link, and performances related to unemployment that typically outpaced the state of California, the Sacramento region for sure, and mostly the nation. So as we were going forward with that growth, some of us wanted to have an area that ended up being the largest industrial park in the county, knowing that economics change. And so Formica, for example, is no longer here. Talked about Herman Miller, which is now William Jessup University. The Formica facility is currently reoccupied with jobs creation. The Western Electric building that I talked about way back when in the 60s is now occupied by Ace Hardware. Ace outgrew its site in Rockland. We thought for sure they were going to leave the state of California because of its reputation and some of the policy, but with a lot of economic development and with the luck that the fact that we had the zoning and there was a facility out there, they relocated into that old Western Electric facility and have flourished. And one of the things they did was keep the jobs that were currently local, and provide an opportunity for expansion. So it's with that thought process that I want to convey as it relates to this, the alternative that was talked about so much today has to be filtered not as to whether or not there's a specific blemish in the whole of something. Sadly, as an elected for a long period of time, I think that in the country today, there is far too much focus on finding something wrong with a whole and saying that the whole is that something that's wrong. And then they combine that with political threats too frequently that frankly I could care less about. But certainly the plan is imperfect. But what we have in front of us is not whether or not it's absolutely perfect, because that does not exist. We have an opportunity to consider a project that is potentially likely. We can't force the state of California to sign something with us. What we can do is lay the foundation for them to be wanting to come here and be successful after they come here. So as we have set aside the Sunset Industrial Area, now considering the Sunset area, it was a house for the relocation of the ACE facility. When the casino situation came upon us without any control in light of preferential policy that exists in federal law for Native Americans to gamble, we really didn't know how to react to it. But when the tribe offered to comply fully with our local land use jurisdiction, we had a site in the Sunset Industrial Area for it. The largest new startup business in the county is that casino, and it's in the Sunset Industrial Area. So now we have the opportunity not only to update the Sunset area and have it be more compatible with the kind of jobs creation that we can attract here, but we also have the opportunity to consider a project that is likely to be successful, that has a firm offer to dedicate 300 acres to the California State University system, that has a clear pathway with a huge amount of work and investment put behind it locally at California State University, Sacramento, and Sierra College, to get started a satellite, which is historically how a new California State University can be created, and amplify in a huge way something far beyond any of our expectation when you were a supervisor and I was a planning commissioner, jobs creation and economic development opportunities in the county. So because of those reasons, I am going to support this project today, as well as the Sunset Area Plan update. And I want to thank staff in a huge way for the tremendous amount of work that went into this over all these years. And I know that we had a lot of concerns and a lot of priorities, and there is this March meeting that is currently scheduled to be heard by the California State University system. So I want to especially emphasize that. Thanks.
All right. Any other comments by any of the board members prior to the board considering action? Supervisor Gore?
Yes, and we're going to talk about the United Auburn Indian community issue
Yes.
later on. All right, terrific. Thank you. I want to share a couple of comments. You know, I have, as a former city council member, I've always believed that development should happen in cities. And when this project came before the city of Roseville, as a previous applicant was looking to process this in the city of Roseville, I thought that was great. That was terrific. And that changed. But to Dr. Herman's comment, I always thought that and always knew that a university in our community would be a game changer. And I have said previously that whether it was in the city or the county, the economic benefits from a university would be terrific. Having an educated workforce, having that benefit to our residents, as well as something that would draw jobs and high-paying jobs, a terrific thing. But when this moved forward in the county, and I moved to the County Board of Supervisors, and the draft EIR came out in November of last year, I took the City of Roseville's letter as a newly elected supervisor to staff in the City of Roseville, and I said, okay, here it is. My biggest concern is making sure that the residents of the City of Roseville are protected, because we've got development that will affect our city and cities. I'm an advocate of making sure that this works for the cities as well. And I'm really pleased of the work that's been done between county staff and the City of Roseville staff, our CEO and our city manager working together to get to a place where that 38-page letter got down to a handful of issues that got addressed. So traffic mitigation to address impacts on Roseville city streets, the Foothills Boulevard extension, which will add another north-south connector, which is really important for traffic flow, an issue and concern about fire protection and making sure that those issues are addressed as that area expands. Parks, always a need for our residents in this community, and the applicant going back and making sure there are some programmable parks for our residents. I think that's really important. So I'm so pleased that we've gotten to this place. As I look to the future, I do want to encourage opportunities where the county works with our cities to talk about future services, whether that's libraries or fire service. I think we will do a much better job as a community as we work together to address impacts of development. I really appreciate the folks who have come today before the Planning Commission to share your comments and your concerns. I think we've answered a lot of questions. Staff has made changes to the project so that we can get to a place that we feel comfortable, I feel comfortable moving forward with an approval. And the one thing I want to say about the proposal, the alternate proposal, is it really concerns me to move to such a much larger density project. The fact that we are moving to higher density in our project to about, 30 units per acre, we don't have that anywhere else in this county. The city of Roseville has maybe one project that's higher than that. But this project actually has a lot of density. We're talking buildings up to 100 to 150 feet, 10 to 15 stories. So in that town center area, there is a lot of high density, which is a stretch for South Placer. It's more dense than any other areas that we have in this community. And I don't think that this community is ready for density like downtown Sacramento, because that's really what this alternative was proposing. And from what I have read, the market doesn't bear that at this point. Higher density is good and we need that, but I don't think we're ready for downtown Sacramento in South Placer County right now. So I just want to make a couple of other comments. I mentioned the value of higher education. I think it is a win for not only the county, but for our cities and for our residents. And a couple other things that I think this project does. It definitely does support the additional housing units that we need in our community. We have a shortage of housing. This will help move us forward in having additional housing. I appreciate that we have a 10% inclusionary for affordable housing, which means that the developers are paying for that. I'm glad that we have multifamily housing, which will allow for a diversity of housing. I really appreciate this project preserves open space. We've got active parks, and as I mentioned, a programmable park with soccer fields, baseball fields, etc. So I appreciate the work that's been done, and I really do appreciate the work that's been done between the county, working with our cities to get to a place where we can move forward.
Thank you. Supervisor Gustafson.
I'm going to try to pull together some thoughts as well, but probably not with the passion and vehemence that Chairman Euler used earlier. As the newest member of the board, obviously I've had far less involvement with this project. I don't have that decades of history that some of my colleagues have. And I think it's important for you to understand, for the constituents to understand how we make decisions, certainly how I make decisions, because this is the first really significant decision you're seeing that I will be voting on. But I have been a student and worked very much in public policy for many decades of my life. So I'm not new to emotions and passion that come with change. And this is important to us all. And that's what I can say for everybody in this room, whichever side you're on. Clearly, you are passionate about the importance of this project. So in pursuing how I make decisions, obviously we listened intently to all of what you said today. I listened to the Planning Commission 6-hour where I could get all of it, it did buffer quite a bit as I was trying to watch. But also, I did a lot of due diligence meeting with many, many of you that were in the room today and many that have already left the room that were opposed to this project and were supporters of the Citizens-Initiated Smart Growth Plan. I also reached out to the city council members in my district, talked to them, asked them for their opinions, as well as our MAC members and obviously many, many others who I've encountered. So I know how strong the opinions are on it, and I did ask, as I met with opponents, what most could I do, given the momentum that this was moving forward and after the Planning Commission vote especially. And I was asked to support a delay. And that was the number one thing they asked me to look at. And I'm not convinced by any discussions today that a delay is going to resolve the significant differences in viewpoints that are here. If I felt there was room, I am one who always tries to get to a middle ground where I can, but I don't see that right now. I did also research my predecessor's voting record, because as you know, I'm appointed to this position. Jennifer was the elected official, and I received an email 2 days ago saying you should vote no. She would have voted no. So I researched her voting record on this project, and in fact, she voted in support of this project from 2014 through 2018. So I want you to know that we don't know how she would have voted today, but I'm here today, and I was appointed to hold this responsibility, and I take it very seriously, and so I did do that research. We are so fortunate to live in Placer County, and I think you all know that's why we're so passionate about it, because we have one of the highest qualities of life, of health care. We have an educated public. I wrote earlier today, we are healthier, we are wealthier, and hopefully we're wiser. I know we're better educated, but hopefully we also translate that into wisdom. Placer County is very, very blessed. Obviously, we have an incredible environment, and all of us want to preserve that environment where we can, but we need a strong economy, and we do need the triple bottom line. And so, with that, I truly appreciate all of the commitment and passion that so many have shared with me. Whether I vote the way you want me to today or not, I do feel I need to support this project. I think it has been through the mill of discussion and decades of discussion. I don't think this is a fly-by-night developer who came in. They've owned the property since the 80s, and 40 years of work identifying that this should be an area developed. I'm blessed to live in Placer County because of those decisions and because there has been preservation of other places in this county. And so I want to support my colleagues in this decision. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Holmes, any thoughts? No? All right. Council, before we take up any of the actions, should we address the concern that was raised by the representative of the United Auburn Indian?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the representative of the United Auburn Indian. Yes. That's right. That's right. Yeah.
So, Mr. Traynor had requested that the board reconsider the insertion of what the Planning Commission added to the, hang on.
Greg, if I actually have that.
Thank you.
Greg, can you pull up slide 104? Please. This is just a copy of that Attachment E, Exhibit B, Karen.
Thank you. So it's hard to read this. The footnote that was added, I'll read into the record, was footnote 5, industrial uses in operation at the time of adoption of the Sunset Area Plan are allowed in the EMU district pursuant to section 1760-120. Really, that's redundant. Whenever the board elects to rezone a property, if there is an existing use or operation on the property that was legally established, it by law becomes legal non-conforming, and then is subject to the provisions we have in our zoning code regarding legal non-conforming uses. Rio Bravo has 2 use permits. The first one is regarding their biomass plant. That is a vested permit. There is no termination date on that particular permit. The other one is the use permit that was granted, and I think it was 17, thank you, 2017, which was for the grinder chipper. And that's the one that has a termination date of 2022. Now, it doesn't mean that Rio Bravo couldn't come forward and request an extension of that permit. That's all subject to a separate process. But I do agree with Mr. Trainer that adding this footnote is confusing. It's in the wrong spot. And we have a code section for legal non-conforming. But that being said, this is what the Planning Commission recommended, is the addition of this footnote. So it's really up to the board as to whether they want to retain it or delete it. If you want to delete it, I'll be able to read into the record how we're revising the resolution. Otherwise, the resolution is good as it's in the staff report.
Okay. Let's, any discussion amongst my colleagues? What's the pleasure? Being asked to delete what was recommended by the commission. On this recommendation, you've heard council's opinion that it's redundant.
So, question I had, Karen, I want to drill down. So, a little bit of background. I think I'll make this brief. The Rio Bravo plant, in a perfect world, would be in a different part of the Sunset area today. Waving a magic wand and moving it is not that easy. So then you're offsetting the impacts of that project, jobs, employment, but also forest management policy that's currently underway in light of catastrophic forest fires. So I've had some conversations with representatives from Rio Bravo. They're receptive to that idea. I've spoken to the landfill authority staff. I'm a member of the landfill authority. The landfill authority agreed to consider in its master plan update, which is currently going on, the potential for that to move. I guess the question then is, in the worst case, so the tribe's concern is that they have investment opportunity that they would like to develop in proximity to the project, and those uses, even in an industrial area, are probably incompatible. So the worst case that could happen is that their temporary use permit on the grinder could expire. The board can then say you can't continue that, but they still would be able to operate continuously the inherent biomass authority that they have granted under the original conditional use permit, correct?
That's correct, because that particular plant, that biomass, and that conditional use permit did not have a termination date. They have vested that, so they can continue to operate that particular biomass plant.
With or without this resolution?
Correct.
Thus the redundancy.
Right, exactly.
So I'm supportive of removing it. I think it simplifies things. I think it clarifies things, and I wanted to share publicly what I just did relate to. I also hope the county policy will, as we go forward, do a lot that's appropriate for the taxpayers to help potentially relocate that facility in the event that it's needed, particularly for forest management opportunities, but in a perfect world, in a better site within the Sunset area.
All right, is that a motion then to?
So moved.
Yes?
Should we walk through the recommendations, Karen?
Why don't we should probably start from the very beginning.
Okay.
Slide 98, please.
Okay, can I walk through the recommendations, or?
Yeah, we'll keep this in mind, and let's walk through once
The staff
Crystal.
recommendations, and then,
Yeah.
all right. And
We'll get all the recommendations
You'll
up.
let us know where you think it appropriate for incorporating that into the.
Right.
Okay.
And as we walk through this, we'll also walk through, so your first one is the adoption of the resolution to certify the final EIR prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, adopt the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program, and I would direct the board's attention to what has been provided to you today, which is a revised errata. This revised errata includes in it the one error that we found through the comment from Shoot Mahali on how we addressed the GHG emissions. And that has been included, which is why it's now a revised errata that should be part of the resolution. And the rest of it is supported by the findings set forth in the staff report. Said resolution and attachments, attachment B, exhibits A through E. And if you have any questions on this revised errata, let me know.
Board members have any questions on the revision?
I'll move approval.
All right, we have a motion on the first recommendation regarding adopting the resolution certifying the EIR prepared pursuant to CEQA, adopting the findings of fact, statements of overriding consideration, mitigation, monitoring, reporting program, and errata, supported by, I'm sorry?
Revised errata.
Revised errata, thank you. Supported by the findings set forth in the staff report, said resolution and attachment. Are they still attachments B, exhibit A through E?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. We had the motion, the second, motion Wygant, second Holmes. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Recommendation number 2.
Would you like me to? Yes. Okay. So recommendation number 2 is to adopt a resolution amending the Placer County General Plan to revise the introduction section, figures 1, 1-1, 1-2, to expand the SAP boundary to include 35 acres to the west, 325 acres to the west, sorry, to revise table 1-1, to outline the relationship between Placer Ranch Specific Plan and General Plan land use designations, to revise Table 1-2 to allow the Sunset Area Plan and Placer Ranch Specific Plan to establish development standards that allow for densities up to 30 dwelling units per acre, and to revise the public facility standards in Table 1-5 and Policy 4G11 regarding the proximity of residential uses to the solid waste disposal sites. Supported by the this would be supported by the findings in the staff report included in that resolution.
Move approval. Second.
Council have any recommended modifications? Okay. All right. We have a motion Wygant and a second Holmes on the recommendation as read into the record by staff. Any questions by board members? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Our third recommendation.
Number 3 is to adopt a resolution to supersede the Sunset Industrial Area Plan and replace it with the Sunset Area Plan. And this would be supported by the findings in the staff report and included in that resolution.
Any questions on the recommendation?
So moved. Second.
Motion Wygant, second Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? None. Thank you.
Number 4, adopt an ordinance to approve the Sunset Area Plan implementing zoning regulations. This is the one Karen, supported by the findings in said ordinance and incorporated the findings in the staff report.
Council.
And the resolution that's included is attachment D. The changes that will be made in order to delete the footnote that was proposed by the Planning Commission, and I will read this for the record. The now therefore the board hereby ordains as follows: Sunset Area Plan implementing zoning regulations and errata is set forth in Exhibit A. We are deleting an Exhibit B. Attached hereto and incorporated by reference are hereby adopted. And then we have standard language of when it takes effect.
Okay. Thank you.
Move approval.
Okay, we have a motion Wygant and a second Holmes on the recommendation with the clarification as provided by council. Any questions by board members? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much.
Okay, number 5, adopt an ordinance rezoning property within the Sunset Area Plan, supported by the findings set forth in the said ordinance.
Council have any modifications to that recommendation? No. All right, let's play.
Okay.
We have a motion, Wygant, and second, Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you.
Okay, number 6, adopt a resolution approving the Plaza Ranch specific plan supported by the findings set forth in the staff report and included in said resolution.
Council? Okay. Motion, Wygant, second, Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None.
And number 7, adopt an ordinance approving the Plaza Ranch specific plan development standards supported by the findings in the staff report and in the said resolution.
No changes.
Ordinance.
We have a motion, Wygant, second, Holmes, on recommendation 7. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you.
Okay, number 8, adopt a resolution approving the Plaza Ranch specific plan design guidelines supported by the findings set forth in the staff report and said resolution.
Hearing no modified, or no modifications necessary, supervisors have a preference here?
Move approval.
All right, that was a motion, Wygant, second, Holmes, on recommendation number 8. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you.
Number 9, adopt an ordinance rezoning all acreage within the Plaza Ranch specific plan from the current zoning to SPL-PRSP, supported by the findings in the staff report and said ordinance.
No changes.
Motion, Wygant, second, Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you.
Number 10, adopt an ordinance approving the Plaza Ranch specific plan development agreement and errata as posted to the webpage on December 9th and provided to your board, supported by the findings set forth in the staff report and included in the said ordinance.
For the record, this errata, which will be section 5.11 of the development agreement, states, the county and city acknowledge that as a result of the Plaza Ranch and Sunset Area project planning area, the number of emergency response calls may increase. The parties further acknowledge that annual property tax will increase as a result of both project areas. In the event that the city becomes concerned about costs of increased emergency response calls resulting from development of the Plaza Ranch area prior to construction of the planned fire station, the county will negotiate in good faith with the city over its concerns related to the project area. Any negotiations or discussions are not intended to circumvent the existing mutual aid agreements currently in place. For the record, the property owner has agreed to inclusion of this provision in the development agreement that will be executed.
Okay. So we have the recommendation with the errata that was just read into the record by council. What's the pleasure of the board? Wow.
Second.
And
motion.
For the record then, that is adopt the ordinance approving the Plaza Ranch specific plan development agreement and errata.
Yes.
Supported by the findings.
I said the
Did
errata
you?
just read into
Sorry
the
about
record.
that.
You were so taken aback by Supervisor Gore asserting herself.
Lost it.
Motion, Gore, second, Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you.
Number 11, approve the Plaza Ranch specific plan large lot vesting tentative map supported by the findings and subject to the conditions of approval, which is attachment M in the staff report.
No changes.
All right. All right, we have a motion, Gore, second, Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you.
And finally, number 12, receive and accept the Plaza Ranch specific plan public facilities financing plan.
And for the record, that should be ACC, correct? Right?
What did I say?
No.
I'm tired.
We will say
With the grammatical
receive and
correction.
accept.
Accept.
ACC, yes. Accept. Okay, thank you.
We're tired.
I'm tired. I didn't catch that.
That's all right. That's all right. That's why we're here. Pick you up.
Move approval with the A.
All right. Okay, we have a motion, Wygant?
Yeah.
Second, Holmes. I'm sorry, I didn't hear. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. All right, that completes the actions necessary on the Sunset Area Plan and Plaza Ranch Specific Plan. We now have some associated items, including the Sunset Capital Improvement Program update. We will go to that And the necktie wearing Rich Moorhead will be presenting. I don't think these are going to be that long. Do we? Can you? Yes, absolutely. We're going to take 5 minutes, and we're going to let her go ahead and. All right, dude, we'll take 5. We'll be back at 15. You know, I only have one meeting left as chairman this year, and I think I've used that gavel more tonight than I have this entire year. All right, let's go ahead and move on with Mr. Moorhead and his fancy neckwear.
That's right. It's not often this occurs for me. Again, Richard Moorhead with Public Works. I'm here before you today to request that you conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution to modify the Sunset Improvement Program to reflect a comprehensive update to the infrastructure projects and costs included in the capital improvement program and approve a nexus analysis for the Sunset Traffic Impact Mitigation Fee District. In 1996, your board adopted the Traffic Mitigation Fee Program. There's 11 districts in that program, Sunset being one of those. We come in front of your board with periodic updates. On occasion, we come with comprehensive updates. Those typically occur with community plan updates, specific plans where we have major land use changes, which is what just occurred before this. The update includes all the regionally significant roadways in the area. The way the CIP is put together, we have the full capital improvement program put together with various funding sources in it, the traffic mitigation fee being a portion of that. There's frontage improvements, there's funding sources from funds from other sources, fair share contributions from projects that we've collected, also from the City of Roseville's fair share that has been coming in from their specific plans. Those are captured in the updated CIP. The existing CIP, the one that's in place as of now, totals $29.6 million for all the improvements for the old plan, with $16.1 million funded by the traffic mitigation fee program. We also had a flat fee in this district. This is the only place we've done that. It's very unusual. We did that, I don't know if it was 8-10 years ago, something like that. And the way that was done, there was an infusion of redevelopment money that allowed us to take the lowest use and then subsidize everything down to that lowest use number. Everywhere else in the county, we have a per DUE basis. And all our regional fees, even in the Sunset area, are per DUE basis, which is what we're proposing to go to today. The updated CIP is $233.6 million, fairly substantial increase over what we have, with $176.8 million funded out of the traffic mitigation fee. The result in the fee is it's $3,328 per DUE, which is below our countywide average. If you take our countywide average just for the county portion of the traffic impact fee, our average is a little over $4,400 if you take out the Sunset area. That being said, this area is subject to other regional fees, the Highway 65 JPA, the Sparta fee, city-county fee. When you add those in, it is above the average for the entire county, but still within range of what we've looked at for the other, like down in the City of Roseville, for instance, we're still consistent with that. With the approval being requested, it'll better align with our transportation needs. It allows for comprehensive project funding. It also is mitigation required in the environmental document that was just approved. As part of that, one of the mitigation measures specifically states we have to update this or adopt an updated CIP program to fund the regional roadways in that area. If the board chooses to approve it, it'll go into effect 60 days from today, so February 10th of 2020. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any, the board members have any questions of Mr. Moorhead? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Prior to consideration of the resolution, any members of the public wish to address the board on this item? Yes, sir, good evening.
Good evening, Mike Garabedian for Placer County Tomorrow. The public and yourselves have a variety of brand new, in many cases, and a couple-year-old, in some cases, programs that, through a very simple and relatively fast process, allow a government agency or a public group to develop a transportation system based on the newer factors that need to be considered, not just climate factors, but others. In this county, it appears that this responsibility falls on us, on the public, to develop that kind of thing to propose to you, and that's what I hope we'll be able to do. So a program like this program, which is not based on that kind of study, a modern study, as opposed to one 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 years old, however old it is, our concern is that's looking far too in the past when there are all these what you could call up-to-date modern ways of looking at transportation planning. So we oppose this because it doesn't do that.
Okay.
Marcus LaDuca, 3200 Douglas Boulevard, recognizing the late hour. I just want to say that no one likes to pay higher fees. This plan that you have before you right now is critical to implementation. This has been the issue that has prevented even small projects from going forward. Sunset Industrial is there was no comprehensive fee program on a per DUE basis that covered a comprehensive capital improvement program, and so a small project was said, you get the 4-lane, 3 miles of roadway on a project, and otherwise you can't go forward. So without doing an EIR, statement of overrides, and all the rest, this is the critical piece. You just spent 8 hours on 2 plans, but this is the critical implementing piece, and we really urge you to adopt this forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else want to address the board?
If I could just
certainly
very briefly,
Certainly.
thus Rich talked about the what the county, without having the comprehensive, very thoroughly detailed research developed consideration that we have before us, both with the Sunset Plan and the Placer Ranch project, we made a weak attempt at buying down the cost of our transportation fees through redevelopment agencies. So this is just much more of a comprehensive, complete, thorough, well thought out strategic plan to fund an essential infrastructure requirement.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the public want to address the board on this item prior to us closing the public hearing and bring it back to the board for comment? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. Any board members have any comment? No, I think we're done down here. Supervisor Gore.
I will just make a comment because there is a graph in the staff report that shares the fees, the traffic fees for different districts, right? Forest Hill, Dry Creek, Auburn, Bowman, Placer East, Placer West. And this fee actually is not higher than all the rest. It's right in there. And I think I want to point that out because I think we often look at fees and this is expensive, but we need to provide the traffic mitigation, and that's really important. And it's in line and probably less than some of the others, certainly less than what's in Granite Bay or Meta Vista. Or definitely Tahoe. Yeah.
All right, it's a pleasure of the board. We have a motion, Wygant, and a second, Holmes, in order to approve the proposed Sunset Capital Improvement Program update. And I love that the record will reflect Mr. Garabedian opposed us imposing developer fees. So all in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed? None. Thank you. I'm just teasing. Relax. I'm just teasing. All right. Last but not least, this is our memorandum of understanding with Western Placer Waste Management Authority. Mr. Leopold, you're going to take the item or punt it to somebody else?
I will do a quick recap. I'll turn over to our
county staff to finalize it up. So as part of the draft EIR, there were comments were made from the Western Placer Waste Management Authority regarding the project, and as part of that discussion, those comments back, staff worked diligently through the course of the last number of months to come to an agreement, and it was kind of through the form of an MOU. We've come to reach agreement, I believe, tentatively, and I think I'll turn it to Karen, and I don't know if Clayton, you're gonna take this, or Karen, one of you.
I'll start out simply to set the stage here. This is the culmination of a lot of discussion between the county and the authority staff. With me today is Clayton Cook in my office, who handled the negotiations. He's here with Pedretti, who needs no introduction. On the other table, we have Rob Salmon, also my office. However, for the record, he is sitting here as WAMTMA's counsel.
That would explain the scowl on his face.
Yes. Also, Eric Otto is here, and then we have
a smiling Eric.
We have a smiling Eric, and then we have outside counsel Rob McGraw is also here in the background. I'm going to turn this over to Clayton. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. The item before your board today is a request to authorize the county's executive officer or designee to execute the memorandum of understanding between the county and the Western Placer Waste Management Authority, or WAMTMA. The proposed MOU was based on comments that the county received from WAMTMA over the Sunset Area Plan, Placer Ranch Specific Plan project, and Crystal went through a lot of this stuff beforehand, so I'll gloss over some of it. But it is the result of extensive discussions that took place between the county and WAMTMA, specifically between Eric Otto and Mr. Burrell. In response to the draft EIR for that project, WAMTMA retained a consultant who proposed a technical report that listed tiers of mitigation measures. All of those mitigation measures are intended to reduce odors on the WAMTMA's property. That report was then supplemented by a letter by Mr. Burrell, and in both of those documents they identified Tier 1 mitigation measures, which was really focused on during the discussions between the county and WAMTMA. Some of those items in that Tier 1 category included odor neutralizers, increased screening, limiting the size of the active face of the landfill, and odor emissions testing, among others. WAMTMA's consultant estimated that those measures could reduce odor up to 70% compared to existing circumstances, and would reduce odor by 35% compared to the 2058 estimate. For comparisons, the Sunset Placer Ranch project, and this was mentioned earlier, is expected to contribute 16% to existing odors and 8% to that 2058 estimate. So this MOU would fund those Tier 1 mitigation measures and would address those issues that are caused by placing development closer to the WAMTMA site. The principal components of the proposed MOU are the following. The MOU is itself listed in the staff report, but I'm just going to highlight some of them. That is that the Placer Ranch Specific Plan proponents would contribute a total payment of roughly $2.4 million in facilities and operational costs to WAMTMA for purposes of funding odor reduction measures, and that amount will be spread across both residential and commercial between 2,000 feet and that 1 mile from the landfill. The developer would also be required to record a notice and acknowledgement of the property's proximity to the landfill and potential odors. The Sunset Area Plan residential projects in that zone between 2,000 feet and 1 mile would contribute roughly $940,000, and landowners would be required to record a notice and acknowledgement of their proper proximity to the landfill and potential odors. These were set forth in the project approvals. They are actually included in, portions of them were included in the development agreement or the Sunset Area Plan development standards that were just approved. One of the other items in the MOU is that all county refuse handling contracts within the Sunset Area Plan would include a surcharge to residential users of up to a total of $250,000 per year for ongoing odor mitigation operations and maintenance costs. That amount would be based upon a percentage of the build-out of the Sunset Area Plan for a 40-year period, and only after WAMTMA invoiced those actual costs incurred and provided those to the county. Another element of the MOU is that the county would agree to notify WAMTMA in the event of an annexation application. One other item is that the county and the developer would provide a 7-day advance notice of any comments on the WAMA Waste Action Plan and associated environmental documents. Couple more ones. WAMA would agree not to object to the Sunset Area Plan, and the county would acknowledge the importance of ongoing WAMA operations to the economic growth and public health and safety of the county. There is one proposed revision to the MOU that's contained in the packet, and that is the last paragraph of the MOU. It's section 7, subsection I, which is the termination provision. It's on page 7 of the MOU. Staff recommends deletion of the phrase and/or WAMA in the first phase of the second sentence, and to add an S to the word elect, which would make the second sentence read in total as follows. In the event that the county elects not to proceed with the project or to terminate project operation, the county and/or WAMA may elect to terminate this MOU following written notice to the other. This MOU was presented to the WAMA Board of Directors in public session yesterday morning, where the proposed revision was discussed, and the Board of Directors voted 4-1 to approve the MOU through an authorization of its chair to sign the memorandum. With that, I'd like to turn things over to WAMA's Program Manager, Eric Otto, who had...
Just a quick question. I'm assuming that that's just the modification you recommended to... I'm guessing that should be item J, because I'm seeing remedies as item I, termination should be J.
Yes,
correct?
I guess it's actually second I, yes.
Yeah. I. No, we'll call that J. That'll be contained in our motion to make modifications here. But I'm guessing it's solely a little bit of cleanup because it's really not WAPMA's discretion to proceed with the project, and so that was superfluous language, and we'll take them out of that.
Exactly.
Okay, so the new item J, discussing termination, will then eliminate that language as you described. Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, sir.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Eric Otto. I'm the program manager with the Western Placer Waste Management Authority, and just wanted to confirm what Clayton said, that yesterday the Authority Board of Directors did vote to approve the MOU between the county and the Authority. And I'd like to personally thank both county staff and county council, specifically Crystal Jacobson, Michelle Kingsbury, Clayton Cook, and Karen Schwab. Very collaborative efforts to work with the authority to bring this MOU to something that's amenable to both parties. So very appreciative of that, and very much look forward to continuing to work with the county to ensure the long-term viability of the Murphy landfill operations as the county's Sunset Area and Placer Ranch plans come to fruition. So thank you very much.
All right. Any questions by board members? Supervisor Gore.
No. So as it was pointed out, Supervisor Wygant and I serve on that board, and I wanted to make clear that we had very separate counsel in this process. So the WAPNA Authority has outside counsel who's here this evening and worked through this process with us, and then county counsel was separated from Karen and her staff in this process, and I want to make that very clear that there were two different groups negotiating this agreement, and they were not talking to one another when they weren't supposed to. And you could probably clarify that for me. But this process, I don't know how many times we met as a board to discuss a negotiated amount for the effects and the mitigation for this project, for the landfill. And we had robust conversation with our colleagues from the other cities who serve on that board. And I think we got to a place where an agreement that protects the landfill, which I think is very important. It is evident that we have to preserve this landfill. And that was really important to us as an authority to make sure that happened. And I don't know if you want to add anything, Supervisor Wygant, but I think we got to a good place to make sure we are.
It's okay with the chair.
Taking care of this.
No, you're done. Are you kidding? After my rant, y'all have several credits to use.
I just want to echo that and also put on the record that from the beginning, way back in '97, when we contemplated the Sunset Area Plan, industrial area plan, the county has always expressed the importance, the critical importance of preserving the ability of the landfill to continue to operate. I think of it as being the heavy industry part of the park, the area, thus the Rio Bravo discussion, if you will. I think we will always have a need for that. Technology with waste management is going to change, and let's say, for example, it's waste to energy where we burn everything and that generates energy, or a combination of that and biodigesters or whatever else Eric knows a lot more about than I do. But we're always going to have a place where we can cluster those kinds of more heavy industry types of uses. And again, setting that aside for the opportunity is critically important, and thus the protection of the landfill's importance.
All right. Seeing no other board member comments at this time, does the representative of the land which this MOU is going to encumber want to make any comments at this point? You don't have to. You can just say no. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Any members of the public want to address the board on this? No, something new and different.
I didn't hear what you said.
That's okay.
Mike Arabedian for Placer Group Sierra Club. We had a fundamental problem with the Waste Management Authority not doing its job in the way that we thought was necessary in terms of involving the public and the way this would impact the use of everybody, something that goes into the waste in the county, as I explained before. So probably the kind of epitome of the thing is what happened the way it was finally noticed that they were having a meeting and approved. Council, I think, has properly, as far as I know, informed everybody at the hearing yesterday or afterwards that the way it was done is permissible under the Brown Act. But here's the way it was done. The first I learned of it, and this is apparently the only notice that went out, nothing in the newspaper or anything else, was last Thursday, about 4:54 p.m., an email was sent out with the notice of the meeting agenda and a 2-page summary of the MOU. The MOU was not available online or any other way. The only way the MOU was available, and we learned this, was by going to the meeting, which was scheduled for 8 o'clock and happened yesterday morning at 8 o'clock a.m. So that was how we got the thing to look at for the first time. So all of that, of course, is unacceptable behavior and unacceptable treatment of the public. And as I mentioned last night at a different meeting, I hope that the two supervisors will do something to change their procedures, because giving notice to the public on the Thursday night before a Monday morning meeting and not the usual meeting time or anything is not acceptable under any terms that I can think of. The MOU not being online or any way to find it it was a real problem. Now, we also had a serious problem with the first time I ever appeared before this board, maybe 4 or 5 months ago. I'm not sure when it was exactly. I presented them a copy with the lawsuit, the case of Placer Partners et al., Placer Ranch Partners. Well, I'll read from the appellate court decision. So the decision upheld the county's 1 mile buffer. And here's reading a couple sentences from the appellate court decision from 2001. Plaintiffs Placer Ranch Vineyards, Placer Ranch 160, and Stanford Ranch Incorporated, developers for some of the proposed new towns, filed a petition for a mandate asserting various CEQA violations.
Mr. Garabedian, you can feel free to submit that to the record. You don't have to read it. Please wrap up your comments.
Oh, I'd like to finish another couple of minutes.
Submit it for the record. You don't have to read it. You can submit it formally. You don't have to read it. I'd like you to wrap up your comments at this time.
Well, I'm not getting to several other points. It seems.
I'm sorry. You've had your 3 minutes.
What's the reason for cutting it loose? I'm the only one to speak here. 3 minutes.
Really?
Pardon me?
Really? the fact that this board's been sitting here since 9 o'clock this morning.
We've all been here.
You have spoken numerous times today. You've been heard. You may submit your comments into the record, and we are closing the public comment.
I'd like to read
Mr.
one
Garabedian,
sentence.
I'm going to cut off your microphone. If you want to wrap up in the next 20 seconds, you're allowed to do so.
We further conclude substantial evidence supports the county's decision to create a 1-mile buffer area around this landfill. So the Court on Appeals disagreed with you.
Thank you.
What you're saying.
Thank you.
I will have to submit that after this record, as far as I
You're
know.
welcome to submit it to the court. Thank you.
The court?
Is there anybody else that wants to address the board on this item? All right, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and bring it back to the board. What's the pleasure of the board? Yeah.
I did just want to address one thing with respect to noticing.
Yeah.
And that is the county's item did include the MOU with the staff report that was provided, and it was placed on the website, I believe, either Wednesday evening or Thursday morning. So that MOU was available more than 72 hours.
Thank you. All right, so I'm sorry, we did have a motion by, was that Wygant? Second by Holmes. Under discussion, I would just like to, serving as the alternate on that board, I would like to thank my two colleagues, Supervisors Wygant and Gore, for the role that they played in getting us to this point. It is a very delicate balance serving as that representative and sitting in this seat, and I think my colleagues did an admirable job of weighing the priorities of our county and our interests, as well as the Waste Management Authority and the interest that we all have throughout the county in the ongoing operation of our dump. So thank you for the role that you played. Council have, yes, the motion does reflect the modifications to the memorandum of understanding. Just to clarify that the motion does make the modification to turn second item I into item J and make the deletion as directed by council. All right, that's clear in the maker of the motion and the second, correct? Yes. All right, thank you very much. With that, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. All right. Anybody have anything else? No? We're good? We're good? All right. There being no other items before the board today, we are adjourned to our board meeting next Tuesday. That's it.